We're on.
Good afternoon, Ms. Godinez. I think you're muted.
I'm so sorry.
That's all right. Can you please raise your right hand?
Yes.
Do you swear that you will truly and correctly translate English into Spanish and Spanish into English here today?
I do, Your Honor. Antonia Godinez, certified Spanish interpreter.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Judge Gibson, and this is your first appearance hearing. A first appearance hearing has 4 purposes and 4 purposes only. First, I will advise you of the charges that have been filed against you. Second, I will ask if you have an attorney representing you. If you've hired counsel and they are present, they will speak on your behalf. If your attorney is not present, you will have the option of proceeding forward with your hearing today or postponing it until tomorrow. If you postpone the hearing, it is your responsibility to contact your attorney to let them know you will have court. No one else will do that for you. If you wish to move forward without your attorney present, we can do that. If you do not have an attorney, I will ask if you can afford one. If so, we will make note of that and move on. If not, and you qualify, I can provisionally appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you, pending you filling out an application. You have a right to have your attorney present before and during any questioning. You all also have the right to communicate with any counsel, family, or friends, and if necessary, you will be provided reasonable means to do so. Third, if there are any challenges to probable cause, I will address those. Finally, I will review your bonds and/or other release conditions with you to determine if any changes are necessary. Be aware if this court places you on pretrial release today, regardless of whether it is straight pretrial release or a condition of your bond, the conditions announced in court today go into effect immediately, meaning even while you remain in custody. So if you're given a no contact order, it is in effect immediately. Throughout this entire process, you have a constitutional right to remain silent. If you choose not to remain silent, anything you say can be used against you. Everything that is being said where I'm located, as well as where all of you are located, is being recorded. There's an assistant state attorney present listening to everything that's being said, so do not say anything about the crime itself. Please keep these rights in mind as we go through the process. For those of you appearing virtually, if you are a non-lawyer, you are to keep your device on mute during the entire time you're present. In addition, you are not to turn your video feed on at any time. For the lawyers present, please keep your device muted. However, please do turn on your video so the court is aware you are present. For all of those present, pursuant to the rules of judicial administration, this meeting is not to be recorded in any form unless you are the press and you have prior permission from court administration.
Buenas tardes, esta es la juez Gibson y esta es su audiencia de primera comparecencia. Primero, le informaré sobre el cargo o los cargos que se han presentado en su contra. Segundo, le preguntaré si cuenta con un abogado que lo represente. Si ya ha contratado un abogado y este se encuentra presente, entonces será el abogado quien hable en su nombre. Si su abogado no está presente, usted tendrá la opción de proceder con su audiencia hoy o posponerla hasta mañana. Si decide posponerla, será su responsabilidad contactar a su abogado para informarle que deberá presentarse a su audiencia. Nadie más hará esto por usted. Si usted desea continuar sin que su abogado esté presente, puede hacerlo. Si usted no tiene abogado, le preguntaré si tiene los medios para contratar uno. De ser así, tomaremos nota de esto y continuaremos. Si no tiene los medios y califica, la juez asignaría provisionalmente la oficina del defensor público para que le represente, sujeto a que usted llene una solicitud para estos servicios. Usted tiene derecho a que un abogado esté presente antes y durante cualquier interrogatorio. Asimismo, tiene derecho a comunicarse con su abogado, familiares o amigos y, de ser necesario, se le proveerán los medios apropiados para hacerlo. Tercero, si hay alguna objeción en cuanto a motivo fundado, estas se abordarán inmediatamente. Finalmente, revisaré sus fianzas y otras condiciones de su puesta en libertad para determinar si es necesaria cualquier modificación. Tenga presente que si la juez le pone hoy bajo libertad condicional, ya sea de manera directa o como condición de su fianza, las condiciones que se anuncien hoy en esta audiencia estarán en efecto inmediatamente, aunque usted se encuentre aún encarcelado. Entonces, si se le ordena no tener contacto con determinada persona, esta orden entrará en efecto inmediatamente. Durante todo este proceso, usted tiene el derecho constitucional de permanecer en silencio. Si decide no permanecer en silencio, todo lo que diga podrá ser usado en su contra. Todo lo que se diga donde yo me encuentro, así como también donde se encuentran ustedes, está siendo grabado. Hay un abogado de la fiscalía presente escuchando todo lo que se dice. Así que no diga nada sobre el delito en sí. Por favor, tenga presente estos derechos durante el transcurso de este procedimiento. Para quienes comparecen de manera virtual, si no son abogados, deben mantener su dispositivo en silencio durante todo el tiempo que estén presentes. Además, no deben activar su cámara en ningún momento. Para los abogados presentes, mantengan su dispositivo en silencio. Sin embargo, por favor, activen su cámara para que la juez esté al tanto de su presencia. Para todos los presentes, conforme a la regla de administración judicial, esta audiencia no podrá ser grabada en ninguna forma, a menos que usted pertenezca a los medios y tenga autorización previa de la administración del tribunal.
Right hand and answer out loud to the following question.
Por favor, contesten en voz alta la siguiente pregunta.
If everyone can please stand up, raise your right hand and answer out loud to the following question.
Y que si todos se pueden poner de pie y contesten la siguiente pregunta.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you provide today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please answer out loud.
Ustedes juran o afirman que el testimonio que van a proveer será la verdad, toda la verdad y nada más que la verdad. Para esas personas que necesitan intérprete, contesten en voz alta.
Sí.
Yes.
Everybody who said yes out loud may have a seat. If you did not
Dice
say
que sí,
less,
se pueden
if you did
sentar.
not say yes out loud, then please remain standing. And I see everybody is seated. All right, let's go to our cases requiring the assistance of the interpreter. The first case is Alex Crispo.
Alex Crespo.
So you're charged in this case with domestic violence battery.
Señor, tiene usted un cargo de violencia intrafamiliar.
Would you like for me to appoint the public defender to represent you, or are you going to
Yes, sir.
hire your own attorney or represent yourself?
¿Desea usted que yo le asigne un abogado de oficio? ¿Usted tiene pensado contratar un abogado por su cuenta?
No.
No.
No to which one?
¿A cuál pregunta está respondiendo?
Necesito un abogado de ustedes.
I need an attorney from here.
All right, so you would like for me to appoint a public defender to represent you, is that correct?
Así que usted quiere que yo le asigne un abogado de la Defensoría Pública para que los represente. ¿Eso es correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
I provisionally appoint the public defender's office to represent you in this case.
Yo le asigno provisionalmente la oficina del abogado de oficio para que lo represente.
I have reviewed the arrest report. I do find probable cause for the charge.
He repasado el informe policial y encuentro que hay motivo fundado para el cargo.
In this case, I'm going to require pretrial release with bail's condition of pretrial release.
En este caso, voy a requerir condiciones de libertad condicional como parte de la fianza.
Your bail is set at $5,000.
Su fianza es de $5,000.
Once you are released, you must report immediately to pretrial release services office in person in Lake Alfred.
Ya que usted quede liberado, usted tendrá que reportarse de inmediato a los servicios de libertad condicional en persona en Lake Alfred,
At 200 Government Center Boulevard.
en la dirección 200 Government Center Boulevard.
Thereafter, you must report by phone every week, 3 times a week on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays.
A partir de entonces, usted deberá reportarse cada semana, 3 veces a la semana, los lunes, miércoles y viernes.
You may not use, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, ammunition, or knives.
Usted tendrá prohibido poseer o portar armas de fuego, pistolas, armas, munición o armas blancas.
You may not contact the victim directly or indirectly.
Tendrá usted prohibido comunicarse o contactar a la víctima directa o indirectamente.
You may not contact the victim in any manner whatsoever.
Tendrá usted prohibido contactar a la víctima de cualquier manera.
You must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim's residence, vehicle, place of employment, and school at all times.
Usted deberá mantenerse alejado a más de 500 pies de la víctima, la casa de la víctima, vehículo, lugar de empleo o escuela en todo momento.
I'm going to give you a one-time return to the residence and one time only.
Le permitiré que regrese una sola vez a la residencia y solamente una vez.
However, that must occur within 48 hours of your release from custody.
Sin embargo, este debe ocurrir dentro de las 48 horas después de su liberación
And you must be accompanied by a law enforcement officer.
y deberá ser acompañado por un agente policial.
The purpose for that one-time return is for you to quickly gather essential items.
El propósito para que regrese esa sola vez será para que rápidamente usted recoja sus artículos que son importantes.
Things such as medication, clothing, important paperwork, work tools, things of that nature.
Cosas como medicamentos, ropa, documentación importante, cualquier herramienta para trabajo o cosas de esa naturaleza.
You have an arraignment hearing scheduled in the M5 division on April the 14th at 8:30 a.m.
Usted tiene lectura de cargo para esta audiencia que está programada en la división M5 el 14 de abril a las 8:30.
That would be August 14th, right?
Es agosto, ¿verdad?
I meant August 14th, but yes, let me say that again the right way. Your arraignment hearing is scheduled for August the 14th at 8:30 a.m. in the M5 division.
Bueno, se corrige. Sí, usted va a tener una audiencia para lectura del cargo que está programada el 14 de agosto a las 8:30 en la división M5.
Thank you, sir.
Gracias, señor.
The next case is Demetrio Garcia Reyes.
Demetrio García Reyes.
So you're charged with violation of probation from Polk County case number 25MM3843.
Señor, está usted aquí por un cargo de incumplimiento de su libertad probatoria un caso de Polk County, en el caso número 25MM3843.
Would you like for me to appoint the public defender to represent you, or are you going to hire your own attorney or represent yourself?
¿Usted quiere que yo le asigne un abogado de oficio? ¿Usted se representará a sí mismo? Yes.
Yes to the public defender?
Sí a un abogado de oficio?
Sí, por favor.
Yes, please.
I provisionally appoint the public defender to represent you in this case.
Yo le asigno provisionalmente la oficina del defensor público en este caso.
Gracias.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I have reviewed the violation of probation warrant and the affidavit of violation of probation, and I do find probable cause for the charge.
He repasado ya la orden de aprehensión de incumplimiento de libertad probatoria y el affidavit de incumplimiento de probatoria y encuentro que hay motivo fundado para el cargo.
Because it's a VOP, your bond status at this time is no bond.
Porque este caso es un caso de incumplimiento de libertad probatoria, usted no tiene fianza.
However, you will have a hearing on this matter on August the 3rd at 12:45 p.m. in the M6 division.
Sin embargo, usted va a tener audiencia en este caso para el 3 de agosto a las 12:45 en la división M6.
Thank you, sir.
Gracias, señor.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Ms. Godinez, those were the only names I was given, but do you mind making an announcement to see if anybody else requires the assistance of the Spanish interpreter?
Yes, Your Honor. ¿Alguien más que esté presente que vaya a necesitar asistencia en español?
I think I see one back. I think someone's approaching. All right, sir, can you please tell me your name?
Señor, ¿me puede usted decir su nombre, por favor?
Eddie Lanael Bonilla Martínez.
Ah, Eli, Ediel Bonilla Martínez.
Sí.
Yes.
The first name is Edil, and it's under R. Bonilla Martinez.
Así que el primer nombre es Ediel, E-D-I-L, y Bonilla es el apellido.
Sí.
Yes.
It's Bonilla hyphen Martinez.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. All right, sir, you're here because you have a warrant out of Orange County.
Señor, ¿está usted aquí porque tiene una orden de aprehensión del condado de Orange
For failure to appear on a no valid driver's license charge.
por incomparecer para un cargo de no tener licencia válida de manejar?
You're also charged here in Polk County with giving false identification to a law enforcement officer.
Y aquí en Polk County tiene usted un cargo de darle información o identidad falsa a un agente policial.
And that has been charged with the enhancement of as an unauthorized alien.
Y este cargo se ha incrementado por ser un extranjero sin autorización.
Would you like for me to appoint the public defender to represent you on the Polk County charge, or are you going to hire?
¿Quiere usted que yo le asigne un abogado de oficio para que lo represente en el condado de Polk? ¿Usted piensa contratar uno?
Yo pienso contratar uno.
I'm going to hire my own.
Okay, that's certainly your choice to make.
Bueno, esa es su decisión.
And I cannot offer you an attorney on the Orange County charge, but when you get to Orange County, if you change your mind regarding the Orange County charge, you can ask the judge there to consider appointing the public defender if you qualify.
Yo no le puedo asignar o le puedo ofrecer un abogado por el cargo que tiene del condado de Orange, pero cuando usted lo regresen al condado de Orange, si usted cambia de opinión, por supuesto que usted puede pedir a ese juez que le considere asignarle un abogado de oficio si califica.
I have reviewed the arrest reports in this case, and I do find probable cause for the charges.
Ya repasé los informes policiales en este caso y encuentro que hay motivo fundado para los cargos.
On the Orange County charge, Orange County has set your bond at $250.
En el cargo que tiene el condado de Orange se le ha fijado una fianza de $250.
On the Polk County charge, the Polk County third-degree felony charge, I'm going to require pretrial release with bail as a condition of pretrial release.
Por el cargo que tiene el condado de Polk, que tiene un delito grave en tercer grado, voy a requerir que tengan condiciones de libertad condicional como parte de la fianza.
Your bail is set at $5,000.
Tiene usted una fianza de $5,000.
Once you are released, you must report immediately to pretrial release services office in Lake Alfred in person.
Ya que usted quede liberado, usted deberá de reportarse de inmediato a los servicios de libertad condicional en Lake Alfred y en persona.
At 200 Government Center Boulevard.
En el 200 Government Center Boulevard.
Thereafter, you must report by phone every week, once a week on Tuesdays.
A partir de entonces, usted deberá reportarse cada semana, una vez a la semana, los martes.
You have an arraignment hearing scheduled in this case for September the 1st at 8:15 a.m. in the A2 division.
Usted tendrá lectura de cargo por este cargo que está programado para el 1 de septiembre a las 8:15 de la mañana en la división A2.
Additionally, the court finds that the defendant is subject to an ICE detainer.
Además, la juez determina que el acusado es sujeto a retención para inmigración.
Thank you, sir.
Gracias, señor.
All right, I didn't see anyone else. Nope, there is one more person. Sir, can you tell me your name, please?
¿Me puede decir su nombre?
Juan David Marina Arango.
I didn't
¿Cómo?
hear you.
Juan David Marina Arango.
Marín Arango.
Is it Juan Marin Arango?
¿Es
Sí.
Juan Marín Arango? Yes.
Sir, you're charged with 2 counts of resisting an officer without violence.
Señor, usted tiene 2 cargos de resistirse a un agente policial sin violencia.
Would you like for me to appoint the public defender to represent you?
¿Usted quiere que yo le asigne un abogado de oficio para que lo represente?
Sí, por favor.
Yes, please.
I provisionally appoint the public defender to represent you.
Yo le asigno provisionalmente la oficina del abogado de oficio para que lo represente.
I have reviewed the arrest report. I do find probable cause for the charges.
He repasado el informe policial y encuentro que hay motivo fundado para los cargos.
In this case, I'm going to require pretrial release with bail's condition of pretrial release.
En este caso voy a requerir condiciones de libertad condicional con la fianza como condición de su libertad.
Your bail is set at $1,000 on each count.
¿Tiene usted una fianza de $1,000 por cargo?
Once you are released, you must report immediately to pretrial release services office in person in Lakeland.
Ya que quede liberado, usted tendrá que reportarse de inmediato a los servicios de libertad condicional en Lakeland,
At 930 East Parker Street.
en la 930 East Parker Street.
Thereafter, you must report by phone every week, once a week on Tuesdays.
A partir de entonces tendrá usted que reportarse una vez a la semana, los martes, y eso será cada semana.
You
Okay.
have an arraignment hearing scheduled for August the 14th at 8:30 a.m. in the M5 division.
Usted tendrá lectura de los cargos que está programado para el 14 de agosto a las 8:30.
Thank you,
Okay.
sir.
Gracias, señor.
All right, that appears to be all the folks that require the assistance of the Spanish interpreter. Thank you, Ms. Godinez.
Thank you, Your Honor. May the interpreter be excused.
Yes, ma'am. All right, are there any private attorneys on Teams?
Yes, Your Honor, this is Jonathan Mills. I represent Matthew Adolphi.
All right, okay, let me get there real quick. Matthew Adolphe. Sir, you're charged with written electronic threat to kill or bodily harm another. And your attorney is present. Mr. Mills, is there anything you would like to tell me?
Your Honor, we're going to waive, we're not challenging probable cause. We'd ask the court to set bond at a range of $5,000 to $10,000. It's my understanding the victim has signed a declination, but we take that up in the division, of course.
All right. I have reviewed the arrest warrant and the complaint affidavit. I do find probable cause for the charge. In this case, I'm going to require pretrial release with bail's condition of pretrial release. Your bail is set at $10,000. Once you are released, you must report immediately to pretrial release services office in person in Lake Alfred at 200 Government Center Boulevard. Thereafter, you must report by phone every week, 3 times a week on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. You may not use, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, ammunition, or knives, and you're prohibited from having any contact with the victim. You may not contact the victim directly or indirectly. You may not contact the victim in any manner whatsoever. You must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim's residence, vehicle, place of employment, and school at all times. Additionally, I'm going to impose condition number 25. You may not possess, access, or use any computers or other electronic devices with internet or intranet capabilities. And you have an arraignment hearing set in the A2 division on September the 1st at 8:15 a.m. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Judge.
Is that your only case, Mr. Mills?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Are there any other private
you.
attorneys present? You as well. Are there any other private attorneys present? All right, let's go right to South County Jail. The first case is Joel Augusto.
I'll be here.
All right, sir, you're charged with resisting or obstructing an officer without violence and trespass failure to leave property on order of owner. Would you like for me to appoint a public defender to represent you, or are you going to hire your own attorney or represent yourself?
Public,
The public defender?
yes.
I provisionally appoint the public defender to represent you. I have reviewed the arrest report. I do find probable cause for the charges. In this case, I'm going to require pretrial release with bail as condition of pretrial release. Your bail is set at $1,500 on each count. Once you are released, you must report immediately to Pretrial Release Services Office in person in Lakeland at 930 East Parker Street. Thereafter, you must report by phone every week, 2 times a week on Tuesdays and Thursdays. You're prohibited from having any contact with Wawa stores, and you must stay at least 500 feet away from the event location from this case. You have an arraignment hearing set in the M5 division for August the 14th at 8:30 a.m. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
The next case is Thomas Dakin.
Sandy Sheriff's Park Defender's Office. This is a bring back, actually this is the second time we brought back, but he came to first appearance the second time on July 21st. At that point, he had already resolved his local charges, so he was only being held in Volusia County. So this is his 7-day bring back hearing from July 21st for Volusia County to come get him. They have not come to get him. I would ask for him to be released on his own recognizance.
What says the state?
Judge, I have no further information to provide to the court at this time.
I'm going to give Volusia 2 more days to come and get him, so I'm just looking at my calendar real quick.
Your Honor, if it matters, my people have checked Volusia. There are no pending charges there.
All right. It would be grand if Volusia would tell us that, though.
I understand.
And I'm sorry you're in this situation. What's Thursday's date?
The 30th.
30th? All right, I'm going to give Volusia until Thursday, July the 30th, until 3 o'clock p.m. to come and pick up the defendant. If they have not, then he is to be released, ROR, on these charges. All right, thank you, Mr. Dakin.
Thank you.
Next case is it Tanathan Fields? Nathan Fields? Sir, it looks like their state filed a direct information for an additional charge of felony petty theft, 2 or more previous convictions. And has the public defender's office already been appointed on this case?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right,
He had group night.
all right.
Yes, previously, Judge.
All right, sir, in this case, the public defender has already been appointed. I have reviewed the capias and the arrest report and the information that was filed. I do find probable cause for the charge. In this case, I'm going to require pretrial release with bail as condition of pretrial release. Your bail is set at $5,000. Once you are released, you must report immediately to Pretrial Release Services Office in person in Lakeland at 930 East Parker Street. Thereafter, you must report by phone every week, 2 times a week on Tuesdays and Thursdays. You're prohibited from having any contact with Academy Sports Stores, and you must stay at least 500 feet away from the event location from this case. You have an arraignment hearing set for, hold on one second, it went off screen, August the 18th at 8:15 a.m. in the A2 division. Thank you, sir. The next case is Juan Garcia. Mr. Garcia, you are charged with domestic violence battery. Would you like for me to appoint the public defender to represent you, or are you going to hire your own attorney or represent yourself?
Hire my own, Your Honor.
All right, that's certainly your right. In this case, I have reviewed the arrest report. I do find probable cause for the charge. I'm going to require pretrial release with bail's condition of pretrial release. Your bail is set at $5,000. Once you are released, you must report immediately to pretrial release services office in person in Lake Alfred at 200 Government Center Boulevard. Thereafter, you must report by phone every week, 3 times a week on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. You may not use, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, ammunition, or knives, and you're prohibited from having any contact with the victim. You may not contact the victim directly or indirectly. You may not contact the victim in any manner whatsoever. You must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim, the victim's residence, vehicle, place of employment, and school at all times. The only exceptions I'm going to allow you is that the victim wants to be able to communicate with you about your joint children only. You may contact the victim using the parental communication app, Our Family Wizard. That's the only way you can communicate with the victim in this case, and it must only be about your children. All right. Additionally, I'm going to give you a one-time return to the residence, one time only. However, that must occur within 48 hours of your release from custody, and you must be accompanied by a law enforcement officer. The purpose for that one-time return is for you to gather essential items, things such as medication, clothing, work tools, important paperwork, things of that nature.
Excuse me, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
I am the 7-day-a-week caregiver of my children. She's the one that goes to work 7 days a week and gone all day. That's the reason that I don't see how she's the one that's able to kick me out of the house. I'm the one that stays home.
That's something that's something you can talk to your attorney about, okay?
Yes, Your
You
Honor.
have an arraignment hearing set for August the 14th at 8:30 a.m. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Moving on to Christopher Himes. Mr. Himes, you're charged with domestic violence battery with a prior conviction and domestic violence aggravated battery on a pregnant victim. Would you like for me to appoint the public defender to represent you, or are you going to hire your own attorney or represent yourself?
I'd like the public defender's office, ma'am.
I provisionally appoint the public defender's office to represent you. I have reviewed the arrest report. I do find probable cause for the charges. In this case, I'm going to require pretrial release with bail's condition of pretrial release. Your bail is set at $10,000 on the domestic violence battery with a prior conviction and $15,000 on domestic aggravated battery on a pregnant victim. Once you are released, you must report immediately to pretrial release services office in person in Lakeland at 930 East Parker Street. Thereafter, you must report by phone every week, 3 times a week on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. You're prohibited from having any contact with the victims in this case. You may not contact the victims directly or indirectly. You may not contact the victims in any manner whatsoever. You must stay at least 500 feet away from the victims, their residences, their vehicles, their places of employment, and their schools at all time. I'm going to allow you a one-time return to the residence and one time only. However, that must occur within 48 hours of your release from custody, and you must be accompanied by a law enforcement officer. The purpose for that one-time return is for you to quickly gather essential items, things such as medication, work tools, clothing, important paperwork, things of that nature. Additionally, you may not use, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, ammunition, or knives. You have an arraignment hearing set in the A2 division at September the 1st at 8:15 a.m. Thank you, Mr. Himes.
Thank you, ma'am.
Jaquanza Howell. All right, Mr. Howell, you are charged with battery with a prior conviction. Would you like for me to appoint the public defender's office to represent you?
Yes, ma'am.
I provisionally appoint the public defender's office to represent you in this case. I have reviewed the arrest report. I do find probable cause for the charge. I'm going to have a question of the state and the defense. I see that this occurred in a facility, and I don't know if that is a short-term facility or a long-term facility.
Yeah, I was waiting for refuge on the ridge while being placed in Winter Haven daycare.
hang on one second, I'm just trying to, because it relates to the no contact. It looked short-term, but because I was just gonna do the no contact provision without any, I don't have a reason to believe that they're still assigned to the same room, but you all tell me.
Judge, the portion of the facility that seems to have been applicable in this case is one that by its nature is not particularly transparent to the public. So the state won't have any way of knowing with certainty the particular arrangements within that portion of the facility. The state would be satisfied with a no contact order with the named person.
And Ms. Smith, if I'm going to do a no contact provision, if it becomes issued down the road in terms of needing a one-time return, you can certainly file the appropriate motion, okay?
Thank you.
All right, sir, in this case, I'm going to require pretrial release with bail as a condition of pretrial release. Your bail is set at $5,000. Once you are released, you must report immediately to Pretrial Release Services Office in person in Lake Alfred at 200 Government Center Boulevard. Thereafter, you must report by phone every week, 3 times a week, on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. You may not use, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, ammunition, or knives. And you're prohibited from having any contact with the victim in this case. You may not contact the victim directly or indirectly. You may not contact the victim in any manner whatsoever. You must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim's residence, vehicle, place of employment, and school at all times. You have an arraignment hearing set in the A2 division for September the 1st at 8:15 a.m. Thank you, Mr. Howell. The
Okay,
next case,
you said report for pretrial in Lake Alfred, but I usually report pretrial in Bartow.
would you prefer Bartow?
Yes, I prefer Bartow.
All right, pretrial says they don't have any problem with that, so you can report to pretrial, you must report to Pretrial Release Services in Bartow upon your release immediately, and that is at 1745 South Highway 17. Thank you,
Okay.
sir.
And would there be any problem if Refuge on the Ridge, the rehab in Lake Wells comes to get me from the county jail?
I don't know what you're saying.
I am going through Tri-County for Refuge on the Ridge, which is a rehab in the county jail. I am under the Marshall Act through my mom.
You can talk to your attorney about that, and they can help you work out the particulars, okay?
All right.
All right, thank you, good luck, sir. Moving on to Joseph Little.
Sanderson, Public Defender's Office. I do want to waive the reading of the one charge he's here for violating his probation on.
That's heard as well, Judge.
All right. Mr. Little, you are charged with a violation of probation from a Polk County case, as well as domestic violence, aggravated assault with deadly intent, domestic violence, battery with a prior conviction, and domestic violence aggravated battery. Would you like for me to appoint the public defender to represent you?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, he has a public defender on his phone already, just let me know.
Okay, well, it's the clerk's telling me you already have the public defender assigned on the VOP case. As to the remaining charges, I provisionally appoint the public defender to represent you on those charges as well. Ms. Smith, did you say you had something to tell me or no?
No, I believe the state.
Oh, all right, I thought you both did for some reason.
She was waiving the reading.
Okay, yeah.
Your Honor, the VOP case number is CF 224706. If it is the intention of the court to hold the accused no bond on that charge, then I will not file a motion for pretrial detention on the 3 new charges. As for charges such as these, where the filing of a motion for detention is discretionary, but I say that so that if it is not the intention of the court to hold him no bond on the VOP, I will be requesting 24 hours to file a motion for pretrial detention. Thank you.
I have reviewed the arrest report. I do find probable cause for all of the charges. On the violation of probation case, your bond status is no bond because it's a VOP. As to the other charges, I'm going to require pretrial release with bail as condition of pretrial release. Your bail is set at $10,000 on the domestic violence aggravated assault charge, $10,000 on the domestic violence battery with prior conviction, and $15,000 on the domestic violence aggravated battery charge. Once you are released, you must report immediately to Pretrial Release Services Office in person in Lake Alfred at 200 Government Center Boulevard. Thereafter, you must report by phone every week, 3 times a week on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. You may not use, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, ammunition, or knives, and you're prohibited from having any contact with the victim. You may not contact the victim directly or indirectly. You may not contact the victim in any manner whatsoever. You must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim's residence, vehicle, place of employment, and school at all times. I'm going to give you a one-time return to the residence and one time only. However, that must occur within 48 hours of your release from custody, and you must be accompanied by a law enforcement officer. The purpose for that one-time return is for you to quickly gather essential items, things such as medication, clothing, work tools, important paperwork, things of that nature. You have a arraignment hearing set in the A2 division on September the 1st at 8:15 a.m. Thank you, sir.
I would ask to be appointed in the for the first time. We no longer, we represented him previously back in January, but now as a VOPs, we have to be reappointed to the violation probation matter.
Just so there's no confusion, I provisionally appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent Mr. Little on the violation of probation case as well.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Moving on to Sean Muniz.
Sandra Smith, Public Defender's Office. I do want to waive the reading of his charge. My understanding it's a life felony. If the court's going to announce pretrial release conditions in a life felony, I would ask to waive the reading of all those charges.
State law, he be held no one.
All right, Mr. Muniz, are you aware of what you're charged with?
Yes.
All right, would you like for me to appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you, or are you going to hire your own attorney or represent?
I believe I was I was at first appearance a few days ago, and they appointed me one.
All right, and the clerk's saying that's correct, that they were already appointed, so they'll continue to represent you in this case.
Okay.
All right, I have reviewed the arrest report. I do find probable cause for the charge. Are there any requests?
Judge, state's requesting he be held no bond on the strength of the level of the charge, which is a life felony. In honoring the request from defense counsel, I would note that for prior counts in this case, he also was held no bond.
All right, in this case, I am going to hold you no bond, but you will have a hearing in this case in the A2 division on August the 25th at 8:15 a.m. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Moving on to Adam Neese. All right, Mr. Neese, it looks like you have a KPS out for you for failure to appear at arraignment in Polk County case number 2026 MM 5204. Does Mr. Neese already have the Public Defender's Office or any other counsel? Would you like for me to appoint the Public Defender to represent you, or are you going to hire your own attorney or represent yourself?
Public defender, please.
I provisionally appoint the Public Defender to represent you in this case. I have reviewed the KPS. I do find probable cause for the charge. The KPS sets your bond status at $500, and you have an arraignment hearing in the M5 division on August the 14th at 8:30 a.m. Thank you, Mr. Neese. Next case is Aaron Scott Nestor. All right, Mr. Nestor, you're charged with domestic violence battery and resisting or obstructing an officer without violence. Would you like for me to appoint the Public Defender to represent you, or are you going to hire your own attorney or represent yourself?
Public defender.
I provisionally appoint the Public Defender to represent you. And I couldn't tell from the arrest report, do you live at your parents' house?
Yeah, I do, and I don't know if you read the report, then like you would know that I didn't do nothing. Like the cop said that it was my dad's fault. He snatched my chains off my neck. Like it's a bunch of bullshit.
Well, I did read the report very closely, and
I was trying to leave. That's it.
Sir, don't argue with me. I did review it, and I understand what you're saying, and I understand the victim saying something else. In this case, I do find probable cause for the charges, and I am going to require pretrial release with bail's condition of pretrial release. Your bail is set at $5,000 on the domestic violence charge and $1,000 on the resisting or obstructing an officer without violence charge. Once you are released, you must report immediately to Pretrial Release Services Office in person in Lakeland at 930 East Parker Street. Thereafter, you must report by phone every week, 3 times a week, on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. You may not use, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, ammunition, or knives, and you're prohibited from having any contact with the victim. You may not contact the victim directly or indirectly. You may not contact the victim in any manner whatsoever. You must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim's residence, vehicle, place of employment, and school at all times. I'm going to allow you a one-time return to the residence and one time only, because although there was some conflicts in the report, and sir, stop
No.
talking.
I'm sorry, I'm a schizophrenic. I talk to myself
All
sometimes.
right, well, you can have a seat if you can't be quiet for just 1 minute, okay? All right. Because there is some conflict in the report, the narrative makes it sound in some ways like the victim and the defendant don't live together. But it did state on both of the addresses for the defendant and the victim the same address. I am going to allow a one-time return to the residence and one time only. However, that must occur within 48 hours of your release from custody, and you must be accompanied by a law enforcement officer. The purpose for that one-time return is for you to quickly gather essential items, things such as clothing, medication, work tools, important paperwork, things of that nature. You have an arraignment hearing set in the M5 division for August the 14th at 8:30 a.m. Thank you, sir, and good luck to you. All right, moving on to Romeo Ortega. All right, Mr. Ortega, you are charged with aggravated battery. Would you like for me to appoint the public defender to represent you?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I provisionally appoint the public defender's office to represent you in this case. I have reviewed the arrest report. I do find probable cause for the charge. My understanding is you're 20, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You're working full-time?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. In this case, I'm going to require pretrial release with bail's condition of pretrial release. Your bail is set at $8,000. Once you are released, you must report immediately to Pretrial Release Services Office in person in Lake Alfred at 200 Government Center Boulevard. Thereafter, you must report by phone every week, 3 times a week on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. You may not use, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, ammunition, or knives. Additionally, you're prohibited from having any contact with the victim. You may not contact the victim directly or indirectly. You may not contact the victim in any manner whatsoever. You must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim's residence, vehicle, place of employment, and school at all times. You have an arraignment hearing set on September the 1st at 8:15 a.m. in the A2 division. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you.
Brian Randall.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Randall, it looks like you've got the writ of bodily attachment out of Highlands County on a child support case, and it has a purge amount of $2,500. If you're still in ARC, I have reviewed those documents. I do find probable cause. If you're still in our custody on August the 4th at 1:00 p.m., then we'll bring you back to first appearance, okay?
In our defender's office, I don't know if they told him this, but his local charge in Polk County was no billed or dismissed by the state attorney's office yesterday, and that's why he's coming here for the hold. I don't know if he knew that.
All right, Ms. Smith was saying that your local Polk County charge was no bill. Okay?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. That brings us to, is that everybody? And South, did I miss somebody? Who are you, okay, sir, can you tell me your name?
Giovanni?
Mixon?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, sorry, they didn't have a location for you, so let me get to you real quick.
Okay.
All right, so Mr. Mixon, you're charged with resisting an officer without violence. Would you like for me to appoint the public defender to represent you?
Yes, ma'am.
I provisionally appoint the public defender to represent you in this case. I have reviewed the arrest report. You do find probable cause for the charge. In this case, I'm going to require a straight bond in the amount of $1,000. and you have an arraignment hearing set for August 14th at 8:30 a.m. in the M5 division. Thank you, sir.
All right.
All right, let's jump to the females at Central, and the first case is Rania Boone.
Get my name wrong.
I couldn't hear you.
Renee.
All right, Miss Renee Boone, you're charged with domestic violence battery. Would you like for me to appoint the public defender to represent you?
Yes, ma'am.
I provisionally appoint the public defender to represent you in this case. I have reviewed the arrest report. I do find probable cause for the charge. In this case, I'm going to require pretrial release with bail as condition of pretrial release. Your bail is set at $6,000. Once you are released, you must report immediately to pretrial release services office in person in Lakeland at 930 East Parker Street. Thereafter, you must report by phone every week, 3 times a week on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. You may not use, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, ammunition, or knives, and you're prohibited from having any contact with the victim. You may not contact the victim directly or indirectly. You may not contact the victim in any manner whatsoever. You must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim's residence, vehicle, place of employment, and school at all times. I'm going to give you a one-time return to the residence, and one time only. However, that must occur within 48 hours of your release from custody, and you must be accompanied by a law enforcement officer. And I think everybody's heard me say what the reasons are for the one-time return. You've got an arraignment hearing set in this case in the M5 division on August the 14th at 8:30 a.m. Thank you and good luck. All right, moving on to Christian Evans.
I'll ask to be heard on this one, Judge.
Okay. All right, ma'am, you're charged with possession of a structure or vehicle to traffic, sell, or manufacture controlled substances, as well as possession or use of drug paraphernalia and possession of methamphetamine. Additionally, pretrial services notes that Ms. Evans has an open case that she's out on bond on case number 2026 CF 5220. But as to these new charges, ma'am, would you like for me to appoint the public defender's office to represent you, or are you going to hire your own attorney or represent yourself?
I'm gonna hire my own attorney.
All right. If you change your mind, you can certainly ask the assigned judge to consider appointing the public defender's office if you qualify, okay?
Okay.
All right. Yes, sir.
Presuming a finding of probable cause on the new charges, the state will be requesting a Parker hold in CF 26-5220.
All right. We'll get there in just a second.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, ma'am, I have reviewed the arrest report. I do find probable cause for all of the charges. In this case, I'm going to require pretrial release with bail as condition of pretrial release. Your bail is set at $1,000 on the drug paraphernalia charge, $5,000 on the methamphetamine charge, and $10,000 on the remaining charge. Once you are released, you must report immediately to pretrial release services office in person in Lakeland at 930 East Parker Street. Thereafter, you must report by phone every week, 2 times a week on Tuesdays and Thursdays. You also must submit to random urinalysis that you're required to pay for. And you have an arraignment hearing set in the A2 division on September the 1st at 8:15 a.m. The state has requested that I revoke your bond on your open case in case number 2026 CF 5220, and that I hold you no bond pursuant to Parker v. State, and that is what I'm going to do. So your bond is revoked in that case, and you are to be held no bond at this time. Does she have the public defender on that case or any other counsel?
Counsel, Your Honor, Lee Cohen.
Okay, you have Lee Cohen on that other case, ma'am?
Yes.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. Celine Figueroa. All right, ma'am, you're here because you have a capias from Polk County, case number 2026 CT 4517 for failure to appear at arraignment. Does Ms. Figueroa already have counsel?
No, Judge.
Ma'am, would you like for me to appoint the public defender to represent you, or are you going to hire your own attorney or represent yourself?
Public defender.
All right. I provisionally appoint the public defender to represent you in this case. I have reviewed the capias. I do find probable cause for the charge. The capias sets your bond status at $500, so that's your bond status. And you have an arraignment hearing in the M5 division on August the 14th at 8:30 a.m. One moment. ma'am, very much.
Wait, I'm talking?
All right. The next case is Michaela Gittner. All right, ma'am, you have a warrant out of Hillsborough County for failure to appear on a battery on a hospital personnel charge. And because it's a Hillsborough County case, it cannot appoint a public defender to represent you. But I have reviewed the arrest report. I do find probable cause for the charge, and Hillsborough County has your bond status set at no bond. If they have not picked you up and you're still in our custody on August the 4th, we'll bring you back here to first appearance. Thank you, ma'am. Julie Giraldi. All right, ma'am, you're charged with battery on a law enforcement officer. Would you like for me to appoint the public defender to represent you?
Yes.
I provisionally appoint the public defender to represent you in this case. I have reviewed the arrest report. I do find probable cause for the charges. In this case, I'm going to require pretrial release with bail's condition of pretrial release. Your bail is set at $5,000. Once you are released, you must report immediately to pretrial release services office in person. Hold on, they're getting me the location.
She doesn't have an address listed, I apologize.
Which city do you live in, ma'am?
Davenport?
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, we're trying to get you the closest one. Once you are released, you must report immediately to pretrial release services office in person in Lake Alfred at 200 Government Center Boulevard. Thereafter, you must report by phone every week, 3 times a week on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. You may not use, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, ammunition, or knives. And you're prohibited from having any intentional contact with the law enforcement officer victims in this case. Bless you. All right, you have an arraignment hearing set in this case for the A2 Division on September the 1st at 8:15 a.m. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
The next case is Jacinth, I'm going to spell the first name, Jacelina, and the last name is Gomes. All right, you are charged with aggravated battery with a deadly weapon. Would you like for me to appoint the public defender to represent you?
I have a lawyer already.
Who's your lawyer?
Miss Knight?
Let's see if Ms. Knight's been appointed to this case.
1 second, Judge.
And just while they're looking
Okay.
that up, Pretrial Services also notes that you have an open case in case number 2026 CF 1431.
And
I can speak to that one, Judge.
on an old case, I would point out that she was in diversion, and her bonds, I believe, were discharged.
That's correct.
So she's not in a pretrial, so there's no Parker issues with her.
Okay.
She doesn't have an attorney in this case, I'm sorry.
And I would note, Judge, the charge, the new law charge before the court, it does qualify under 907041 because of the particular circumstances alleged in the affidavit. The state is not filing a motion. It is a discretionary charge.
All right. So are you asking me to do something?
No, ma'am.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, so in this case, ma'am, the public defender has not been appointed to the new case.
Okay.
So would you like for me to appoint them?
Sure. Yes.
I provisionally appoint the public defender to represent you on this new case. I have reviewed the arrest report. I do find probable cause for the charge. In this case, I'm going to require pretrial release with bail's condition of pretrial release. Your bail is set at $15,000. Once you are released, you must report immediately to Pretrial Release Services Office in person in Lake Alfred at 200 Government Center Boulevard. Thereafter, you must report by phone every week, 3 times a week on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. You may not use, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, ammunition, or knives, and you're prohibited from having any contact with the victim in this case. You may not contact the victim directly or indirectly. You may not contact the victim in any manner whatsoever. You must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim's residence, vehicle, place of employment, and school at all times. You have an arraignment hearing set in the A2 Division for September the 1st at 8:15 a.m. Thank you. Next case is Shanika Jones. Ma'am, you're charged with violation of probation, 3 counts of that from your charges from Polk County case number 2025 CF 010853. Would you like for me to appoint the public defender to represent you?
Judge?
Yes.
We do represent on this one.
Okay, I've got 2 people talking, so I'm assuming you're going to tell me that PD is appointed already? All right, that public defender was already appointed, and they'll continue to represent you. I have reviewed the violation of probation warrant and the affidavit of violation of probation on all of these 3 charges. I do find probable cause for the charges, and because they're VOPs, your bond status is no bond. You'll have an arraignment hearing in the F7 division on August the 17th at 8:30 a.m. Thank you, Ms. Jones. All right, the next case is Coralie Mercado Rivera. Ma'am, you're charged with domestic violence battery. Would you like for me to appoint the public defender to represent you?
Yes, ma'am.
I provisionally appoint the public defender to represent you in this case. I have reviewed the arrest report. I do find probable cause for the charge. In this case, I'm going to require a pretrial release with bail as condition of pretrial release. Your bail is set at $5,000. Once you are released, you must report immediately to pretrial release services office in person in Lake Alfred at 200 Government Center Boulevard. Thereafter, you must report by phone every week, 3 times a week on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. You may not use, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, ammunition, or knives, and you're prohibited from having any contact with the victim. You may not contact the victim directly or indirectly. You may not contact the victim in any manner whatsoever. You must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim's residence, vehicle, place of employment, and school at all times. I'm going to give you a one-time return to the residence, one time only. But that must occur within 48 hours of your release from custody, and you must be accompanied by a law enforcement officer. And that is for you to quickly gather those essential items that I've been telling everyone else that they need to, today, that they need to quickly gather. You have an arraignment hearing set in this case on August the 14th at 8:30 a.m. in the M5 division. Thank you, ma'am. Shauna Morrison. Ms. Morrison, you are charged with causing child to become delinquent or dependent and tampering in a felony 3rd-degree proceeding, a 2nd-degree felony. Would you like for me to appoint the public defender to represent you?
Yes, ma'am.
I provisionally appoint the public defender's office to represent you in this case. I have reviewed the arrest report. I do find probable cause for the charge. In this case, I'm going to require pretrial release with bail as condition of pretrial release. And given that the victim is a minor, I'm going to be asking counsel for the defense in the state what their recommendations are regarding no contact.
Your Honor, as Sandra Smith, by the Defender's Office, my understanding is that they have the same address. I would defer to the court whether or not you want to have no violent contact or not. I haven't received any victim comment sheet or anything. Actually, this is not, even though it is kind of a DV case, it's not, he's not charged with a domestic charge, so pretrial release probably didn't call the victim to find out whether she wants contact or not.
And it's a juvenile.
And it's, yeah, correct. I have to defer to the court on this.
I'd ask for no contact with the victim, no contact with children at this point, based on my brief reading of the affidavit, Judge.
All right. In this case, I'm going to require pretrial release and bails. I do find probable cause for all the charges. I'm going to require pretrial release with bail as condition of pretrial release. Your bail is set at $5,000 on the causing child to become delinquent or dependent and $20,000 on the remaining charge. Once you are released, you must report immediately to pretrial release services office in person in Lakeland at 930 East Parker Street. Thereafter, you must report by phone every week, 3 times a week on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. You're prohibited from having any contact with the victim. You may not contact the victim directly or indirectly. You may not contact the victim in any manner whatsoever. You must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim's residence, vehicle, place of employment, and school at all times. I'm also going to prohibit you having any contact with any minors. I am going to give you a one-time return to the residence and one time only. However, that must occur within 48 hours of your release from custody, and you must be accompanied by a law enforcement officer. The purpose for that one-time return is for you to quickly gather essential items, things such as medication, clothing, work tools, important paperwork, things of that nature. You have an arraignment hearing set in this case for September the 1st at 8:15 a.m. in the A2 Division. Moving
Your
on to-
Honor, my daughter, they took my daughter, DCF took my daughter to another location. She no longer lives at that address.
All right, ma'am, thank you. Please step to your left. The next case is Tatiana Norman.
Sandra Smith, Public Defender's Office. I do want to waive the reading of her charge. It is a first-degree felony. I did read the arrest warrant. I see that it does say no bond. However, my understanding is that she wants to be able to go to her son's funeral on July 31st. So she was, my understanding is requesting that a bond be set.
Oh, that's be heard.
And I want to waive the reading of the charge and also any special conditions of pretrial release.
All right, ma'am, are you aware of what you're charged with?
Yes.
I have reviewed the arrest warrant and the arrest report. I do find probable cause for the charge. Yes, sir.
Judge, the state requests the court honor the no bond hold as part of the warrant. If it is not the inclination of the court to do so, the state will request that the accused be held for 24 hours for the state to file a motion for pretrial detention, as the charge is a qualifying dangerous offense under 907-041. Thank you.
The facts of the case are especially serious. I am going to hold you no bond at this time.
Okay.
All right, you have an arraignment hearing set in the A2 Division for September the 1st at 8:15 a.m. I did appoint counsel to represent you in this case for any other matters. Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Moving on to Jessica Schuler. Ms. Schuler, you have a capias for failing to appear at pretrial conference in Polk County case number 2026 MM 4165. Does Ms. Schuler have counsel already appointed?
No, Judge.
All right. Would you like for me to appoint the public defender to represent you, or are you going to hire your own attorney or represent yourself?
I'd like you to do it.
The public defender?
Yes, ma'am.
I provisionally appoint the public defender to represent you in this case. I have reviewed the capias. I do find probable cause for the charge. The capias sets your bond status at $10,000, so that's the situation. You have a pretrial conference hearing set in this case in the M7 Division for August the 25th at 12:45 p.m. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Courtney Taylor. Ms. Taylor, you're charged with use or possession of drug paraphernalia and possession of methamphetamine. Would you like for me to appoint the public defender to represent you?
Yes, ma'am.
I provisionally appoint the public defender to represent you in this case. I have reviewed the arrest report. I do find probable cause for the charges. In this case, I'm going to require pretrial release, bail's condition of pretrial release. Your bail is set at $5,000 on the methamphetamine charge and $1,000 on the remaining charge. Once you are released, you must report immediately to Pretrial Release Services Office in person in Lake Alfred at 200 Government Center Boulevard. Thereafter, you must report by phone every week, 2 times a week on Tuesdays and Thursdays. You also must submit to random urinalysis that you're required to pay for. You have an arraignment hearing set in the A2 Division on September the 1st at 8:15 a.m. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, that looks to be all the females, so we're going to switch over to the males at Central, and the first one is Derek Baker. All right, Mr. Baker, you have a warrant out of Charlotte County for violation of probation. And because it's an out-of-county warrant, I cannot appoint a public defender to represent you. But I have reviewed the arrest report and the warrant confirmation teletype. I do find probable cause for the charge. Because it's a VOP, the Charlotte County set your bond status at no bond. If they've not picked you up and you're still in our custody on August 4th, then we'll bring you back here to first appearance in Polk, okay?
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Johnny Black? All right, and I'm going to I have a question for the state and the clerk and the defense. The docket says that Mr. Black is charged with 2 counts of battery on a law enforcement officer, resisting officer without violence, and resisting officer with violence. However, the arrest report, the front sheet of it, has 3 counts of battery on a law enforcement officer and all those other charges I talked about. At least when I read who the victims are and I read the narrative, it seems like there's 2 charges, but you all tell me.
You want me to talk? Oh,
Not
I'm
yet,
sorry.
sir. Hold on one second. We're trying to sort out what your charges are.
Unless something changed, he's actually booked in on 3 counts of battery on law enforcement, resisting without, and resisting with. According to the booking sheet that I have that was printed out, done this morning at 2:47. So unless anything changed from there, he's got the 3 counts of battery on law enforcement. I didn't want to have to leave here today with still being held no bond on the extra count that he's charged with.
All right. So I guess I would ask, what am I missing in the arrest report regarding where that 3rd count comes from?
Let me have just a moment, Judge.
Yep. And I may have overlooked something. While the state's looking at that, Mr. Black, would you like for me to appoint the public defender to represent you in this case? Or are you going to hire your own attorney or represent yourself?
I ain't never done this before, baby. All I know, my wife died in the nursing home, and I was trying to get to her.
Right, but my question is, do you want me to appoint the public defender to
I
represent
guess,
you?
baby. I guess I don't know.
Sir, I know you didn't just call me baby.
I'm sorry.
You can go have a seat.
Okay. Over here.
All right, moving on. All right, so we'll recall that. So let's go down to Ian Braxton. All right, Mr. Braxton, let me ask first the state and defense. Did you all see the witness statement in this case?
I did, was it in the affidavit?
No, to pretrial services?
Oh, no, ma'am, I did
I
not.
don't remember reading that one, but.
All right, Mr. Braxton, you are, so the other thing is, at least when I look at the docket, it only has 1 count of domestic violence battery, but when I read the 2 affidavits, there are 2 affidavits for domestic violence battery from 2 separate incidences. In 2 different dates. You have to get to the bottom of the second one, because it looks like a delayed reporting from the previous day.
I understand he's only booked in on 1 charge for 1 DV battery. And you said you have 2 different affidavits?
When the first part sounds the same, but then when you make your way all the way through the end, it talks about a second incident on another date with a past, with a delayed report of like a day or so. So what I don't want to do is have that floating out there and have him have to come back. But y'all tell me if you want me to bring him back on the second one.
Our system's loading, so we can't see.
I know, it is.
Everywhere I'm looking at, the sheriff's website shows only 1 count of DV battery. And the booking sheet that I have that was printed out at 9:38 yesterday shows 1 count.
I got it up here if y'all would like to see
So
it.
did they add?
It's a separate affidavit.
If he's not booked in on it, he'd have to come back tomorrow on it.
All right, so when I go to the first one, it goes through everything, the first one that we all know about.
Right.
And you get to the second one,
Oh.
and then you go towards the end.
I see what the court is referring to.
It starts talking about this one, the separate situation from the previous day.
Has that been built yet or anything, or?
Well, it wouldn't be built until tomorrow. Like, the clerks will build it today, our office will build it tomorrow.
Unless the clerks have the other one, I think he'd have to come back tomorrow on that one.
All right, well,
I wasn't aware of it until you just mentioned
All right, we'll deal with the first one. So, and this happens sometimes, sir, and I'm sorry, because there are two cases, and it looks like you only got booked in on the first one. So you are going to have to come back tomorrow on the second one to get everything, to make sure they're both dealt with. So we'll deal with the first one today. And by the first one, I mean the first affidavit that everybody has from the date that the officers were there. Okay. So you are charged with domestic violence battery, and you'll be brought back over tomorrow to deal with the second count of domestic violence battery. Would you like for me to appoint the public defender to represent you?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I provisionally appoint the public defender to represent you in this case. I have reviewed the arrest report. I do find probable cause for the charge. In this case, I'm going to require a pretrial release with bail as a condition of pretrial release. Your bail is set at $5,000. Once you are released, you must report immediately to Pretrial Release Services Office in person in Lake Alfred at 200 Government Center Boulevard. Thereafter, you must report by phone every week, 3 times a week on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. You may not use, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, ammunitions, or knives. Additionally, you may not use, possess, or consume any alcohol or enter any bars or lounges, and you must submit to random breath tests that you're required to pay for. You're prohibited from having any contact with the victim. You may not contact the victim directly or indirectly. And let me be very clear because of what I see in the court file. You cannot have your mom talk to the victim and tell them they need to say the right things so you get a low bond. That could result in another criminal charge. And it will absolutely result in you getting your pretrial release violated. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
You cannot contact the victim directly or indirectly. You cannot contact the victim in any manner whatsoever. You must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim's residence, vehicle, place of employment, and school at all times. I'm going to allow you one-time return to the residence and one time only. However, it must occur within 48 hours of your release from custody, and you must be accompanied by a law enforcement officer. The purpose for that one-time return is for you to quickly gather essential items, things such as work tools, clothing, medication, important paperwork, things of that nature. One moment. Yep, did it. You have an arraignment hearing set in the M5 Division on August the 14th at 8:30 a.m., and you'll be brought back over on that second charge, okay?
Yes, ma'am. I do have a question. Is there any way that I could go somewhere closer than Lake Alfred?
Where do you live at?
I live in Winter Haven.
You want to go to Bartow? Pretrial says they don't mind if you go to Bartow.
I can go to Bartow.
All right, once you are released, you must report immediately to Pretrial Release Services Office in Bartow at 1745 South Highway 17. Thereafter, you must report by phone, as I already told you, okay? All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next case is Kyle Davis, and I'm going to have a question for the state on this one. All right, Mr. Davis, you are charged with possession of a structure or vehicle to knowingly traffic drugs. The next charge is listed as sale of cocaine within 1,000 feet of a church. That's the one I'm going to have a question about, as well as possession of psilocybin and possession of codeine, trafficking in fentanyl, at least 4 grams but less than 14 grams, possession of alprazolam with intent to sell or deliver, and possession or use of drug paraphernalia. Would you like for me to appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you, or are you going to hire your own attorney or represent yourself?
Yes, public defender, ma'am.
I provisionally appoint the Public Defender to represent you in this case. The question I have is the front of the arrest report states that it's sale of cocaine within 1,000 feet of a church, but then when you get to the narrative, and at least the facts seem to support that it is possession of cocaine with intent to sell or deliver within 1,000 feet of a church.
My recollection of the affidavit as a whole was that 2 different witnesses stated he had actually sold them drugs, including at the residence that was 976 feet from the Beacon Hill Fellowship Church. I believe that's where that comes from. And because I have the floor, I don't want to step on defense counsel's toes, but it is my intention to file a motion for pretrial detention on the trafficking and fentanyl charge. And so,
But let's circle back to the one, because
Yes,
the
yes, ma'am.
narrative part, and I read that. I read
Yes,
about
ma'am.
the two individuals, and they said when they purchased, I didn't see that they said they purchased cocaine.
I mean, they said they bought drugs, or that he sold drugs, I think, generally.
And then when I read the narrative, when I go further into the narrative, the officer starts talking about what he's charging the defendant with, he lists the charge as the possession with intent to sell within 1,000 feet of the church.
Yes, sir. Yeah, excuse me. Yes, ma'am. There is, I would concede there's an inconsistency there. Typically, I would request 24 hours to have the officer clarify that within a minute affidavit. But again, I think that will not be necessary because I intend to file a motion for pretrial detention. And so if I'm asking him to be held, no bond on one count, and there are numerous counts, and a finding of probable cause of first appearance will not affect ultimately what our office charges, it seems a little much to bring him back for first appearance under those same conditions. But yes, I acknowledge what the court is pointing out, and I don't have any additional information from the affidavit to present.
And Ms. Smith?
I have probable cause challenges on the possession of, I always call it the mushroom, but
Yeah.
psilocybin.
Yeah.
I don't see
Psilocybin.
that, how do you say it?
Psilocybin.
Psilocybin. I don't see that they tested it to make sure that it really was that. It just says he's in possession of 3 grams of the mushrooms. It just is a conclusory statement that that's what kind of mushrooms they are. I don't know, because they didn't test them. Also, I have probable cause challenge in the possession of alprazolam with intent to sell. Again, they didn't identify the pills, the alprazolam, by utilizing www.drugs.com to see that really is alprazolam as compared to some other drug.
All right, hang on one
And
second.
those are my 2 challenges on those.
Hang on just a second. What says the state?
Judge, I would acknowledge that the officer indicates he saw psilocybin. I am not an expert in drug recognition, but I can present that I believe that is typically encountered in the form of a mushroom. As best as my knowledge is available, the psilocybin mushrooms are not distinctive in and of themselves sufficiently to be identified by their appearance. I would note that these mushrooms, or the psilocybin, was found in connection with numerous other drugs in a place alleged to be used to sell and traffic drugs, along with drug selling related paraphernalia and allegations of actual drug sales. But with regard to identification of the psilocybin itself, like with the alprazolam, I would acknowledge that that is not explicit. Again, because it is my intention to file a motion for pretrial detention, that is not my intention to request 24 hours to perfect. I believe that that information is available to present, but if I'm going to do a motion to hold a no bond on a trafficking charge, it seems a little much.
So that would mean that at least on the possession of alprazolam with intent to sell or deliver, the possession of psilocybin, and on, so those would be no probable cause with ROR, and you don't want 24 hours. And it's fine with me either way. Y'all just tell me. And then that brings us also to, I would find probable cause regarding the possession of cocaine with intent to sell or deliver within 1,000 feet of a church, but not the sale of cocaine within 1,000 feet of a church, based upon the way that the arrest report is written. Is the state wanting 24 hours on any of these 3 items, or are you wanting me to proceed today?
Sorry, Judge, I'm reflecting. Under these circumstances, Judge, I think it's probably best for me to request 24 hours and have law enforcement clarify.
All right. As to those three charges, sir, I'm going to give the state 24 hours to see if they can establish probable cause. You'll be brought back tomorrow on those three charges. We'll be proceeding forward on the other charges, which are the possession of structure or vehicle to knowingly traffic drugs, the possession of codeine, the trafficking in fentanyl with the amounts that we discussed, possession of alprazolam, well, not that one, and then use or possession of drug paraphernalia. As to those charges, I do find probable cause at this time, after reviewing the arrest report. As to those charges, I am going to require pretrial release with GPS electronic monitoring and bail as condition of pretrial release. And I see the the Assistant State Attorney is standing up. I assume that he's going to hand me a motion.
Yes, ma'am. Regarding the charge of trafficking in fentanyl, state files a motion for pretrial detention. I am providing a hard copy to appointed counsel. May I approach?
Yes, you can.
Respectfully request the court review this motion for facial sufficiency, and if so found, hold the accused no bond on that count until a hearing on this motion to be set next week on Monday on the A2 docket at 1 p.m. Thank you.
All right. So the state has handed me their motion for pretrial detention as it relates to the trafficking in fentanyl, 4 grams or more charge only. I'm going to review their motion for legal sufficiency. Reviewed the state's motion for pretrial detention. I do find it to be legally sufficient. As to the possession of structure and vehicle knowingly traffic drugs, as to possession of codeine, and as to the use or possession of drug paraphernalia, I'm going to require a pretrial release with GPS electronic monitoring and bails as condition of pretrial release. You may not be released until the GPS electronic monitor is affixed to your person. Once you are released, you must report to pretrial release services office in person in Lakeland at 930 East Parker Street. Thereafter, you must report by phone every day, 7 days a week. As to the possession of a structure or vehicle to knowingly traffic drugs, your bond is set at $10,000. As to the possession of codeine, your bond is set at $5,000. As to the use or possession of drug paraphernalia, your bond is set at $1,000. Additionally, you must submit to random urinalysis that you're required to pay for. You're to be held no bond on the trafficking in fentanyl, 4 grams or more charge. And you'll be brought back tomorrow on the remaining charges. And you will have a hearing, next, is it the 30th?
The 30th.
Okay, you'll have a hearing on July the 30th.
It'll be on the 3rd, Judge.
Okay.
It'll be next Monday.
All right, so the clerk's got July the 30th, so you're wanting August the 3rd?
By administrative order, yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
at 1:00 p.m. in the A2 division.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you'll have a hearing on that date to determine whether or not you should remain no bond on the trafficking charge. All right, and you will have an arraignment on September the 1st at 8:15 a.m. in the A2 division. Thank you, sir.
Please.
All right, moving on to Tyrell Dixon. I have a question. Is Tyrell Dixon present?
Come on.
All right, Mr. Dixon, you are charged with loitering or prowling, and I'm gonna ask the state about it. At the front of the affidavit says M1, but I believe it's really an M2. I'm gonna ask them about that. You're also charged with possession of burglary tools with intent to use, resisting officer without violence, false ID given to law enforcement officer, and then 3 counts of violation of probation from 2025 CF 1979. Would you like for me to appoint the public defender to represent you?
I like a lawyer.
You like
Yeah.
to what?
Well, yeah.
I can't hear
Yes.
you.
Yes.
Yes to the public defender?
Yes.
All right, I provisionally appoint the public defender to represent you.
In North Henderson Public Defender's Office, obviously, we cannot represent him on the violation of probation cases. Those are out of Leon County. I would just ask that they be marked as Leon County charges, but we can certainly represent him on the new charges.
Okay, for some reason, I thought he was being supervised by Polk.
I mean, he may be supervised by Bartow, but the charges are out of Leon County.
All right, so as to the VOP counts, I cannot appoint the Polk public defender to represent you. When you get up to Leon County on those violation of probation counts, you can certainly ask the assigned judge there to consider appointing the public defender if that's your desire, okay? But I do appoint the public defender on the other charges. The VOP charges, your bond status is no bond. What says the state about the M1, M2 on the loitering or prowling?
I'm looking at 856.021, Judge. Subsection 3 states that is a misdemeanor of the second degree.
All right. So I think, so as to the loitering or prowling, I do find probable cause for a second degree misdemeanor, not a first degree misdemeanor. After reviewing the arrest report, I do find probable cause for all of the remaining charges. In this case, I'm going to require pretrial, on the new law charges, I'm going to require pretrial release with bail's condition of pretrial release. Your bail is set at $500 on the loitering and prowling charge, $10,000 on the possession of burglary tools with intent to use, $2,000 on the resisting or obstructing an officer without violence charge, and $2,000 on the false ID charge. Once you're released, you must report immediately to Pretrial Release Services Office in person in Lake Alfred at 200 Government Center Boulevard. Thereafter, you must report by phone every week, 3 times a week on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. You must stay at least 500 feet away from the event location from this case. You're going to have a arraignment hearing in the A2 Division on September the 1st at 8:15 a.m. All right, thank you, sir. Moving on to Rodney Fisher. All right, Mr. Fisher, you have a warrant out of Hillsborough County for failure to appear on a driving while license suspended or revoked as a habitual offender charge. You additionally have a capias from Polk County case number 2025 CF 6560 for failure to appear at pretrial conference. And pretrial services also notes that open Polk County case. And then it looks like you have picked up a new resisting or obstructing an officer without violence charge. And the state filed a direct information on the charges of robbery by sudden snatching, criminal mischief over $200 but under $1,000, and on domestic battery. As to all of the Polk County charges, would you like for me to appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you?
Yes.
I provisionally appoint the Public Defender to represent you in this case. I have reviewed the arrest reports, the capiases, the information, and the complaint affidavit, and the warrant confirmation teletype. I do find probable cause for all of the charges. Hillsborough County has your bond set at no bond status. And then on the Polk County case, the other capias 2025 CF 6560, your bond status per the capias is no bond, and we need to set a 5-day hearing. So you'll have a 5-day hearing on August the 3rd at 8:00 a.m.
And that's for the KPS.
That's for the Polk County capias, yes, sir. And then as to the remaining charges, I'm going to require pretrial release with bail's condition of pretrial release. Your bail is set at $12,000 on the new criminal mischief over $200 but under $1,000 charge. Your bail is set at $5,000 on the domestic battery charge. Your bail is set at $2,000 on the resisting officer without violence charge. And your bail is set at $10,000 on the robbery by sudden snatching charge. Once you're released, you must report immediately to pretrial release services office in person in Lakeland at 930 East Parker Street. Thereafter, you must report by phone every week, 3 times a week on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. You may not use, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, ammunition, or knives, and you're prohibited from having any contact with the victim in this case. You may not contact the victim directly or indirectly. You may not contact the victim in any manner whatsoever. You must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim's residence, vehicle, place of employment, and school at all times. You're going to have an arraignment and you're going to have a pretrial in the F3 division on August 20th at 8:30 a.m. and you're going to have an arraignment in the A2 division on August 18th at 8:15, as well as an arraignment in the M5 division on August the 14th at 8:30 a.m. and an arraignment in the A2 division on August the 18th at 8:15. You'll get paperwork with all of that on there.
Sanderson, Public Defender's Office. On the criminal mischief, there's a case that's showing a $1,000 bond. Is that what you gave on the criminal mischief? This is a case from May 27th.
Are you talking about 2025 CF 6560?
No, the 5313 has a $1,000 bond on the KPS.
That's what the state attorney's office set.
Right. Did you, what was the bond?
10,000.
10,000.
10, oh. Goodness. I think,
No, it's over, it's
it's under $1,000, so it's the first two.
Oh, I'm sorry. You said
You know what?
criminal mischief.
You know
Criminal
what,
mischief was
so
12,000.
on the misdemeanor one, I'm sorry, I wrote my M1 and I put my 2 next to it, so it's actually $2,000. Thank you for that correction.
Okay, 2,000?
All right, yeah.
Okay.
All right. Anything else we need to address while we're here?
No.
If I may, on the CF 256560, bond was posted in that case, and then it was discharged. It was posted again, and it was discharged when the KPS was issued, so that is not a Parker eligible case. The CF 265313, that began as a warrant, but then an information was filed, and the warrant was superseded by a KPS, and it was a direct information. The KPS was served, looks like on July 27th of 2026, and with an offense date back on May 27th of 2026. My reading of the new charges and the old pending charges are such that Parker does not apply to any of them.
All right.
I would agree on that. Also, there's another reason it doesn't apply.
So why do I not have a bond for the 25?
Are you talking about, because that's what the judge set it for, not me. That's what the judge that you failed to appear for set it at, and that's what Hillsborough County said on your FTA as well. All right, thank you, sir. Please step to your left. Moving on to Kieran Green. All right, Mr. Green, you're charged with DUI and refusal to submit to DUI test. Would you like for me to appoint the public defender to represent you?
Yes, ma'am.
I provisionally appoint the public defender to represent you. I have reviewed the citations and the arrest report. You do find probable cause for the charges. What's your work schedule? Do you have is it consistent every day?
Yeah, I work Tuesday to Saturday, like I'm supposed to be on the road right now.
All right, what hours do you work?
Well, I'm back over the road now, so I go to Chicago and back.
All right. Okay, well, that's probably going to be a problem because I am going to require a curfew in this case. All right. So there's not typical hours you work, like you start your day at X time and you stop your day at X time?
No, yeah, it's team driving. Like I drive at nighttime.
All right. In this case, I have reviewed the citations in the arrest report. You do find probable cause for all the charges. In this case, I'm going to require a pretrial release with bail's condition of pretrial release. Your bail is set at $5,000 on the DUI, and your bail is set at $500 on the refusal to submit charge. Once you're released, you must report immediately to pretrial release services office in person in Lakeland at 930 East Parker Street. Thereafter, you must report by phone every week, 3 times a week on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. You may not use, possess, or consume any alcohol or enter any bars or lounges, and you must submit to random breath tests that you're required to pay for. I am going to require curfew in this case from 7 p.m. until 5 o'clock a.m. Your attorney can certainly get with you and consider if you all feel like you have a basis to have that modified down the road, okay? You have an arraignment hearing set in the M5 division for August the 14th at 8:30 a.m. Thank you, Mr. Green. Next case is Aaron Johnson. Mr. Johnson, you are charged with interfering with first responder. Would you like me to appoint the public defender to represent you?
Yes, ma'am, please.
I provisionally appoint the public defender to represent you in this case. I have reviewed the arrest report. You do find probable cause for the charge. In this case, I'm going to require a straight bond in the amount of $500, and you have an arraignment in the M5 division on August the 14th at 8:30 a.m.
All right, thank you so much, ma'am.
Thanks. James Jones. All right, Mr. Jones, you are charged with tampering with physical evidence. It looks like the state filed a direct information with that charge on it. And the state also notes that you have an open case in case number, actually, no, I think it's a different case number. Yes, ma'am.
This is not a Parker situation. He came to court on July 22nd on the case we're here for today, as well as the 7268 case at the same time.
Okay.
This state has apparently added another charge. We were appointed to all his charges, so we would be appointed to this case number. But it's not a Parker situation.
All right. Mr. Jones, since the public defender has already been appointed to represent you, they are going to continue to represent you. I have reviewed the capias and the information, as well as the other documents filed in the court file. I do find probable cause for the charge. In this case, I'm going to require a straight bond in the amount of $5,000, and you have a hearing on August the 25th at 8:15 a.m. in the A2 division. Thank you, sir. Moving on to Dennis McDaniels. All right, Mr. McDaniels, you are charged with selling alcoholic drinks without a license and unlawfully maintaining a business to sell alcohol. Would you like for me to appoint the public defender to represent you?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I provisionally appoint the public defender to represent you. I have reviewed the arrest report. I do find probable cause for the charges. In this case, I'm going to require a straight bond on the felony charge of unlawfully maintaining a business to sell alcohol in the amount of $5,000, and on the remaining charge in the amount of $500. A condition of the bond is that you may not sell alcoholic beverages without a valid permit. You have an arraignment hearing set for September the 1st at 8:15 a.m. in the A2 division, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
That's not a BTA condition. You're just saying.
No, just a condition of bond. All right, thank you. Moving on to Thomas Monroe. And I'm going to have a question on this one. All right, Mr. Monroe, when I look at your arrest report, you're charged with possession or use of drug paraphernalia, and the arrest report has a second charge, possession of cocaine. But when I look at the docket, I did not see that possession of cocaine charge.
The docket is incorrect.
Just a typo.
He was booked in as of 3:06 this morning on the paraphernalia and the cocaine, so
Okay.
he's actually in custody on both charges.
All right. Sir, would you like for me to appoint the public defender to represent you? Are you going to hire your own attorney or represent yourself?
Public defender.
I provisionally appoint the public defender to represent you. I have reviewed the arrest report. I do find probable cause for the charges. In this case, I'm going to require pretrial release with bail's condition of pretrial release. Your bail is set at $5,000 on the cocaine charge and $1,000 on the remaining charge. Once you are released, you must report immediately to pretrial release services office in person in Lakeland at 930 East Parker Street. Thereafter, you must report by phone every week, 2 times a week on Tuesdays and Thursdays. And you must submit to random urinalysis that you're required to pay for. You have an arraignment hearing on September the 1st at 8:15 a.m. in the A2 division. Thank you, sir. Edward Pittman.
Sanderson Defender's Office. We were appointed on his case yesterday. I had a probable cause challenge on this one count. I have not received any new information from the state regarding this one count. So I would ask that he be released on his own recognizance on this one count.
I did not see any new paperwork either, and I assume that that's the situation.
I'm aware of no new paperwork, Judge.
All right, so Mr. Pittman, as to the charge of unlawful possession of personal ID of 5 or more, you're going to be released on your own recognizance on that charge, okay?
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Pittman. Moving on to Ossie Sembrano.
Sandra Smith, Public Defender's Office, I want to waive the reading of the violation probation charge.
All right. Sir, you're charged with violation of probation from case number 2023 CF 7853. Would you like for me to appoint the public defender to represent you?
Yes, please.
I provisionally appoint the public defender to represent you. I have reviewed the VOP warrant and the affidavit of VOP. I do find probable cause for the charge. In this case, because they're VOPs, the bond status is no bond, and you'll have an arraignment on August the 24th at 8:30 a.m. in the F7 division. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next case is Aaron Shaw. Did I skip someone?
Schwabel.
Who?
Schwabel, SCHW.
He bonded.
Oh, you did?
That's what I was told.
Thank you.
Aaron Shaw. All right, Mr. Shaw, you are charged with resisting officer without violence and trespassing in a structure or conveyance. Would you like for me to appoint the public defender to represent you?
Yes, please.
I provisionally appoint the public defender to represent you. Also, Pretrial Services notes that Mr. Shaw has a number of open cases, 2025 MM 7172, 2025 MM 5658, 2025 MM 5634, and 2025 MM 5189. And I don't know the history of any of those cases.
I can speak to those.
All right, toss that out there for y'all. But as to these new charges, I have reviewed the arrest report. You do find probable cause for the charges. In this case, I'm going to require a straight bond in the amount of $2,000 on the resisting without violence charge and $500 on the trespass charge. And you will have an arraignment hearing on August 14th at 8:30 a.m. in the M5 division. Is this the M8?
Well, no, ma'am. In NN 257172, the accused was found competent to proceed on January 22nd, 2026. He bonded in that case on September 19th of 2025. My review of the procedural history is that that bond was never disturbed, and so it is in effect, and I believe it is eligible to be, that he is eligible for revocation per Parker in NN 257172. With regard to the 3 other misdemeanor cases, he was found competent to proceed in all 3 of those on the same date, January 22nd of 2026, but those each were direct information cases, so they are not Parker eligible. So the state is requesting a Parker hold on NN 257172 only. Thank you.
All right, the state is asking that on case number 2025 MM 7172 that I revoke your bond in that case and hold you no bond pursuant to Parker v. State, and that is what I am going to do. So your bond is revoked in that case and you're to be held no bond. Does the public defender represent him in that case?
I think he has Benjamin Neglia, but
Mr. Neglia, maybe from Regional Counsel 2025 MM 7172.
yes, he has Benjamin.
All right, so Mr. Neglia from Regional Counsel represents you in that case and will continue to represent you. Thank you, Mr. Shaw. Moving on to Alphonse Similin. All right, sir, you're charged, it looks like the state filed a direct information on the charge of battery on a person 65 years of age or older. Would you like for me to appoint the public defender to represent you?
Yes, ma'am.
I provisionally appoint the public defender to represent you. I have reviewed the capias, the information, and the complaint affidavit. I do find probable cause for the charge. In this case, I'm going to require pretrial release with bail's condition of pretrial release. Your bail is set at $5,000. Once you're released, you must report immediately to pretrial release services office in person in Lake Alfred at 200 Government Center Boulevard. Thereafter, you must report by phone every week, 3 times a week, on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. You may not use, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, ammunition, or knives. and you're prohibited from having any contact with the victim in this case. You may not contact the victim directly or indirectly. You may not contact the victim in any manner whatsoever. You must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim's residence, vehicle, place of employment, and school at all times. You have an arraignment hearing on August the 18th at 8:15 a.m. in the A2 division. Yes, sir.
Excuse me, what's the victim name? Because I don't know him.
You can look real quick. Hang on one second. Johnny Conaway.
I ain't never met him. You could check my phone contact. I ain't never spoke to him. I never know the people. I just mind my own business. I'm sorry. I'm done?
You're done. Thank you, sir.
Okay,
Moving
sorry.
on to It's okay. Moving on to Howard Simpson. Mr. Simpson, you're charged with felony petty theft, third or subsequent offense. Would you like for me to appoint the public defender to represent you?
Yes, ma'am.
I provisionally appoint the public defender to represent you in this case. I have reviewed the arrest report. I do find probable cause for the charge. In this case, I'm going to require pretrial release with bail as a condition of pretrial release. Your bail is set at $6,000. Once you are released, you must report immediately to Pretrial Release Services Office in person in Lakeland at 930 East Parker Street. Thereafter, you must report by phone every week, twice a week on Tuesdays and Thursdays. You're prohibited from having any contact with Walmart stores, and you must stay at least 500 feet away from the event location from this case. You have an arraignment hearing set for September the 1st at 8:15 in the A2 division. Thank you, Mr. Simpson. Moving on to Jeremy Solomon.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Solomon, you're charged with approaching a first responder with specified intent after warning. Would you like for me to appoint the public defender to represent you?
Yes, ma'am.
I provisionally appoint the public defender to represent you in this case. I have reviewed the arrest report. I do find probable cause for the charge. In this case, I'm going to require a straight bond in the amount of $250, and you have an arraignment hearing in the M5 division on August the 14th at 8:30 a.m. Thank you, sir.
Is it where I get on
No, sir.
because I've been,
No, sir.
So
Moving on to Charles Tanner. All right, Mr. Tanner, you're charged with burglary of an unoccupied conveyance, driving while license suspended or revoked, and grand theft of a motor vehicle. Would you like for me to appoint the public defender to represent you?
Yes.
I provisionally appoint the public defender to represent you in this case. I have reviewed the arrest report. I do find probable cause for the charges. In this case, I'm going to require pretrial release with bail as condition of pretrial release. Your bail is set at $5,000 on the grand theft charge, $5,000 on the burglary charge, and $250 on the remaining charge. Once you are released, you must report immediately to Pretrial Release Services Office in person in Lakeland at 930 East Parker Street. Thereafter, you must report by phone every week, 3 times a week on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. You may not use, possess, or you may not use, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, ammunition, or knives. And you're prohibited from having any contact with the victim in this case. You may not contact the victim directly or indirectly. You cannot contact the victim in any manner whatsoever. You must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim's residence, vehicle, place of employment, and school at all times. An additional condition of your pretrial release is that you may not drive without a valid driver's license. You have an arraignment hearing set for September the 1st at 8:15 a.m. in the A2 division. Thank you, Mr. Tanner. Moving on to Sean Tungate. Mr. Tungate, you're charged with 2 counts of violation of probation from Polk County case number 2024 CF 9294. Would you like for me to appoint the public defender to represent you?
Yes.
I provisionally appoint the public defender to represent you. I have reviewed the arrest report. They do find probable cause for the charges. Because they're VOPs, your bond status is no bond, but you have an arraignment hearing set in the F7 division on August the 24th at 8:30 a.m. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Andrew Vins. Mr. Vins, you're charged with possession or use of drug paraphernalia and possession of methamphetamine. Would you like for me to appoint the public defender to represent you?
yes.
I provisionally appoint the public defender to represent you in this case. I have reviewed the arrest report. I do find probable cause for the charges. In this case, I'm going to require pretrial release with bail's condition of pretrial release. Your bail is set at $5,000 on the methamphetamine charge and $1,000 on the remaining charge. Once you are released, you must report immediately to Pretrial Release Services Office in person in Lakeland at 930 East Parker Street. Thereafter, you must report by phone every week, 2 times a week on Tuesdays and Thursdays. And you must submit to random urinalysis that you're required to pay for. You have an arraignment hearing set for September the 1st at 8:15 in the A2 Division. Thank you, Mr. Venz. Moving on to Archie Washington. All right, Mr. Washington, it looks like you're here because you have a capias from case number 2026 CF 5658 from Polk County for both counts of that for an order regarding pretrial release. Let me find out, does he have a counsel already?
Yes, Ms. Nick Lanyon, yeah.
All right, so you already have counsel on this case. I have reviewed the capias and the orders regarding pretrial release, as well as the pretrial release violation affidavit. And the capias set your bond status at no bond on each case. But you do have a hearing set in this case for August the 7th at 8:30 a.m. in the F1 Division. Thank you, Mr. Washington.
Thank you.
Moving on to Jaquare West. All right. Mr. West, it looks like you have a capias for failing to appear at mandatory docketing hearing on Polk County case number 2026 MM3863. Does Mr. West already have counsel?
I don't think he does.
Not seeing any. Do you want me to appoint the public defender's office to represent you, or are you going to hire your own attorney or represent yourself?
I may get a public defender. I didn't know the date on it. I didn't know that. I thought the date was next month. It's about a shopping cart, right?
Yes, sir. All right. I provisionally appoint the public defender to represent you. I have reviewed the capias. The capias that the judge who issued the capias set your bond at $2,000. And you can talk to your attorney to see if there's any motions that they think would be good to file, okay? And you've got a pretrial hearing set for tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. in the M6 Division. Thank you.
They're for the same case?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, I know we have Mr. Black, we're going to call him last. Who else do I have there?
Ben Garcia?
Is it Mr. Garcia? Okay, Ben Garcia?
Defender's office, coming back from yesterday. As I pointed out yesterday, this is a Florida Commission of Review case, and I did receive a new report from the state attorney's office showing that the violation is for conditional release, not for violation of probation.
I saw that as well. I know it's an F4 case, right? All right, so Mr. Garcia, they did file an amended arrest report. Because it is an F4 case, they cannot appoint the public defender to represent you. So you would either have to represent yourself or hire your own attorney. And I have a question for the state. So is it charged as a violation of conditional release, just regular conditional release? Is this a no bond situation, or is it a regular M1?
I believe it is no bond because under F-Corps, he's already in state supervision, so any violation is held until they do their administrative procedure. I think typically, at least the procedure's held in Tallahassee, though I think they can do it remotely elsewhere. That's my understanding, but it's been a long time. I haven't done that actual practice for some years.
All right, I have reviewed the amended arrest report. I do find probable cause, so right now your bond status is no bond, but you will go for a hearing in the F7 Division on August the 24th at 8:29 a.m., okay? All right, thank you. All right, so that brings us back to Mr. Black.
I'm sorry, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Black,
Yes, ma'am.
I got to ask you a question. What do you
Yes,
think?
ma'am.
I try to be professional and I try to be respectful to everyone. What do you think people think and that were in that room with you when you called me baby more than once?
I don't know. I'm sorry, ma'am. I always talk like that. I'm sorry about that.
You know, if we were having coffee or we were neighbors,
Yes,
I wouldn't
ma'am.
mind. When I'm sitting here wearing a black robe, you're just not going to do it.
I know it, ma'am.
All right. I also recognize after reviewing the report, you're going through kind of a pretty emotional situation.
Yes, ma'am. My
So
wife.
I'm certainly going to take that into consideration, okay? And I understand
She
that.
died right in front of me.
Yes, sir.
They
And
picked her up in one of them hauler things. And she said, I can't breathe. And I asked them to let her down. And they hauled her there.
And now listen, I'm not taking away from your feelings, but I also want to remind you for your own protection that everything you're saying is being recorded.
Yes, ma'am.
So let's get through this process, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, when we left off, I had told you what you were charged with, and they told me you were booked in on the 3 counts of the battery on the law enforcement officer. I was questioning where the 3rd count came from, and the state was looking at it. And then we had the other 2 counts.
My reading of the affidavit, Your Honor, is that the accused is alleged to have punched one officer, then punched a different officer, then officers attempted to take him into custody. He resisted without violence, struggling, and then pushed an officer onto another. So I take the reading of that as there being 2 Leo victims, 3 violent acts alleged, one of those acts against, 2 of those acts, against the same officer, separated by at least a short span of time.
All right, let me take another look at the affidavit. All right, in this case, Mr. Black, I have reviewed the arrest report. I do find probable cause for all of the charges.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to require.
I told them I was disability, I was in, they were trying to slam me to the ground. And this is how my chest looked. And I told them, I said, I can't be slammed to the ground.
All right, let's stay on track, Mr. Black.
Okay.
We're just going to do the things that we got to do today, okay?
Okay, ma'am.
All right, I have reviewed the arrest report. I do find probable cause for all the charges. In this case, I'm going to require pretrial release with bail's condition of pretrial release. Your bail is set at $5,000 on all of the accounts with the exception of the resisting officer without violence. On that charge, it's set at $1,000. Once you are released, you must report immediately to pretrial release services office in person in Lakeland at
Yes, ma'am.
930 East Parker Street. Thereafter, you need to report by phone every week, 3 times a week on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. You may not use, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, ammunition, or knives, and you're prohibited from having any intentional contact with the law enforcement officer victims.
Right, ma'am.
Do you have
Can I
any
go
way?
back? Can I go back and pick up my wife's stuff at that place?
You can, as far as I'm concerned. I have no way of knowing if they have any trespass warnings out for you or anything, but at least as far as what I have in front of me, that's not a prohibition for pretrial release. You may want to check with your attorney that I appointed.
Yes, ma'am.
Make sure there's nothing else out there that would prohibit you from doing that.
Okay.
All right, you have an arraignment hearing set in the A2 division for September the 1st at 8:15 a.m. I'm very sorry for your loss. You take care.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Bye-bye. All right, let's go off record.
Hi, if you're there,
Yeah, I can hear you. I can't hear it now. It's
All right, we're
muted.
getting ready to get started.
Oh, okay.
okay, thank you. If, one moment, if you can mute your phone for a moment, and I will let you know when you can begin.
Okay.
Thank you, panel. I'm so sorry for the delay.
Good morning. My name is Bro Officer Williams. Today is Tuesday, July 28, 2026, and this is a case review for Donovan Austin, 451-641. And at this time, I'm going to turn this case review over to the Office of Victim Services. But first, let me just, present this morning is Chairperson Ms. Turner, Mr. Polk, and Mr. Sazowskis. And OBS, I'm going to turn this case review over to you.
Are we ready?
Yes.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can. We are ready.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you. You may unmute at this time and begin with your statement.
Okay. My name is Abigail Prosper, and I'm trying to begin. Since I was violently raped, I have been concerned for my own safety and the safety of my family and my friends. I have lived in fear for the past 7+ years, being questioned, seeing strangers talking negatively about me, and seeing strangers talk about me and various people being able to read all the pain, the suffering, and the violence I was subjected to as a result of the crime and the defendant. I can't even fully conceptualize or describe in words how this has forever changed and impacted my life. I have not been able to work regularly or function regularly because of this crime. My social life has suffered. My life has completely changed. I am not the same person I was before this occurred. I do not trust people, and I can no longer have an innocent view of the world or people. When this happened, I was 19 and I am 26 now. I was just starting college and excited for life's adventures that were supposed to come. On that day, I thought I would be celebrating a friend and having a positive day and having good things to look forward to, and that turned out to not be the reality of my life for the next 7+ years. Instead, it was a night of physical violence that I was involuntarily subjected to. Not only was I physically and emotionally harmed, I was robbed of many things after that night. I was robbed of a positive college experience, professional experiences, work experiences, and relationships because of it. Absolutely none of my relationships have been the same due to this crime. The slander from the defendant after, and all my relationships have been impacted negatively. My mental health has severely declined. I have had to be in intense therapy and deal with symptoms of PTSD developed because of the violence committed against me. Being raped, beat, and disregarded changes a person and negatively affected my physical and mental well-being. This has also negatively affected people close to me, everybody's safety. Has been an issue. My classes, I graduated school and my classes, it was very hard dealing with all the negativity spewed at me during college, even after my college experience. I have had to move. I have had to invest my own money into ensuring my own security and safety. And I have had to suffer with survivor's guilt because I did not think that I would make it past the violent rape alive. It was difficult to grasp the defendant having zero disregard for the pain that he caused in that moment, and for someone to ignore my pleas and attempt to get away. And that was very difficult. During this entire process, majority of the time, the defendant got to live his life while I was dealing with all of that, including the justice system itself. Towards the end of the process, during sentencing, I thought that I could move on. However, I was still harassed by family members being called expletives, B-words, liars, in and outside of the courthouse. There has never been any remorse, anything throughout this whole process that has felt like accountability. I believe that he is a danger to the community, and I'm glad that there is some form of consequences. However, in my opinion, due to being violently raped and the clear disregard for my life throughout this entire process and outside of it, I believe that the defendant should have gotten everything that the justice system allowed. I'm done.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your statement. And I would like to thank everyone for allowing the victim to be heard today.
Thank you for your
Thank you,
insight.
panel.
This concludes the case review. 451-641.
Can I say one more thing?
Go ahead.
Actually, okay, thank you.
I also just wanted to thank the parole board for allowing me the chance to speak.
You're most welcome.
This concludes the case review for Donovan Austin, 451-641. All right, you're all set, sir.
Who would you like next?
Do you have Alves?
Yeah, hold on one second. Alves? Yes, I do.
Yeah, you can bring him right in, please. Thank you.
All right. Yep.
Have your name, please?
Amandio Alves Jr., sir.
Alves,
Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Williams. Today is Tuesday, July 28th, 2026, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. The following board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, certified they have reviewed all statutory required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner, good morning.
Good morning, Mike Polk.
Good morning, Joy Chance.
Also present is the board psychologist. Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Amandio Alves Jr., inmate number 377702.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration for a parole application for Armando Alves, 377702. He is serving a sentence of 12 years execution suspended after 5 years with 5 years of probation for violation of seeing a protective order, violation of seeing a criminal protective order, violation of probation, and violation of protective order. As of the state records reflect the parole eligibility date of October 11th, 2026, there is victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for this offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the following programs. No programs has been completed. Utilizing a statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system scores, offenders overall score from the celebrating falls in the high range. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Did you prepare something to say, sir?
Good morning, board. I did not. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have, though.
Okay, so we'll begin with my colleague, Mr. Polk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Mr. Alves.
Good morning, sir.
So you're here for violation of protective orders and such, and you have an OAP that has voices, addiction services, and domestic violence on it. Programs that really, in reading your history, it's like those are some things that I see that really need to get taken care of. Can you talk to that a little bit?
Sure, I can. I completely agree with you, sir, that they do need to be completed and would be very beneficial to me. And I have been here on this compound since December 1st and have written multiple times. I have a copy here that I've written to Counselor Barcombe for my OAP requirements and have been told that I'm on a waiting list. Again, I've been here since December 1st, 8 months, waiting and willingly to do any of these programs that I'm required to do.
Okay. And you said that you agree that there would be good programs for you to take. Certainly, I'm concerned because your substance use score being a 5, that's something concerning. With addiction services would definitely be something that would help there. Along with domestic violence program, is just some ongoing things. So, Madam Chair, I really don't have any questions here. I'd certainly be interested in hearing Mr. Alex after he's taken programming.
Yes, I agree. Ms. Chance, any questions?
None. I agree.
Okay. So right now we would deny for inadequate program participation. At this point, we're going to turn the hearing over to the Office of Victim Services.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning again. I did speak with the victim and received word that she will not be speaking today. Thank you so much for your time.
Okay. So as I was saying, inadequate program participation and evidence of offender change. Offense committed on probation. We could leave it at those 3.
Yeah.
Okay. So it looks to the end of sentence in December of 2028. How about a rehear in October of 2027? All right. So in the matter of Armando Alves Jr., inmate number 377702, I make a motion to deny parole at this time due to inadequate program participation and evidence of offender change, and your offenses being committed while you were on probation. I'll further move to rehear you in October of 2027 with the recommendation that you complete positive programs on your OAP and any other programs that you might identify for yourself. Do I have a second?
Second.
And remain DR free. All in favor? Aye. Motion carries. We'll see you in October of next year, sir.
All right, thank you.
This can 7770.
Okay, next. What do you need next?
You can just send that next one, right? And if you have Robinson,
Yep.
Robinson? Robinson's coming in.
thank you.
Yep.
Sir,
Federal officer.
I was gonna just have him queue up Lopez.
You want Lopez?
Nope, we're good.
What is your name, sir?
Robinson, Fabian Robinson.
Morning, my name is Officer Williams. Today is Tuesday, July 28th, 2026, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Parties. Following board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, certify they reviewed all statutory required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner, good morning.
Morning, Mike Polk.
Good morning, Joy Chance.
Also present is board psychologist. Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Fabian Robinson, 356152.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration for a parole application for Fabian Robinson, 356152. He is serving a sentence of 15 years, execution suspended for 5 and 6 months, continued for probation, sexual assault, second degree, and risk of injury. As of today, record reflect the parole eligibility date of February 20th, 2026. There is victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for this offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the following programs. Tier 2 in domestic violence. Utilizing a statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system score, the offender's overall score for recidivism falls in a very high range. There's also a static 99 over 3, which falls in the lowest amount of the range. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Good morning. I think I would be a good candidate for being granted parole because the person I walked into DSC is not the same person I'll be leaving. During this period of incarceration, I've taken the time to really look in the mirror and accept the fact that I had a lot of things and behaviors I needed to address and change in order to turn my life around before it becomes too late. I'm 36 years old and I've unfortunately wasted a significant portion of my life in prison. Not because I wanted to be here, but because of poor decision making on my part. By participating in a number of programs, I was able to identify how and why I've been making these choices. Living with false morals and values and dealing with what I now understand is cognitive distortion, I was able to pinpoint how it has contributed to the things I've done to end up in prison. So in turn, I've completely abandoned the things I thought were correct for so long and made a conscious effort to educate myself on the proper way to conduct my daily routines, build upon healthy relationships, and build a new foundation based on what I've learned. Classes on domestic violence have taught me there are more ways than just being in a physical altercation to harm others, and with this knowledge, I was able to identify and address the way I engage in domestic offenses without ever intending to. I also learned that engaging in any of these kinds of offenses is always a choice, because regardless of someone else's words or actions, I can always walk away at that moment and prevent any issues that may present themselves by identifying an unhealthy relationship and remove myself prior to a situation occurring. Another program that has helped me tremendously with my growth and change has been Tier 2. Tier 2 helped me understand that there were some underlying issues within that needed to be addressed to continue my growth process, and how getting rid of the false values and beliefs that I believe were the right way to live will open my eyes to how I should actually be living my life. Changing the people, places, and things that help land with me where I am is the first step to changing my life in a positive way. And the work to do on myself is never complete. There's always something I can do to improve. I should always strive to be better tomorrow than I am today. The moment I forget that I'm allowing myself to backtrack and relapse into my old ways. Maintaining hobbies, pursuing education, and steady employment are all ways to keep myself productive, as well as focusing on healthy relationships with my family. Being involved with people empowering people, PEP, helped me significantly with my ability to communicate with other people verbally and non-verbally properly. It taught me how to be able to be a productive listener and empathetic with the way someone else feels, not just my own. So I may understand their feelings and views are just important as my own. Again, it also helped me to understand what a healthy and unhealthy relationship consists of. How growing up a certain way or in a certain environment and being taught false beliefs and values may have caused who I was or contributed to the mistakes I've made, but it doesn't have to continue to shape who I am today. It is my choice to apply the knowledge I've gained and change the trajectory of my life I want to lead. When I stepped into DFC, I blamed everyone beside myself for my predicament. But I have now acknowledged that I have no one else to blame but myself, because I should have been more responsible and more cautious about my actions. I'd like to apologize to my victim and the family, not only for my actions, but for the trauma I've caused everyone involved, then, now, and going forward. The offense committed was never intentional. It was an accident due to my own negligence, and I'm very remorseful for the damage caused. I'm asking the board members here today that I be allowed the opportunity to be released back in the community early and return with my family, knowing that I have sincerely worked to educate myself and change in a positive manner. I've taken the initiative to enroll in programs and activities outside of my OAP, such as fatherhood and Prison for Peace, knowing that there is no completion date or certificates to be accumulated. My purpose for participating in these programs was to expand the knowledge I will be able to obtain and apply to my life going forward, and potentially pass it on to others who may need the same guidance. I've secured employment, housing arrangements, and a very positive and loving support system should I be granted parole. I've been preparing for society that I know will test my resolve repeatedly. I know that the transition from incarceration to society is coming one day, and prayerfully sooner than later. Though I am far from perfect and may have missteps in my life sometime in the future, I can now say with confidence the mistakes I make will never again reach the level of criminal activity. I continue to work consistently and constantly to make sure that when the day comes for that inevitable transition back into society, whether it be through being granted parole or my end of sentence date, I make it with a positive plan and a change for the better of myself as well as my children.
All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Robinson. So explain to me why you're in prison.
I'm incarcerated because I engaged in a sexual act with a person who I did not know was a minor. It was my understanding that she was a different age than what she actually was, and once I found out and was told that she was that age, I fully cooperated. I held myself accountable for what happened.
Okay, well, let's talk about that. So I read, blame the victim for lying about her age.
Yes, ma'am.
But as an adult, you're responsible for knowing the age of people that you want to have intimacy with, are you not?
Yes, I am, ma'am. And I no longer blame her for I blame myself now, knowing what I know, because like you said, I'm the adult. I should have taken the initiative to find out more before I ever engaged in such an act.
Okay. So why do you refer to your crime as an accident? That's most unusual for a sexual offense that involved rape.
Because had I taken the time to know what her actual age was, or do my due diligence to find out, it would never have occurred. Because in fact, she's younger than my nieces and my younger sisters.
But it did occur, so it wasn't an accident. It was your intent to have sexual intercourse with this person who turned out to be a 14-year-old. And you knew the family because you were dating her sister, so it's really puzzling to me that you didn't know her age. And it didn't happen once, it happened twice, and you used force. So that's all very concerning and something for you to be fully responsible for. Were you drinking at the time?
There was no drugs or alcohol involved, and ma'am, I never used any force at all. It was completely consensual. I never forced her to do anything.
Okay, well, the accounts don't line up with that version. So you said in your in the evaluation of your participation in the short track program for relapse prevention thinking errors, at the time of the offense is making assumptions and thinking it was possible to make a good decision while intoxicated. Now you're telling us you were not drinking the night that you violated this child.
Ma'am, I don't recall saying that I was ever intoxicated. I don't.
So you completed the short track program in November of last year.
Yes.
And then do you remember being evaluated by the connection? They came and met with you in March?
Yes, I do remember from somebody from Connection.
Okay. All right. One thing that stood out for me in their report concerning your description of the offense, you attributed the allegations of sexual abuse to monetary reasons and stated, quote, for monetary value, the mother said she would drop the charges if I paid her. Did you report that to the police?
Yes, I did, ma'am. I submitted text messages and cash app requests to the New Haven Police Department concerning that. Yes, I did. I gave them 120 pages of text messages from various numbers and various cash apps requesting money. And I also told them that I was physically approached by the mother stating the same thing, that if I wanted this to go away, I had to pay her.
That was unfortunately not in any of the documents that were available to us to read. So you completed Tier 2 in December, and then you got a conspiracy to contraband ticket in April. And your description of the ticket that you told Officer Williams doesn't exactly match up with the facilities summary. You were attempting to convey contraband into the facility through a contact visit, but you deny that. Is that correct?
Absolutely. They said I was conspiring to convey contraband because I was having my girlfriend brought up here by somebody else's girlfriend.
She did what?
I was having my visit brought up here by someone else's girlfriend, and because I was talking about their girlfriend over the phone, and he was talking about my girlfriend over the phone. They said we were conspiring to bring contraband. We were shaking down. We were putting RHU, and they never found anything or said or presented us with any phone call saying that we were trying to bring anything into the facility. When I brought this to their attention, they told me to fight the ticket. If I didn't like it, just to fight the ticket.
And you didn't do that. Okay, so when you were interviewed, you were asked about any high risks. So you have a criminal history that dates back to 2008. You've really struggled on supervision out in the community in the past. Now you have 10 years on the sex offender registry ahead of you and standing criminal protective order against you. Officer Williams asked you about any high risks that you might face, and you didn't have anything in mind. Have you come up with anything that might pose a high risk to you?
The only high risk I can honestly say is me resorting back to my old ways and making poor decisions. I consistently work every day to not be able to do that.
What define for me old ways? Is that the daily marijuana use?
Yes, consistently using marijuana, not being employed, hanging in undesirable areas, not being outside after a certain hour. Like these are all things that I've put in and embedded in my mind that I need to not do in order to be successful out there. Like I said, I'm 36 years old, and the way I've been living has been completely wrong. So I know that I don't have to change one thing. I have to change all the things that landed me here.
How far back does your daily marijuana habit go?
I started smoking marijuana, I believe 18.
Age 18?
Yes.
Okay. So you referenced having a job. Is that going back to the tire position, tire
Yes,
dealer?
I've been told by my employer that I'm more than welcome to come back and get back on the forklift. But I'm also in line for a part-time job at Yale University as well.
So you were operating a forklift,
At times for time.
moving tires while using marijuana every day.
No, not while on the clock. No, man. Not at all.
But you're still impaired. If you're using it every day, it's still in your system. I'm not talking about smoking a joint while you're driving the forklift. Do you get that you're still impaired?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Well, it's kind of remarkable that you've gotten the programming done that you have, given the DRs. What was the fighting ticket about?
About my charge. I was in Brooklyn incarcerated, and someone didn't like my charge. They attempted to assault me, so I defended myself.
Well, I really, hope you are sincere about wanting to bring about some change in your life, because, what we have on paper is deeply concerning. You didn't get us a letter saying that they would hire you back at Town Fair Tire, did you?
No, I wasn't told that I needed that.
It's recommended. It's something to give us assurances other than just your word. Ms. Chance, any questions?
I just had one or two, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Robinson, what might have helped you to make better decision at the time you committed the sex assault?
Can you repeat that for me one more time, please?
What might have helped you to make better decisions at the time of your crime?
To make a better decision, I could have just not gone there to start with at the time of night that I went. And I could have not used drugs and alcohol on a consistent basis leading up to that night. If I had not been looking to have a good time or have fun, then I would not have been in that predicament in general. And if I had taken the time to personally get to know the person that I was supposed to be going to hang out with and interact with, I would have more than likely known that the person was not at an appropriate age had we gone to a store or something where someone of age had to buy liquor or buy a tobacco product and she couldn't go in there. I would have known that I shouldn't be around this person because she's a minor.
Okay, so you're now acknowledging that you were intoxicated at the time of the offense?
No, I was not intoxicated, but at that time of the offense. But on the days prior to leading up to the day this occurred, like it wasn't. I'm not just gonna sit here and lie to you guys and say that I didn't smoke on other days, I didn't drink other days, which, like she said, is in my system, so it already impaired my judgment, even though I'm not at that moment drinking and smoking.
Now, how many siblings does the victim have?
Excuse me?
How many siblings, how many sisters did the victim have? Or does she have?
To my knowledge, it was two. It was two, but I was told that she only has one, that biological sister.
Okay. So were you dating both of the sisters? Or have you been with either of the sisters?
Yes, ma'am. It was a casual friendship. It wasn't. I'm not here to incriminate anybody else, but there were times that I've had intercourse with both the sisters at the same time. Never once was it brought to my attention that this one was underage.
But what does that say about you, Mr. Robinson? You didn't see anything wrong with what you were doing?
I was living a negative lifestyle, and from the persona of that lifestyle, that was what the action I was making was considered cool. To have a threesome with two women was considered cool or just having fun. I never looked on it as, oh, I may be having intercourse with a minor, or I may be doing something completely entirely wrong.
So what did you do after the offense occurred?
After the offense occurred, I went home. It wasn't until later on down the line when the police came to my house and asked to speak to me. And I thought it was pertaining to something entirely different. And then when I went down there, they told me it was for that, and I was completely shocked. I never knew anything about being accused of this act or that she was a minor. So, but when they asked me, but I never gave them a hard time. They said they were going to get a subpoena for a DNA swab. I just gave it to them. I never made them go through any extra.
So what were you doing while they came looking for you? If you didn't think?
I was at work when they came to my house looking for me. I was at work, and I left work. I went.
Were you selling drugs? Is that the reason why they were looking for you?
No, not at all. They specifically came to question me about that.
So, okay. Since the offense occurred, what changes have occurred to make you believe that you would do things better or differently?
For one, I consistently with one woman who is older than me, so there's not even a discrepancy as to an age and I'm completely and totally focused on working, going to school, which I'm doing now while I'm incarcerated, and just never giving myself idle time to be even indulge in going to bars, going to clubs. I don't even have an interest in that lifestyle anymore at all. Like I want to.
So, what can you say to convince us, considering that you've had so many past failures in the community? What do you think, what assurance can you give us today that will let us know that there are changes that have occurred within you? Because, and I say that, Mr. Robinson, because that DR that you got for the conspiracy for contraband, I find it very concerning. I just want you to know up front. And you indicated that when they came knocking on your door, you had no idea why they were looking for you. And so that's why I asked you if you were selling drugs, and you said no.
No, I had a friend who was killed in a homicide, and I was a passenger in the vehicle, so I didn't know if that's the reason why they came looking for me. There was no criminal act on my part they would have come looking for me for.
Okay, all right, well, I'm all set, Mr. Robinson, so thank you for answering my
No
question.
questions. Okay, we're going to turn the hearing over to the Office of Victim Services at this time. Mr. Robinson, you're not to speak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, panel. I did speak with the mother of the victim who asked that I let the board know that she just wishes that he does all of his time. And that's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay. So, Mr. Robinson, we're going to discuss your case. Give us just a few minutes and please don't interrupt. So, Mr. Robinson is here on a very serious set of charges in which he, at 30 years of age, violated a 14-year-old. And for that, he also got 10 years probation and 10 years the sex offender registry. He scores very high for his risk to reoffend. He has failed 8 out of 10 opportunities he's been afforded at community release. And his criminal history goes back to 2008 and involves 2 weapons convictions as well as robbery and escapes. So I, glad for him that he's been able to take these programs. Not entirely sure how much he's benefited from them. He seems to still struggle with being responsible for the harm that he caused. He has not taken the Voices program, which I think could have potentially benefited him. He is not in sentence for 2 years, but I do not have him granted today. I find inadequate evidence of offender change, concerned about the institutional adjustment. Ms. Chance.
Madam Chair, I agree with you because I had Mr. Robinson denied for the very same reasons. Inadequate evidence of offender change and the nature and his criminal history.
Mr. Polk.
So I think there's more work to do. Don't know. Talking about an additional 2 years here.
I could see rehearing him in a year.
I mean, that's what I'm thinking about, because he does in April, regardless of what the story is, in April, there was a PR. He hasn't taken Voices yet.
No new thoughts? There's still programs that he could avail himself. All right. Okay. So in the matter of Fabian Robinson, inmate number 356152, there's a motion to deny parole at this time due to your poor institutional adjustment and inadequate evidence of offender change. We will rehear you in August of 2027. We recommend you not get any additional disciplinary reports and you take additional positive programs. You mentioned school. Come back with a verification of any kind of employment offers, and we would encourage you to pursue Voices and New Thoughts as some of the potential programs that you still might benefit from. Do I have a second? All in favor? Right.
I agree with the deny. I'm in favor of deny, but I'm not in favor of the rehearing.
Okay, so I'll reflect that in the decision. So we'll see you next year, sir. Hope you can get busy and we wish you much success.
Thank you.
This includes a hearing for Fabian Robinson, 356152.
How you doing, Lopez?
Yeah, send Lopez in, and after Lopez, you can just send them right on in, right? Just send it, it doesn't matter, they do it, just send them right on in.
Copy.
Thank you.
Okay.
Morning, can I have your name, please?
Díaz, ¿puede decir su nombre, por favor?
Hipólito López.
Good morning, we will begin with the interpreter's oath. Please raise your right hand, solemnly swear and solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that you will faithfully discharge according to law your duties as an interpreter to the best of your abilities. So help you God or upon penalty of perjury.
I do.
Good morning, my name is Parole Officer Williams. Today is Tuesday, July 28, 2026, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. The following board members are present this morning by stating their names on the record. certifying they reviewed all statutory required documents, available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner, good morning.
Morning, Mike Polk.
Good morning, Joy Chance.
Buenos días, soy el oficial de libertad condicional Williams. Hoy es martes 28 de julio 2026 y esta es una audiencia de la Junta de Indultos y Libertad Condicional del Estado de Connecticut. Los siguientes miembros de la Junta están presentes esta mañana y al decir sus nombres en el registro certifican que han revisado todos los documentos exigidos por la ley y la información pertinente disponible para la preparación de esta audiencia. La presidenta del día de hoy, Nancy Turner, y los miembros de la Junta, Michael Polk y Joy Chance.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Favor de decir su nombre y número de confinado para el registro.
Mi nombre es Hipólito López, el número mío es 28 22 29.
My name is Hipólito Lopez, number is 28 22 29.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration for a parole application for Hipólito Lopez 282229. He is serving a sentence of 6 years with 4 years of special parole for criminal possession of a firearm. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of October 6, 2026. There is no victim to put in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for this offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the following programs: Voices and Tier 4. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system scores, the offender's overall score for recidivism falls in the moderate range. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you think you should grant a parole. You may begin.
Esta audiencia se está llevando a cabo en consideración a la solicitud de libertad condicional de Hipólito López, número de confinado 282229. Está cumpliendo una condena de 6 años de prisión, seguido por un periodo de 4 años de libertad condicional especial por posesión ilegal de un arma de fuego. Hasta el día de hoy, los expedientes reflejan una fecha de elegibilidad para libertad condicional de 6 de octubre 2026. El día de hoy no hay testimonio de víctima en este caso, pero sí hay un plan de responsabilidad para el ofensor. Se ha revisado y muestra que el ofensor ha completado el programa de Voices y Tier 4. Utilizando el sistema colaborativo estatal de evaluación de riesgo de ofensor, el puntaje general del ofensor se encuentra dentro del rango moderado de riesgo de reincidencia. Esta es su oportunidad para expresarle a la Junta por qué cree usted que se le debe conceder la libertad condicional. Puede usted comenzar.
Okay. Buenos días a todos. Que Dios bendiga a todo el mundo por otro día más.
Good morning, all. God bless you with another day.
Yo me gustaría que me dieran una oportunidad para yo volver a estar con mi familia.
I would like you to give me another opportunity to be able to be with my family.
Yo he buscado en este tiempo que llevo preso, yo he buscado mucha ayuda para ser una mejor persona para la comunidad.
The time that I've been here, I've looked for a lot of help to be a better person for the community.
Y para ser un buen esposo para mi esposa, para mi familia, mis nietos, mis hijos.
And to be a good husband to my wife, my family, a good father, a good grandfather, and a good father.
Is there anything you want to say by way of you having done work on yourself to make you suitable for parole?
¿Te gustaría decir algo pertinente al trabajo que ha hecho usted para que pueda usted ser apto para que se le otorgue la libertad condicional?
Sí. Yo en el Tier 4 programa, yo ahí aprendí mucho sobre que yo tengo que aprender que yo tengo que respetar la ley. Yo tengo que aprender a quererme a mí para yo poder querer a los demás y no hacer el daño a la comunidad ni a mi familia.
Yes, in the Tier 4 program, I learned that I have to learn to respect the law. I learned that I have to love myself in order to be able to love others and not cause harm to my family and the community.
Yo no puedo andar afuera rompiendo las leyes creyendo que yo soy el que mando en la calle. Yo tengo que aprender a perseguir las reglas para yo no estar confinado, no caer preso y estar con mi familia.
So I learned that being on the outside, I cannot be breaking the law. I learned that I am not the one who has the say outside. I learned that I have to follow the law in order to not end up incarcerated and be able to be with my family.
Okay, Mr. Lopez, this is your 5th period of incarceration. So I'm glad you finally understand that you can't keep violating the law. But we've got some questions for you, beginning with Ms. Chance.
Está bien, señor López. Este es su 5º periodo de encarcelamiento, entonces era justo que finalmente haya usted aprendido que no puede usted estar quebrantando las leyes. Entonces, nosotros tenemos algunas preguntas para usted. Voy a comenzar con la señora Chance.
Hello, Mr. Lopez.
Hola, señor López.
Hola.
What have you learned about yourself during this incarceration?
¿Qué es lo que ha aprendido de sí mismo durante este encarcelamiento?
Yo aprendí en este encarcelamiento, ahora yo entiendo lo que no entendía antes. Yo cometí un error, yo acepto mi error que yo hice de tener esas armas. Ahora yo entiendo lo que la comunidad sintió, el miedo que sintió al yo cometer este crimen. A mí no me gustaría vivir en un sitio donde estén cometiendo los crímenes, porque yo también me voy a asustar.
Well, now I understand what I didn't understand before. I understand the mistake or the error that I've made. I understand the fear that the community felt when they found out about the crime. I too would not like to live in a place where there's criminal activity going on. I too would be scared.
A mí no me gustaría vivir en un sitio donde yo sé que cogen droga o armas en una casa al lado y yo vivo en la otra. Yo me voy a asustar como en la comunidad. Yo no quiero vivir en un sitio así, yo quiero vivir en una comunidad limpia.
I do not want to live in a place that I know that I might be living next to a house that has drugs and weapons. I too would feel afraid. I would not like to live in a place like that. I would like to live in a clean community.
Mr. Lopez. During the interview with the parole officer, you were asked whether you had any problems with drugs and alcohol. And you said, the last time I used marijuana was in 2000. And I completed a treatment program in 2004. That was over 20 years ago. Yet, during this incarceration, you completed Tier 4. You did Smart Recovery. You did 99 meetings, and you did Recovery Coach programs. Why those programs if you have no problem with drugs and alcohol?
Señor López, durante su entrevista con el oficial de libertad condicional, él le preguntó si usted tenía algún problema con las drogas y o el alcohol. Y usted dijo que la última vez que había usted usado marihuana era en el 2000. Y dijo que había completado un programa de tratamiento en el 2004. Eso fue hace más de 20 años. Pero durante ese encarcelamiento usted ha completado programas como el de Tier 4, nivel 4, Smart Recovery, el de 90 y 90 y también el de Recovery Coach. Entonces, yo quería preguntarle a usted si es que usted niega a tener un problema de alcohol y drogas porque ha tomado este tipo de programas.
No, cuando yo estaba en el programa Tier 4, ese programa dura de 6 meses a 9 meses. Entonces, durante todo ese tiempo, ellos te ofrecen para hacer todos esos programas. Soy yo para seguir buscando ayuda y ayudar a las demás personas dentro del programa. Yo necesitaba hacer todo eso.
Well, when I was taking the Tier 4 program, that program only lasts about 6 to 9 months. And during that time, they do offer you other programs. So in order for me to get help and also be able to help people even within that program, I needed to take them.
Well, I'm very confused, Mr. Lopez. Your drug score is a 3. You took the Voices program. I don't remember you making any comments about the Voices program. But from my perspective, looking at your criminal history and the fact that you've had 3 previous failed community releases, you're here with a 10-year sentence, 6 years with 4 years special parole. And I am concerned and actually confused because all the programs that you have taken focused on, the majority of it focused on your substance abuse. I would have liked to hear you say what you learned in the Voices program, because that would provide some kind of explanation based on, all the crimes that you've been committing.
Muy bien, entonces estoy un poco confundida. La razón de eso, tiene usted un puntaje bajo la sección de drogas de 3. Sé que usted tomó el programa de Voices, entonces en realidad no hizo ningún comentario acerca de ese programa de Voices. Estoy mirando sus antecedentes penales, estoy viendo de que ha tenido otras oportunidades a donde estuvo bajo supervisión de libertad condicional 3 veces antes, a donde no pudo completarlas exitosamente. En este momento está usted cumpliendo una pena de 10 años, 6 años con 4 años de libertad provisional especial o de libertad condicional especial. Entonces aquí lo que me preocupa a mí, lo que me tiene confundida es que usted ha estado tomando y enfocándose en estos programas que tienen que ver con el abuso de sustancias. Me hubiera gustado escuchar de usted qué es lo que aprendió en el programa de Voices, porque siento que eso me hubiera podido dar una explicación o alguna explicación que tenga que ver acerca de los delitos que ha estado usted cometiendo.
Sí, yo estaba esperando que me preguntaba por ese programa para contestarle poco a poco. En el programa de Voices, yo aprendí mucho ahí sobre las víctimas. Sobre las víctimas que vienen siendo la comunidad, pero las víctimas también vienen siendo mi familia, porque ellos sufren. Mi esposa pasó por mucha depresión, mi mamá también. Yo aprendí que algo que yo no sabía antes, que cuando yo cometí el delito que yo cometí, pues las víctimas, que es la comunidad, los vecinos que viven al lado de las casas, ellos sufrieron mucho. Yo cometiendo que me cogieran estas armas. So,
Well, I was waiting for you guys to ask me about the program, and the Voices program. What I learned is I learned a lot about the victims. I learned about how the community suffered, but not just the community, also my family suffered. My wife went through a period of depression, so did my mom. Well, something that I learned that I did not know before is that when I was committing these crimes or this crime, that the community and my neighbors or the neighbors suffer as well. They suffer a lot once they find out about this weapon charge.
Yeah, so, well, thank you for saying that, Mr. Lopez. But I'm going to say to you, I read the transcript during your case for sentencing, when you went for sentencing. Do you remember how many counts of criminal possession of firearms the judge charged you with?
Gracias por decir eso, señor López. Pero le voy a decir esto a usted. Yo leí la transcripción que se hizo de cuando leyeron a usted su condena. ¿Recuerda usted cuántos cargos le imputaron que estaban relacionados a la posesión de armas?
sí, tres armas.
Yes, 3 weapons.
You were charged with 11 counts of criminal possession of firearms.
Pero se le imputaron.
That's what's in the trial transcript. And the judge explained to you the reason why you're getting another sentence that includes special parole, because this is not your first special parole sentence.
Entonces, en realidad le imputaron 11 cargos de posesión ilegal de armas de fuego. El juez en ese momento le explicó a usted la razón por la cual le estaban dando otra pena, otra condena que incluía el de libertad condicional especial, y le indicó a usted que era porque esta no era la primera vez que se le iba a dar una condena que incluía la libertad condicional especial.
Sí, así fue.
Yes, that is correct.
Right. And your last employment was in 1999. So I'm concerned about the fact that you have already spent most of your adult life incarcerated. And the one thing that I remember reading in the transcript is the judge explaining the public safety risk based on your crimes. And so today, you have done all these great programs. But for me, I would have liked to see you not just do the Voices program, but the New Thoughts program, because you have, on a consistent basis, made a lot of poor decisions. And I didn't hear much about how you have changed during this incarceration and what you've learned about yourself.
Entonces, la última vez que usted tuvo empleo fue en el 1992. Me preocupa el hecho de que usted ha permanecido la mayoría de su vida adulta encarcelado. Entonces, yo recuerdo haber leído la transcripción de cuando fue su condena, su sentencia, donde el juez le explicó a usted el término de el riesgo de protección o seguridad de la comunidad o del público. y le dio a usted esa explicación basado en el tipo de crímenes que usted ha cometido. Entonces, el día de hoy usted ha participado en programas que son muy buenos, pero a mí me hubiera gustado que usted hubiera participado en programas no solamente como el de Voices, sino también otro programa de nombre New Thoughts. Y le digo esto porque usted consistentemente ha tomado malas decisiones o decisiones que no han sido tan buenas. Y en realidad no explicó mucho o no escuché que usted dijera mucho acerca de el cambio que ha tenido usted durante este encarcelamiento y lo que ha aprendido acerca de usted mismo, de sí mismo.
Bueno, sí, yo he aprendido, yo quiero ser una buena persona. Yo todos los programas, todo lo que yo he hecho, me ha comportado bien porque quiero ser una buena persona para la comunidad, no quiero ser un problema para la comunidad. Yo sé que yo hice mis errores y los acepto, estuve bastante mal. Pero yo me he preparado mentalmente para volver para la comunidad y estar con mi familia. Ya yo no quiero seguir cometiendo errores más nada.
Well, I did learn a lot. I think of myself as a good person. The programs that I've participated in, I've done well in. I do believe myself to be a good person. I do want to be a good person for the community. I know that I've made some mistakes and I do accept responsibility for those mistakes. I know that I was wrong, but I haven't prepared myself mentally to be able to return back to the community and my family. I don't want to make any more mistakes.
What kind of job skills do you have, Mr. Lopez?
Señor López, ¿qué tipo de herramientas para empleo tiene usted? ¿Cuáles son sus habilidades que tiene para ser empleado?
Pues yo he sido, ha trabajado en los caguas de detail, ha trabajado en American Plastic en Watertown. Yo hago cualquier trabajo en rufo, haciendo rufos. Y en alguna que otra factoría ha trabajado.
It doesn't need to clarify, me have to just go ahead and do that. Yes, please. Los primeros dos nombres de compañía, ¿cuáles fueron?
American Plastic in Watertown, en Universe, en cleaning carpets.
I have had previous employment in American Plastics and Watertown in Unicorn and cleaning carpets. I've also worked in roofing, so I know how to do some roofing, and I've also worked in other factory settings.
So if you can do those things, why for the last 22 years were you selling drugs and selling guns?
Entonces, si es que usted puede hacer este tipo de cosas, ¿por qué en los últimos 20 algo años usted ha estado vendiendo drogas y armas?
Bueno, en esas ocasiones que yo vendía droga y armas, pues yo no estaba trabajando. Entonces, pues, estas armas yo las cogí de un muchacho y las iba a vender, pero cambié de mente porque yo no quería que usaran esas armas para, hacer cosas malas en la calle. Y pues a mí me cogieron con ella, la cual yo prefería que me hubiesen cogido con ella antes de venderla. Y hice ese grave error, la cual me arrepiento con todo mi corazón porque ha perdido mucho estando aquí.
Well, in that occasion or during that time when I was selling drugs and weapons, I was not working. So I had these weapons and I was going to sell those weapons, but I ended up changing my mind because I didn't want them to do bad things in the community with these weapons. So they did end up finding me with these weapons, and I'd rather than find me with the weapons than have them sold these weapons and then had them do something bad on the street with them. I do understand that was a serious mistake or error, and I have really learned a lot during my time here.
Who is your support in the community?
¿Quién es su apoyo en la comunidad?
Ahora mismo mi esposa Mi mamá, mi papá acaba de fallecer hace 2 meses y pues mis nietos, que es la motivación mía para yo echar para adelante, porque no quiero dejar a mi familia, no quiero dejarlo quedar mal. Quiero que ellos vean que yo puedo echar para adelante.
Well, right now it's my wife and my mom. My father passed away 2 months ago, and then I have a grandchild. He's my motivation to be able to move forward because I don't want to leave my family. Well, I don't want to leave them in a bad position. I want them to be able to see me, be able to move forward.
What kind of employment are you going to seek?
¿Qué tipo de empleo va a buscar?
Yo voy a aplicar de nuevo en American Plastic and Watertown. Ahí siempre están cogiendo personas, o ahí donde primero voy a ir.
Well, I'm going to apply in American Plastics in Watertown. They're always hiring, so that's the first place I'm going to look.
So what I would have liked to have seen if you had called ahead and, have them send in something to say whether they're going to hire you or whether there are positions available. It's concerning because you haven't had a job in the last over 25 years. So that is very concerning, Mr. Lopez.
Me hubiera gustado ver que usted les llamara con tiempo para que ellos enviaran algo, a lo mejor indicando que le darían empleo o dejando saber que tienen espacios para poder contratar. Como les digo, es un poco preocupante para mí porque usted en realidad no ha tenido un empleo en ya como 25 años. Entonces, eso es preocupante, señor López.
Sí, a la agencia donde nosotros vamos, ellos tienen empleo para todo el mundo y nos envían a trabajar. Pero yo voy me gustaría trabajar ahí de nuevo. Están los car wash en Waterbury, que mi último tiempo que yo estuve en parol, yo estuve trabajando en un car wash de detail.
Yes, well, the agency where they take us, where we go, they have a work for everyone. They send us there to get work or jobs. I would like to work there where I said, because, I know that I've worked there before. Also, there's the car washes at Waterbury. Last time that I was on Polk, I was working at a car wash detailing.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Polk.
Está bien, gracias. Yo no tengo más preguntas. El señor Paul tampoco hay preguntas.
That's it for the questions we're going to discuss. Ms. Chance?
Eso es todo para las preguntas. Ahora vamos a hablar del caso. Señora Chance.
So, Madam Chair, I'm very concerned about Mr. Lopez's history. The one good thing that I heard him talk about today is what his takeaway from the Voices program taught him. He did acknowledge that he knew he made a mistake. Took him 20-odd years to realize that he's been making the wrong mistakes. But he's acknowledged that. He acknowledged the impact to himself and the community and his family and the neighbors and everyone in the community, which I appreciate him saying. But, and last time he worked was 1999. I do hear that he feels that he can go to the American Plastic to seek employment, or he can go to a car wash. And I just don't know if that is enough for Mr. Lopez after what he's been doing for the last 25 years or so. So I really did not come in with a decision on Mr. Lopez because I wanted to hear his feedback in terms of how he has changed during this incarceration.
Bueno, señora presidenta, acerca del señor López, lo que me preocupa o es preocupante para mí es los antecedentes penales. Una de las cosas buenas que él dijo el día de hoy es lo que aprendió en el programa de Voices, a donde él admitió que ha cometido errores. Entonces, y ha tomado unos 20 y algo años para conocer o reconocer que ha hecho errores o cometido errores. También pudo admitir el impacto que tuvo esto a sí mismo, al igual que también en la comunidad, de los vecinos, la familia. Así agradezco mucho que haya mencionado eso. La última vez que el señor López trabajó fue en el 1999. Entonces yo entiendo que él dice que él siente que puede regresar a trabajar a esta compañía de American Plastics o a uno de estas compañías de lavado de vehículo. Lo que no sé es si eso en realidad es suficiente para el señor López después de todo lo que ha estado haciendo estos últimos 25 años. Entonces, no, le tengo que decir que en realidad cuando yo entré aquí todavía no había tomado una decisión acerca del caso del señor López. Yo quería esperar para escuchar a ver lo que él decía acerca de cuál ha sido el cambio que él ha tenido durante este tiempo.
So one last thing, when asked what insights he gained from Tier 4, he did say he learned to respect the law and to love himself, and that he cannot break the law and need to follow the law. But I'm just wondering, why it took him so long.
Entonces, otra cosa que me gustaría decir.
So I'd like to hear some feedback from my colleagues.
Entonces, una última cosa que me gustaría decir es, yo sé que él ha trabajado, ha participado en este programa del nivel 4, Tier 4, a donde él pudo reconocer ciertas cosas en sí mismo. Él mismo dijo que ha aprendido cosas como ha aprendido a respetar la ley, ha aprendido de que no puede estar quebrantando la ley y que él también es alguien que debe de seguir las leyes. Lo único es que me pregunto, ¿por qué es que le ha tomado tanto tiempo para reconocer algo así? Entonces, lo que me gustaría es poder escuchar un poco más acerca de mis colegas.
Mr. Polk. Thank you, Madam Chair. So Mr. Lopez is ours for supervision until 2033. And his last parole, his last offense, which dates back to 2013, he successfully completed parole about 2.5 years between 2017 and 2020. He rates out as moderate. Certainly the conviction on possession of a gun is concerning. He has no disciplinary reports while he's in. He completed Tier 4, Voices program was important when it comes to substance use. He did 90 meetings in 62 days. Completed the Recovery Coach Academy, Smart Recovery. He was recognized as the Addiction Services Community Member of the Week. And his schooling, there's a report in the file which shows excellent ratings for schooling. But I don't have a sponsor that's confirmed. I know that he does have sights on some prospects for employment. I would hope that he would take the recovery coach piece and get a recovery coach on his way out. That was sports parole.
Thank you. I think that Mr. Lopez has,
Entonces, ahora va a hablar el señor Polk. Muchas gracias, señora presidenta. Bueno, estoy viendo algunos de las cosas del señor López aquí. Por ejemplo, estas cosas bajo supervisión hasta el 2033. La última vez que estaba bajo libertad condicional en el 2013, donde solamente completó un par de años, creo 2 años bajo esa supervisión. El puntaje que él tiene para reincidencia me parece que está en el rango de moderado. Pero sí es un poco preocupante este cargo que se le imputó de la posesión de arma. Entonces, sí puedo ver aquí que él no ha tenido ningún reporte disciplinario mientras ha estado en este periodo de encarcelamiento. Él también ha completado programas como el nivel 4, Tier 4 o Tier 4, el programa de Voices y algunos otros programas que tienen que ver con el abuso de sustancias, como el programa de Smart Recovery 90-90 y Recovery Coach. Entonces, entiendo de que él dice que tiene aspiraciones de poder conseguir empleo. También en realidad no veo que se haya confirmado una patrocinadora todavía. Veo que acerca de la educación, él tiene aquí un reporte en su expediente que enseña su puntaje que tiene que ver con educación como excelente. Entonces, de nuevo, no se ha confirmado un patrocinador y sé que él tiene aspiraciones de poder regresar a este empleo previo. Acerca de este programa que él ha tomado de Recovery Coach, me gustaría que él pudiera tomar elementos de ese programa y poder salir con uno una vez que él se reintegre a la comunidad. En realidad, yo apoyo la libertad condicional para el señor López.
Can I just say one more thing?
please.
So, I recognize the fact that you states that it was the early 2000s last time he used the substance. However, recovery coaching is about just more than substance use. It's about a lifestyle and things like that. So putting somebody positive in his life as a guide to resources in the community, in addition to a parole officer, would be fruitful. That's just to clarify what I meant by that.
Señora Presidenta, me gustaría decir una cosa más. Entonces, reconozco el hecho de que él estaba con libertad condicional en el 2000. También entiendo que ha tomado el programa que tiene que ver en relación al uso de sustancias. Pero yo quiero decir que este programa de Recovery Coach tiene que ver con más que el uso o abuso de sustancias. Tiene que ver con el estilo de vida, un estilo de vida que uno puede llevar. Entonces, a esto me refiero cuando yo dije que me gustaría que él llevara con alguien de este programa o que llevara de este programa a alguien una vez que se reintegre a la comunidad. Lo que yo me refiero a eso es que yo quiero que él pueda obtener a una persona positiva, que le dé ejemplos positivos a él, aparte de su oficial de libertad condicional. Entonces, solamente quería aclarar lo que quise decir con eso.
I appreciate you saying that because it is clear that Mr. Lopez has a problem with the lifestyle that he's been living. You know, breeding dogs as opposed to having gainful employment when we have an overpopulation of animals in our shelters. We don't need dogs being bred for money. You know, that's concerning to me, as is the fact that he set himself up as a federally licensed firearm dealer without any authorization, licensing to sell guns and circulate and contribute to the problems in our community. And he should be aware that when his wife was interviewed by the police, she indicated in the last 6 months, she had seen her husband with 4 different guns. He would buy guns from friends and sell them to people. So this is in him finding himself magnanimous out in the community and not wanting to endanger people. He was already a part of that problem.
Entonces me da mucho gusto que usted mencionó esto, porque algo que es preocupante para mí acerca del señor López es, yo puedo ver que él tiene un problema de su estilo de vida o con su estilo de vida. A lo que me refiero con esto es, por ejemplo, él indicó que algo que le gustaría hacer para poder ganar dinero es criar perros. Entonces, elegir a la cría de perros en vez de conseguir un empleo que le pague bien, entonces es algo preocupante para mí, porque no necesitamos a alguien que críe perros. De por sí ya tenemos un problema de sobrepopulación de animales, bastantes animales que se encuentran en los albergues de animales. No es algo en realidad que necesitemos, una persona que quiera criar perros para poder así ganar dinero. Entonces, también algo preocupante que encontré es de que me pareció que en algún momento el señor López indicó que él era un proveedor de armas con autorización o con licencia. Entonces, en realidad, no se encontró que él tuviera una licencia autorizada para la venta de armas. En realidad, lo que él estaba haciendo era comprando las armas de personas para venderse, de sus amigos para vendérselas a otras personas, circulando más el problema que ya existe en la comunidad con este problema. Otra cosa que yo quiero que él sepa o que él esté al tanto es que cuando se le entrevistó a su esposa, ella mencionó que ella había visto al señor López con 4 diferentes armas en los últimos 6 meses. De nuevo, él estaba adquiriendo estas armas de amistades y después vendiéndoselas a agentes, circulando el problema que ya existía en la comunidad. Entonces, este no es un problema que apenas comenzó, sino que es algo que él ya venía haciendo.
So if he really wants to get back to his community, he can volunteer in one of those animal shelters and see what the overpopulation results in. I would also say that he has 2.5, he served just over half of the 6 years of this sentence, and he has 4 years of special parole. So he would, if he was granted, he would have at least 3.5 years of parole. I know that at sentencing, he was fighting and objected to the special parole part of his sentence, but that, given the programs, if he's really about the change that he's talked about, this is the best potential for oversight and guidance and helping him at 52 to get his life finally on a positive path. So I would grant as well.
Muy bien, entonces, si él en realidad quiere regresarle algo positivo a la comunidad, a lo mejor algo que él puede hacer es ser un voluntario en uno de estos albergues de animales para que él entonces pueda ver el problema que existe con la sobrepopulación de los animales. Entonces, ya dicho eso, me parece que él está cumpliendo 2 años y medio o algo por hacia donde ha cumplido, se puede decir, aparte de esos 6 años que se le dio de prisión, y tiene todavía, me parece, el periodo de libertad condicional especial de los 4 años a seguir, que en realidad le quedarían como 3 años y medio de este periodo de libertad condicional especial. Sé que cuando se le imputó la condena, se le indicó cuál era su condena, él dijo o verbalizó objeción de la parte de la libertad condicional especial, a donde él no quería esa parte. Entonces, siento que sí, que con guía y ayuda, él puede, a sus 52 años, puede reintegrarse a la comunidad de manera positiva. Entonces, sí estoy de acuerdo, yo también apoyo que se le otorgue la libertad condicional.
Ms. Chance?
Señora Chen.
So I would be in favor of Mr. Lopez's granting discretionary parole today because I know despite his record, if he means what he says during the hearing today, that hopefully that recovery coach will give him some guidance one of the things that stuck in my head is that he said he learned to love himself. I don't know why he didn't think he loved himself before, but he attributed some of that to maybe his poor decision making because he wasn't thinking clearly. So I would be in favor of the grant too.
Interpreter would like to ask, he attributed that to, I didn't hear that, the next word is.
Oh, he said he learned to love himself. And so I'm saying part of that was probably attributed to him not recognizing before.
No, thank you. Muy bien, entonces yo también estaría a favor del señor de otorgarle libertad condicional discrecional al señor López el día de hoy, porque aunque tiene estos antecedentes penales, y es que el señor López en realidad es sincero acerca de las cosas que ha dicho en la audiencia el día de hoy, siento que si se le puede asignar una persona de este programa de Recovery Coach, siento como guía para él, siento que él con esta guía positiva puede ser una experiencia positiva para él. Una de las cosas que en realidad se me quedó en la mente a mí es cuando él dijo que una de las cosas que él aprendió fue a quererse a sí mismo. En realidad no sé por qué él antes no sentía ese amor propio. Entonces siento que a lo mejor antes era algo que él no había reconocido en sí mismo, pero ahora sí lo ha hecho. Entonces siento que con esto se le puede otorgar la libertad condicional.
Since we're also setting his conditions for special parole, did you have anything other than halfway house? Okay, so in the matter of Hipólito Lopez, inmate number 282229, there's a motion to grant parole on or after your eligibility date of October 6, 2026, with the condition of halfway house placement. Do I have a second? All in favor? Aye. Motion carries. Parole is granted.
Muy bien, entonces ya que también estamos poniendo las estipulaciones de las condiciones para libertad especial, libertad condicional especial, quería yo saber si alguien más tiene alguna otra condición o estipulación aparte del ingreso a una casa de transición. No, en realidad no. Entonces, en el caso del señor Hipólito López, número de confinado 282-229, se hace una moción para concederle la libertad condicional antes de la fecha de su fecha de elegibilidad de libertad condicional, que ahorita está como octubre 6, 2026, con la condición de que debe ingresar a una casa de transición. Tengo un segundo, hay un segundo, todos a favor, digan yo, todos indicaron yo. Entonces se le otorga la libertad condicional.
This includes the hearing for Hipólito Lopez 282229.
Esto concluye la audiencia de Hipólito López, número de confinado 282-229.
You're all set, sir. Thank you.
Ya terminado. Gracias, señor. Puede marcharse.
¿Puedo hacer una pregunta?
Can I ask a question?
Very quickly, sir.
Rápidamente, señor.
What's your question?
¿Cuál es su pregunta?
Yo tengo dirección donde yo puedo salir, la dirección de mi esposa.
I have an address where I can go to, my wife's address.
She's not responded to the 2 messages left by the parole officer, and you really ought to consider halfway house to get yourself stable on your feet.
Entonces, ella no ha respondido a los 2 mensajes que le dejó su oficial de libertad condicional. Pero debería de usted pensar en ingresar a la casa de transición para que pueda usted estabilizarse y establecerse bien.
Ok, gracias.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Delgado.
Can I have your name, please?
Jason Delgado.
Good morning, my name is Bro Officer Williams. Today is Tuesday, July 28th, 2026, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Partisan Parole. The following board members are present this morning and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutory required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner, good morning.
Good morning, Mike Polk.
Good morning, George Chance.
Also present is the board psychologist. Please state your name and MA number for the record.
My name is Jason Delgado, 201784.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration for a parole application for Jason Delgado, 201784. He is serving a sentence of 5 years execution suspended after 3 years, 6 months with 5 years of probation for disorderly conduct in violation of protective order. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of March 4th, 2026. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for this offender. It has been reviewed and showed the offender has completed the following programs. The offender is currently working, utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system scores. The offender's overall score for recidivism falls in a very high range. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I believe I'm a good candidate for parole because I've successfully completed parole before. I'm still in the appeals and habeas process of fighting my case. I got 8.5 years for not knowing that a criminal protective order was issued at my residence. And I went to trial on burglary in the first degree. They changed it to burglary second. The day before we started trial, I was found not guilty of the burglary.
Okay, I'm going to stop you, Mr. Delgado. The point of today's hearing is for you to tell us why you believe you're suitable for discretionary parole release. We don't need a rehash of your case.
Okay, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. All right, well, since my incarceration, I've worked on my drug abuse by putting myself into the Tier 4 program here. They released me from the Tier 4 program because I wasn't on, I didn't receive medication that I take on the street. I have PTSD, bipolar, ADHD, which I'm not still being medicated for. I've been trying to get since my trial. But since then, I put myself in a program, realized where I went wrong in my drug addiction because I couldn't handle grief. I lost 5 important people in my family in 2021, and I used drugs from then till the time I was incarcerated. I lost my grandmother in January.
Yes, we did read about all that. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you have the information on my twin sister committed suicide, my brother committed suicide,
Yes.
my daughter.
Again,
So-
why are you suitable for release?
Because I believe I've dealt with my addiction problems. I found out where I went wrong. I'm presently in NA and AA and have been ever since I got here. I was approved for the Monday, Thursday, and Friday. I got a good work report. I have the 90 and 90 that they just gave me a couple of days ago for the meetings here on the compound. So I certification here for 90 and 90. And then I have a program evaluation form from, it's a performance review. Mr. Delgado works for me in the trash detail. Here is one of my best workers. He does what is required of him, told without any issues or complaints. He shows up whenever we can call for him. It doesn't matter what time of the day. He's always ready to work. He has a good attitude and positive attitude with others, with other trash workers, and willing to help others at any moment. And he gave me all excellence on that. If you could see that from there, I don't know. I could see it on my side, so you might be able to see it. I'm ready to go back to my family. My wife needs me. I've been with the same woman for 30 years.
Okay, those are more reasons why you want parole. Anything else to tell us about why you deserve it?
Why I deserve it is because I believe I deserve it because I believe I paid my debt to society and what they're charging me with. And I've dealt with my addiction. I continue to deal with my addiction. I've changed my life around. I'm changing my thought process. I go to NA and AA. I listen to
We
spiritual
did hear
stuff.
that. Okay. Yeah.
So I listen to spiritual stuff to change my perception on things. So my desire to stay clean and sober and go to church and work on being a better person for my family is what I'm trying to do. I just had a granddaughter last year. I'm trying to go meet her. I still haven't been to my mother's funeral. My mother had a funeral last year in 2024. They didn't let me go to the funeral. I've yet to go to my mother's grave.
Okay, Mr. Delgado, again, we're getting into reasons why you want parole. So why don't we move into the questions that we prepared for you?
Okay, ma'am.
You're repeating yourself. Mr. Polk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Morning, Mr. Legato.
Morning, sir.
So I'll tell you, what concerns me with your case is the rating of a 5 when it comes to substance use, right? And
I don't mean to cut you off, sir. But
I haven't given you a question yet.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
So I'm concerned about that. I can see like your admission that you've gone to AANNA, done a 90 and 90. However, how long did you spend in Tier 4?
I've completed the Tier 4 program twice on this compound, sir. So why I'm a 5 is beyond me. I completed it twice. I was a mentor and an elder in the program. I was only there 4 months this time because I wasn't on my medication. They said that's the reason why they moved me, because I wasn't getting my medication. They said I wasn't adjusting properly to the program, which is inaccurate to my perception. So they wouldn't explain to me why else they removed me from the program. They just said, we removed you from the program because you didn't get your medication when you had your appointment with the psychiatrist. So we don't think you're adjusting properly to the program. I don't understand what all that meant. But
so you have completed twice and been a mentor, and yet you're back in prison again.
Yes, sir. Because I couldn't handle grief, sir, and I relapsed. That was the reason why I'm back in prison.
But with all due respect, prior to 2021,
yeah,
you didn't have everything like that going on. So I'm not sure if you can connect the dots. I feel horrible about the loss that you've had. Okay. However, the loss that you've had isn't where this started. Right. And the thing is, it goes back years. I'm reading what's going on with, substance use and such. You're 53 years old. You started using heroin for the first time at age 42. At least that's what you said.
Yes, sir.
So you got, that's 9 years ago.
Yeah.
And so I get this piece. I totally understand addiction. And what I'm concerned about is, you're not completing an addiction services program, right? I know guys that have been in treatment or gone to treatment centers or gone to programs, and they've never been there, because they're always somewhere else. I don't know if you understand that or not, but when you go into a program, you're supposed to stay in the program and look at yourself and try to get through and get into the change and get into the understanding behind the addiction, right?
Okay, I understand that completely, sir, and I understand my addiction completely. Like I said, I've completed the program before, but I was on medication. In my entire incarceration, I've been on medication and I'm not. So for me sobbing under my pillow at night and me getting up at night, whatever the reasons were for them to kick me out, those are the reasons they kicked me out. I understand my addiction. I understand my triggers. I understand how I was codependent. I understand a whole bunch about my addiction, and I know how to deal with my addiction. I have had clean time in the past, and I know what to do to get back there. It was because
Talk to me about that clean time in the past.
The clean time I've had in the past.
When was
I've had 4.5 years clean time from 2002 to 2006 or 7 in that vicinity. When I got the last charge in 2007, so for 4.5 years, I stayed clean. I was working. I was doing a program of recovery. I was doing the things I needed to do, and I know I need to do that again. But like I said, I didn't have anyone to reach out to when these deaths were happening to me in my family, and I wound up using it.
Okay, and
But I wasn't out
so,
committing, I'm not out committing crimes. My violations are because of my drug abuse. I'm not committing crimes. I'm not a violent offender. I don't go out looking for trouble, bothering people. I hurt myself and my family by my drug abuse and my mental health.
talk to me about your participation in programming there.
Say again?
Talk to me about your participation in programming there.
So in any program, even if I go to NA and AA, I stand up. I bring my experience, strength, and hope to every meeting. I speak at the end of the meeting to give people experience, strength, and hope because I've been there and I want to help as many people as I can, and I've always done that. Even every single time I've been here, I've chaired meetings on the facility. I chaired a meeting sometimes for NA and AA. So I'm a positive member in any community that I'm ever in, and I'm an asset to any program I've ever been in, just because of my experience.
And the other thing that you're supposed to have done is voices.
I'm presently in voices on the 6th class right now. I can show you the certificate. I can show you the paperwork if you want to see the paperwork where I started it on the 14th.
You're fine. You're in the 6th class out of how many?
Right, correct. We have a projected.
Out of how many? How many you got left to do?
There's 15, so 9 left to do.
So you're going to want to come out here to, I know it says something about a partner out here.
My girlfriend of 30 years, Jackie. Trying to go back home.
Which is, it's an issue because of who else resides there.
But there's no residential protective order in place, sir.
Well, whether or not there's a protective order, it's going to be up to the parole officer whether he can be around that person. So just so you know, that's the way it goes when there's a victim of a crime.
Okay. Yep.
And when it comes to employment, I didn't read anything about a plan.
I'm a home improvement contractor, Connecticut license number 558649. You can look that up. I do home improvement.
Expired.
Excuse me?
Your license is expired, sir.
Yeah, it's expired because I'm incarcerated. I can come out, pay my registration, get insurance, and be a contractor again. That's what I do for a living. I'm a home improvement contractor. Or I do all different kinds of things. I went to school for culinary arts. I went to Porter and Chester in '96. I do automotive technician. I do small engine repair. I can work. I've done dishwashing. I do cooking. I have multifaceted, occupationally inclined things that I can do. I'm definitely going to get a job. I have worked. If I got out, I can work with my neighbor who works at the school. I help him do janitorial work, or I can go back to work at Brass City Bistro. Tom, the owner of Brass City Bistro, I'm sure will give me a job the day I get out, whether I go to a half house or I go home.
So I'm gonna finish up with I appreciate the work that you've done. I'm gonna tell you just one more time, my take on the thing is I'm so concerned about you not having an addiction services program prior to your release. So I have no further questions about it.
All right. So you were convicted by a jury in this case. Do I have that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
But it is your position that you were not there at the house sleeping in the basement.
No, ma'am, not at that time.
Okay. At that time, okay. Why'd you call your daughter a pig for calling the police?
I didn't call her a pig. I don't know why I would say that. I never called her a pig.
Oh, you also told the judge you'll never speak to her again.
I said that because my daughter took me to trial on a charge for violation of a protective order that I didn't know
So
was residential.
the state took you to trial. She was the witness, having been victimized by your violating the protective order that was put in place.
Ma'am, she wasn't victimized at all. Her take on what happened is inaccurate. My wife told the opposite story. I have the transcripts just as well as you have the transcripts, ma'am. She's saying that she thought I was in the house at 8 o'clock in the morning, and then she woke up again at 12 o'clock and I was there again. That did not happen. That's a recollection because that's happened in the past. That day, that did not happen. I went to the outside window and spoke to my wife.
We're not relitigating. You were convicted at trial. So we're taking it from there. I get that you think your daughter lied and that you've been wrongly convicted. You do have a partial protective order against you to the year 2050 involving this daughter who does live with the person you proposed as your sponsor. So that's not going to be a viable, as my colleague pointed out, option for you. Ms. Chance.
Are you on methadone there,
No.
Mr. Delgado?
No, ma'am.
You're not.
No, ma'am.
So you haven't taken an addiction services program. You're currently in Voices and
Yes,
you
ma'am.
have a job assignment.
Yes, ma'am.
So for me, Mr. Delgado, that's not enough. Your substance abuse score is a 5, as my colleague, Ms. Cole, said. And for me, you need to take an addiction services program. I'm all set.
Okay, so we're done with questions, Mr. Delgado. We're going to discuss. Please don't interrupt us. Mr. Polk.
Thank you, Chair. So Mr. Delgado rates out very high overall, would be released to a maximum supervision level in the community. Does have, there's one disciplinary report which he denies back in December for disobedience. He read, which is really good, his evaluation for work. And he has engaged in AA and NA, and done 90 and 90. He has some experience in the past with being in recovery, although it was 20 years ago. I'm concerned, concerned that he doesn't have an addiction service program. He's working on completing Voices. He's almost halfway through that program. Where I am is I'd like to see him get an addiction services program, finish Voices, and come back before us for, he's not due to be out until October of next year. I'd like to some type of support on parole prior to his release on probation. And the other thing is that I really want to see him do something with a recovery plan. Carl Robinson, I know that there's a CCAR recovery coach that's going in there weekly that is willing to work with people and set up release plans for the community. And if having something like that in place, where he's in a place and has support rather than I got this. With, you know, all of the stuff that Mr. Delgado's been through in the last 6 years,
Okay.
you know?
I'm gonna pause in the deliberation because we have OBS input.
Okay.
So we'll turn the hearing over to Ms. Hamlet Williams. Again, Mr. Delgado, you are not to speak. Ms. Hamlet Williams, you're muted.
Hi. Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I am so sorry. I'm waiting for the victim to call me back. She just received my information from another advocate, and that advocate relayed that to me. So I'm trying to
So
give her.
you need a few minutes?
Yes, please.
Okay, so we're gonna pause the hearing while you make that connection.
Thank you so much.
Because
first.
Okay, Mr. Delgado, we're back on the record. We won't be having any victim input, so we're going to continue to deliberate. We heard from Mr. Polk. I agree with the concerns over program participation. I think he could probably really benefit from new thoughts as well. I'm very pleased to see he has 5 years of probation. When he mentioned in his opening statement that he did parole successfully before, I wasn't able to find that. He had a technical violation of parole back in 2004, but he hasn't had a special parole sentence in his criminal history, but he's been unsuccessful on supervision 5 out of 7 times. I do not have Mr. Delgado granted discretionary parole. I'm concerned about his release plan, his program participation, and his acceptance of responsibility. That's where I am. Ms. Chance?
I agree with you, Madam Chair. I did not have Ms. Delgado granted today concerning his not completing the appropriate programs. And I do agree with you that he could benefit from the New Thoughts program.
Okay.
And I do not have him coming back.
Okay. I also am not interested in a reader. So are we okay with inadequate program participation and evidence of offender change, inadequate release plan, and his criminal history?
Okay.
So in the matter of Jason Delgado, inmate number 201784, there's a motion to deny parole for the following reasons: your criminal history, your inadequate program participation and evidence of offender change, and an inadequate release plan. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Motion carries. Parole is denied.
This includes the hearing for Jason Delgado 2017.
Mr. Principal coming in.
Perfect, and you can just send them right on in. Just send the next one right on in. Doesn't matter where it is. Thank you. Can I have your name, please?
Yeah,
Your name, please?
Confessor Principe.
Good morning, my name is Polk. Today is Tuesday, July 28th, 2026, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Partisan Parole. Following board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutory required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner, good morning.
Good morning, Mike Paul.
Good morning, Joy Chance.
Also present is the board psychologist. Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Confessor Principe. My number is 257419.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration for a parole application for a Confessor Principe 257419. He is serving a sentence of 4 years of special parole for criminal possession of a firearm, violation of probation, and criminal possession of a pistol. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of November 24th, 2026. There is no legal event in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for this offender. It has been reviewed and showed the offender has completed the following programs. No programs has been completed. Utilizing a statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation scores, the offender's overall score for recipient falls in a high range. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
What was that again?
This is your opportunity to express to the board why you should be granted parole. You may begin.
I'm a hardworking person. I got a family at home. They're waiting for me. Before I came in and I got in this mess, I was working and I was being a part of society. And then I'm a normal person, and I was following all the rules that I have in my probation. So I think I will be a good candidate for the parole.
All right, thank you, Mr. Principe, for this, that statement. You are, part of your sentence is violation of probation. So I'm not sure how successful you were on probation, but, here you are. So, what I have is, someone who was, on probation for a gun charge, found in a stolen truck with a gun that was loaded. And you have been incarcerated this time, accumulating 6 disciplinary reports, mostly for intox and Suboxone, and refusing to give a specimen. So it's all sort of tied together. And you haven't completed any programs, but you have a drug score of 5, which is the highest possible. So, you know, I'm glad you have 4 years of special parole that can help you when you finish this sentence. But I can't begin to find you suitable without some programs. And you know that the more DRs you get, the further down the list you go for the programs. So you're kind of, you know, self-sabotaging in that way. You were on the deadly weapon offender registry, and you have that as part of this sentence, so that 5 years will start new when you go out.
Okay. Can I say something?
Well, I haven't asked a question yet.
Okay, I'm sorry about that.
So you were in a treatment program in April of 2023 when you were on probation, but you were using while you were in treatment. And you said that drugs give you an increased sense of danger, which is why you had the firearm. But, you know, we make the decision about you finishing the 4 years you have to serve in the community based on public safety. And you were on the registry, on probation, carrying a gun under the influence, and all of that for, you know, on probation for a gun offense and back on a gun offense. So that's all very concerning, sir. What did you want to say?
No, I was gonna say about the programs in here. I write the counselor about the program. They say you're on the waiting list. That's why I can't get nothing done.
Well, you know, you don't help yourself at all by getting DRs. And what the DRs tell us is that you have a problem with substances, that even in a controlled environment like prison, you can't manage. So without programs to help you with your abuse of substances and the addiction that's part of that, you're not appropriate for community release because it would set you up to fail. You need the programs that are going to help you. I know you've done a detox, you know, 15 times out in the community, and you've done outpatient treatment as well, but it has been insufficient because here you are again.
And I applied here for the Suboxone program, and they never got to me. So I was asking for help.
Well, your end of sentence isn't until August of 28. So you have 2 years to get that help to prepare you to be successful on special parole. Ms. Chance, any questions?
None, Madam Chair.
Mr. Polk? Okay. So we're done with the questions. And with that being said, I'm not going to support Mr. Principe being granted discretionary parole due to the nature and circumstance, the offense on probation, inadequate program participation, and poor institutional adjustment. So as far as his special parole conditions, I have a mental health evaluation and treatment, halfway house, and no driving. Did you have anything else?
No.
That's those 3. Well, Mr. Polk.
I had no consumption of alcohol, but with a question mark.
Oh, it is one of his substances.
I mean, I would be supportive of 3 year in this case. In July of next year. Give him the opportunity to take programming and stuff doing what he's doing when it comes to disciplinary reports. But that's, yeah. Certainly not prepared to support parole.
Right. February.
Last 10 years, he's had 2 convictions. One, criminal possession of a gun in 2020 and 2022 operating under suspension. So it's.
I'm concerned because this is a, gun offense on top of gun offense when everything was in place to, guide his behavior and being law abiding. So, it is 2 years, but I think he has a host of programs he could benefit from, including a fatherhood initiative as a dad of teenagers. So I'm not going to vote for a rehear. Do you want to rehear?
No, I don't.
Okay. Did you have any other special conditions to put in place? Okay. And we are adding no alcohol. So in the matter of confessor principe, inmate number 257419, there's a motion to deny parole for the following reasons: the nature and circumstance of your offense being committed while you were on probation, your inadequate program participation, and your poor institutional adjustment. I further move to set the following conditions for your 4 years of special parole: halfway house placement, no consumption of alcoholic beverages, no driving without your parole officer's permission, and a mental health evaluation and treatment is deemed necessary. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Motion carries. Parole is denied. You'll go out for 4 years of special parole, Mr. Principe. I hope you'll, use that resource of your parole officer to help you be successful in the community. We wish you all the best.
Just
All set?
Yes, all set. I will put that in there. Yes.
This includes the hearing for Professor Principe 257419. Good morning. Can I have your name, please?
Good morning.
Your name, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. My name is John Tobia.
Morning, my name is Professor Williams. Today is Tuesday, July 28th, 2026. Specific hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. All board members are present this morning and by stating their names on the record, certified and reviewed all statutory required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner.
Morning, Mike Polk.
Good morning, Joy Chance.
Also present is the board psychologist. Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
John Tobia.
Inmate number, please.
301491.
Thank you. This hearing is being conducted in consideration for a parole application for John Tobia, 301491. He is serving a sentence of 10 years, execution suspended after 32 months with 5 years probation for risk of injury, breach of second degree violation of probation, and illegal sexual contact. As of state record reflected parole eligibility date of December 6, 2025, there is no victim in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for this offender. It has been reviewed and showed the offender has completed the following programs. New thoughts. Utilizing statewide collaborative offender risk evaluations. Of course, the offender's overall score for recidivism falls in the high range. It's also a static 99 over 7, which falls in the high range. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Okay, thank you. First, I want to apologize. I'm having trouble hearing the words that were being spoken, so that's why there was some delay in my responses. So I understood the question to be why I should get parole. I don't think that I should get parole. I don't believe that anyone, that sounds a lot like deserve, and I don't think anyone deserves parole, though I do understand that in some cases it makes sense, maybe good sense, for someone to receive the opportunity of parole. And I do believe, and I'm hopeful that in my case it might make some good sense, and that's and that's only because of the changes that have occurred in me since my arrest, which I consider to be the best thing that happened to me in my life thus far. And I'm speaking of my arrest in August of 2024 on this case. I deliberately worded I worded it the way that I did by saying that the changes that have occurred in me, because initially I did not, it was not a result of my efforts. It wasn't anything that I brought about. I believe, if I may use religious language, I believe it was the grace of God that that initially made the changes in me. And I'm speaking of changes such as, well, really, it was just an understanding initially, and a conviction of guilt. And I understood how everything that has gone wrong in my life, everything that went sideways, everything that caused myself and others pain and suffering, was my own doing. It was, I was responsible for all of it, and I certainly felt, like I said, convicted of and guilty. But it came with an understanding and an empathy that I'd never had before. So I was, immediately, spontaneously remorseful, and but also I had an infusion of gratitude and humility, really. And from then on, I was, it was strange, because I seemed like it counterintuitively, most all of my anxiety just disappeared, and I had a kind of acceptance, and I just tried to remain humble and carry on with those gifts that I feel were given to me, and carry that into my serving of my sentence. And I didn't know how to. I deliberately came in here, unprepared. I didn't want to. It was suggested to me a number of times to prepare something in writing, but I didn't want to do that. I wanted to try to be as genuine and spontaneous as I could be. And I actually, to be honest, I was expecting more of a question.
Well, we're getting to the question.
Oh, okay.
We're waiting for you to finish your opening statement.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Yes, I guess I'm done with my opening statement.
Great. Okay, Ms. Chance.
So Mr. Dwyer,
Yes.
This time around, and this is not your first time,
Certainly not.
what have you learned about yourself that you didn't know before?
The first thing that comes to mind is that I actually don't believe that I was capable, and this is a drastic change of what I always believed my first 55 years, before I was arrested, which was that I was fully confident, and falsely so, in believing that I could solve my problems, that I could make the changes that were necessary. I now believe that I couldn't have without God. And again, I apologize, but I feel like I have to use the religious language because this is my experience. And I wasn't even a believer in God before this. And I was always a searcher. I was always a seeker. I considered myself spiritual, not religious. I practiced the science of mind, which I discovered just somewhere around 2002 through a magazine. And I was more or less a practitioner of the science of mind philosophy. It was founded by Ernest Holmes. Up until my arrest, I no longer necessarily follow because I'm a practicing Catholic. And I believe in God, and I never used to say that before. So
Mr. Tobias, can I just stop you and ask you?
Sure.
So you're saying that you have been given some gifts because of your newfound spiritual belief. But how do you relate that to your history of exposing yourself and masturbating in public?
Yes. It's only related in the fact that I did not have this gift. And so I was left to my own devices, and my own devices were, paltry, insufficient. And it's reprehensible, it's indefensible, it's disgusting to me now. But I will admit that I didn't feel that way before. I would rationalize, I would justify. But
can I ask you to give me an example of that gift that has been given to you, or the gifts?
Now, yes. Well, the gifts that I was speaking of were a humility, an empathy, and a gratitude that at a level that I didn't have before. Everything else, I had degrees of that, or I thought I did, but they were all intellectualized. They were all in my mind. It hadn't reached my heart, if that makes any sense. But I'm just using the language that I'm learning myself because I am new to this. But
okay. So again, you completed the short-term sex offender program,
yes.
Correct?
Yes, I did.
Yeah. So what did you learn about yourself that would prevent you from committing these offenses in the future?
Well, I certainly learned that I need to always remain vigilant. And I'm not to say that I didn't understand that about myself before. I did, but I have to maintain a spiritual practice. And again, sometimes I feel like I have to apologize for using spiritual or religious language, but it is the difference. So
But Mr. Sabir,
if I'm talking, sorry, go ahead.
So I'm trying to connect where you got the spiritual belief, how it applies to the programs that you completed. The short-term sex offender program.
Okay. Well, I learned a lot. I feel like this, when I wrote the retrospective autobiography, which was part of the program, I really tried to put my all into it. And to be frank, I actually could have written a lot more. But I was time constrained, and I felt like I did the best I could, but I was very grateful. I am very grateful for that, because I was able to identify in more depth a lot of the past things that have affected me, and I was able to see that. And I understand the magnitude of my having to remain in sex offender specific treatment therapy, which is a priority for me when I do get out. But if I'm being, forthright, I need to combine that with a church experience, and so that's also of equal priority to me, that's brand new to me, and I have good support, which I am much more willing to refer to and lean on than I was in the past. Like I said before.
Where is the support from?
Well, there's my brother, Chris, who is willing to, who would be my sponsor, and he's willing to move my 92-year-old mother, which he's taking care of right now, from Massachusetts to Connecticut in order to sponsor me. So I would be living with them. They're a great support, pro-social people. And I also have friends, a former correctional officer, actually in this jail for about 10 years. He was a correctional officer from the early 80s to early 90s. And he's a good friend of mine, who has been steadfast support. And actually he's spoken.
So Mr. Tobias, have you always had those support systems in place?
Family-wise, yes. The other support that I'm trying to make reference to, I would say yes and no. Yes, in that they were always there for me and supporting me, but I didn't recognize maybe the value of their support because they were more religious type people and I wasn't.
Okay, so I'm going to stop you right there and ask you. So are you able to identify in the future sort of a red flag that would say to you, I'm thinking about committing one of these offenses again? Would you be able to share that with the people who are the support people in your life?
I can say now to you, I wish I could look you in the eye right now. Absolutely, yes. And I, before I got arrested. And it's mainly because I think first of all, I was much too overconfident in my own abilities. Call it ego, call it pride, which I've come to understand is the opposite of the humility that is so valuable in life, and which I always struggled with, as well as empathy. So, and You know, what's interesting is, I'm sorry, I'm trying to answer your question, but I've also thought of this. The other program that I took when I was
The new
here,
thought.
the New Thoughts, yes. That was, it kind of made me chuckle a little bit, because all of the things that are addressed in the New Thoughts class really were exactly, and in my opinion, not coincidentally, the things that were gifted to me, the things that I understand now that I didn't have a heart understanding of before. I had an intellectual understanding, but I didn't have the heart understanding. And that is, New Thoughts addresses empathy. It addresses the value of gratitude, the value of humility, and also perspective changing, what I like to call paradigm shifts. And all four of those things were, you know, again, it wasn't it wasn't a product of my own efforts initially. It was what I call the grace of God, but it happened spontaneously for me after I got arrested. And that sort of primed me, is my understanding. And it never left me. And it was a release of so much anxiety. And I've been able to carry that on. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so, you know, here's the problem that I have, Mr. Tobias. You completed the short-term program and the New Thoughts program. And I'm trying to get an understanding of what insights you have gained from both of them. But what I hear you saying is that, you know, religion has played an important role in your life and you were given gifts. So I'm trying to figure out the tangible things that you learn from these two programs that's going to help you in the future, because you were on probation for a similar offense when you committed the current one. So those are concerning.
Of course, I understand.
And for me, from what I'm hearing you saying now, I haven't really put my hand on anything that tells me that some changes have occurred within you, with the exception of the fact that you are now going to church and you've now become a Roman Catholic, but still not addressing the specific problems that you have. And so that is a concern to me.
Okay.
And I'm hoping that going forward, that you will be able to look back on your notes from the short-term sex offender program and the New Thoughts program and try to figure out whatever skills you gained from the sex offender program and the new ideas that New Thoughts gave you about, you know, decision-making will help you going forward.
I appreciate that. I completely understand that, you know, based on my history alone, I am not a good candidate for parole. I understand that completely.
So I don't have any further questions, but I'm gonna refer to my colleagues.
Thank you.
Mr. Polk?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So yeah, what you just said makes some sense. I just counted 20 times since 1987 they were charged with the same exact thing. And in the last 40 years, you've been sentenced to 18 years in prison for doing the same thing. And I'm you know, one of the things that I need to do in determining whether somebody's suitable for parole is, do I believe that if the person's paroled, if they're going to go back out into the community and commit the same offense again, or any offense, right?
Yes.
I'm interested in how you got from 2009 to 2024 and didn't have any other offenses. Was it
Sir.
that you weren't caught? Was it?
No, sir. I was actually committed in the state of Massachusetts as a sexually dangerous person under their civil commitment law. And I was there for 14 and a half years. You get few opportunities to, but I did their program and I learned what I could, and I worked their program to the best of my ability, and it earned me out of that facility in 2024. And to be perfectly honest, I really, once again, I thought that I had, achieved an adequate understanding, and I really felt confident that I wasn't going to do that. And I did largely very well for the 5 months that I was out in 2024. And then I just broke. I'm just being honest. And in one day I collected all these charges. And
I appreciate you sharing that with me. And I have no further questions, Madam Chair.
Well, I appreciate this opportunity.
Along the same lines, Mr. Tobiah, there's risk factors and there's circumstances like places. And yet you were willing, with just 5 months out, to go to an amusement park, which is going to be covered in children. So.
Are you speaking of the bowling alley? I'm sorry.
Well, spare time. Yeah. But it's got all these amusement games.
Yeah, that's true.
Stuff. Yeah. True. So a magnet for children.
Yes.
So, and you didn't have enough self-awareness to say, I really shouldn't go to this place?
No, it wasn't. I don't think it was a lack of self-awareness. I basically intentionally offended at that point. I made reference to this in my relapse prevention plan, or my retrospective autobiography, during the course of the program that I took here. What I called it, I reached a point where I had such a specific anxiety, which I recognized to be a trigger of mine. However, I had gotten to the point where I felt like, and please, I hope if I can get across, this was what I'm going to call the old me. I know it sounds like a cliche, but that's the way my understanding. So I felt like nothing was ever going to change. I felt like, and I just gave myself the permission. I told myself, which I had done over and over again in my history, that I'm not really hurting anyone. I'm rationalizing this. It's a cognitive distortion of immense proportions. Yeah. And I allowed myself, I called it a case of one of my former therapists in Massachusetts used to call this a case of the effort. And that's what it was. It was like, damn the consequences.
Okay. I understand a little better now. So getting back to that, you didn't think you were hurting anyone. When you were evaluated by the connection for problem sexual behavior treatment, you said you would do anything to get a rise out of people, even masturbating in public. So what was the reaction? How did you benefit from the reaction of disturbing, scaring, disgusting people out in public?
Okay, if I may,
Just
I don't want, yeah, that's objectively, you're absolutely right. That's what I was doing. I didn't get a rise out of any reaction. I've been very specific with this over the years. I needed what I distortedly would make into I needed what I called a non-negative response. So it didn't have to necessarily be a positive response in my interpretation, but it had to be a non-negative response. I don't like reactions that were overtly negative. But if it was
people yelling at you,
right.
you.
So I don't get off on any of that. I never did.
So you're looking for a neutral, not somebody who wants
I was looking for a, yes.
pick you up on your offer, but somebody who just
No, I was never
walks away
offering.
from you.
I was never offering, but I did. I was just looking for a non-negative response, and that was enough for me to distort my own mind, turn it into a positive response. And I don't like scaring people. I don't like negative responses. And again, these were
that's got to be 90% of the responses. 95% of the responses to your behavior out in public have to be negative.
I believe that if we're talking about adults, you're correct. I believe that part of the reason why I'm going to say right around 1992 or 3 was when I had sort of switched over and started exposing myself to minors and children, and that was a big part of the reason, because those children didn't overtly react negatively. They had a curiosity, a natural curiosity, and in my distorted mind, I was able to manipulate that reaction in my mind and turn it into something that I would derive.
Okay, well, I'm going to tell you, Mr. Tobia, I really don't think it was a neutral curiosity reaction. I think it was a delayed reaction because they didn't know what was happening.
And I agree 100% with you.
All right, so that's it for the questions, sir. I really encourage you to take the Voices program while you're still incarcerated. Your end of sentence is in March. And I think the Voices program could really help you appreciate the harm that you're causing to individuals whose paths you cross when you have this in mind. Are you also a compulsive gambler?
No, ma'am.
All right, well, you mentioned you were in your pre-sentence investigation in 2002. Perhaps that situation has changed?
No, I have gambled and I have done so inappropriately, and I've used other people's money at times. But
okay, so maybe not compulsive, but problem.
I have in the past, yes.
Okay. All right. So that's it for the questions. If you could just sit without talking and let us discuss. Ms. Chance?
So Mr. Tobias has spent the last 22 years of his life committing the same sexual offenses. He has been incarcerated most of that time, have committed these offenses in at least 3 or 4 states. And he's completed the short-term sex offender program and the New Thoughts program. The only thing that I can connect with what he understands is the fact that he said he's found a God and he's been given some gifts, which I hope eventually that will make some kind of connection for him in terms of this specific crime that he's been committed. As I said, he's rated high. I do not find that he's suitable for parole today. I think Mr. Tobias has some more work to do on himself. And I agree with your recommendation to take the Voices program. It might give him a little bit more insight in terms of the impact that he has on his victims.
Great. All right, Mr. Polk, where are you?
Obviously, it's like we're not focusing on this case.
Okay.
I had criminal history, inadequate evidence, and the current offense committed on probation.
Okay. You good with that?
Yeah.
So in the matter of John Tobia, inmate number 301491, there's a motion to deny parole for the following reasons: your criminal history, your current offense being committed while you were on probation, and an inadequate evidence of offender change. All in favor? Aye. Motion carries, parole is denied.
This concludes the hearing for John Tobia 30149. You're all set, so good luck to you.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Have your name, please?
Well, the last 29
Eric
was
LaPena.
Morning, my name is Polk Williams. Today is Tuesday, July 28, 2026, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. Following board members are present this morning, and by seeing their names on the record, certified they review all statutory required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner, good morning.
Good afternoon, Mike Polk.
Good morning, Joy Chance.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Eric LaPena, number 330805.
Thank you. This hearing is being conducted in consideration for a parole application for Eric LaPena 330805. He is serving a sentence of 12-year execution suspended after 6 years with 5 years of probation for 2 counts of failure to appear first, criminal possession of a firearm, larceny first, assault 3rd degree, unlawful restraint 2nd degree, failure to appear 2nd degree, negligent cruelty to persons in violation of protective order. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of January 3rd, 2025. There is no victim in this case. The inmate was heard by the board on July 3rd, 2025. He was denied parole, and the new hearing was set for July 2026. The board recommended that the inmate that the offender is to continue with no DRs and complete all of his current programs. The offender is also to get into any other programs that he can get into. Then at the last hearing, the offender has to complete the following programs, which is tier 2, utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system scores. The offender's overall score for recidivism falls in a very high range. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you should be granted parole. You may begin.
I wrote something I'd like to read. I would like to start by saying that my actions have had consequences that unfairly affected many innocent people throughout my life of active addiction. I wish that I was more accountable for my actions before this board last year. The truth is that my shame and guilt stood in the way. I'm equally sorry to the victims of each of my crimes. One situation that weighs on my heart the most is that someone died in my company. I've been saying that I thought she was asleep. However, the reality is that I should have checked on her. In the morning, when I woke up, my selfish desires and motivations ran me straight out the door to get more drugs. I didn't check on her again. I saw her son in the driveway, and when he asked me, I told him his mother was still asleep. Had I have been sober and more aware, not only could I have tried to get her help, but I could have prevented her son from finding her and enduring that experience alone. My mother was a single mother, and she's my best friend. And if that happened to me, I would be broken forever. The board's decision to bring me back in a year gave me time to reflect. It's the reason why I can sit before you today, say that I'm ready, and mean it. This journey did not come without setbacks. I received a ticket. I accepted responsibility and continued working towards my goals. I completed my programs. I've held several work assignments, and I have a well thought out plan for my recovery that I would like to share with you now. I currently participate in meetings with the Hospitals and Institutions Division of Narcotics Anonymous here at Carl Robinson CI, and I plan to continue attending meetings upon my release. One of the outside sponsors from H&I that runs our meetings challenged me to join him in attending 90 meetings in 90 days, and I accepted the challenge. I've set a goal for myself to get in touch with H&I in Middletown, to attend their monthly meetings, and eventually to get approval to become a sponsor who brings meetings, experience, strength, and hope back into hospitals and institutions. I'm going to stay on my medication, and I'm going to find a therapist who I can keep scheduled meetings with. I'm going to reconnect with my sponsor and work on my NA step work with him. I brought my NA schedule down here today. I've highlighted a few meeting options for each day of the week so that I am prepared to balance work, life's responsibilities, and meeting commitments. I hope you can see it. I highlighted at least 2 meetings at different times for every day so that I know what my options are based on my other commitments and my employment. One other thing that I'd like to say is, Ms. Chance, last year, you were really hard on me, or I thought you were really hard on me. And when I walked out of the hearing, between the walk from the hearing to my cell, I came to realize that I never get better because I never take accountability. And I spent most of that hearing, not that what I told you was untrue, but I spent most of my hearing trying to convince you of it and less of showing you how I was going to do it. And because of that, I want to thank you, because I set goals after that hearing to become more accountable, to become more aware, and to develop goals that will actually lead me in the direction of where I want to be.
Well, I'm glad that you took my comments to heart, Mr. Le Pen. Because if you remember, it's because of the fact that you weren't taking accountability for what you did, why I was not in favor of the rehear. And when I had asked you the question about why none of the previous treatment programs had worked for you, you couldn't tell me. So those are my reasons. And I hear the good things that you have done since then. So for me, I appreciate that you proved me wrong because you deserve this rehear.
Thank you.
So we're going to start questions with Mr. Polk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Downright, good afternoon, Mr. Lieutenant. I was 2 minutes too soon for good afternoon when I introduced myself before. But how are you doing?
I'm doing well.
Did you get to the meeting last night?
I did.
Yeah, what did you think about the speaker?
I actually am really glad that I got to last night's meeting because I related, there's always something you can take away from every speaker. Last night's speaker, I related with every single thing he said, from how he started out with going to parties and just being around substances and how it progressed for him, and how he ended up in a position where he would steal. He mentioned how a lot of people say, well, I would never steal from my mother. He explained how for him, there was nobody that he wouldn't steal from to get his next fix. He spoke about fishing, which is a very big part of my life, both as a hobby and a career. He spoke, he really caught my attention when he asked, is this the Tier 4 program and other inmates? And he said, well, I'm glad you guys are here because I was in Tier 4. And like I said in what I read, I think that H&I would be really good for me. So seeing that he can get himself together and with his record, which was serious, he could still get approval after so many years to come back in and bring his message back to the people that are incarcerated. I really like that.
And that's really important. His road to recovery started in Tier 4. And it's the same thing that you can do. And he's out here and he's involved in H&I. He usually has commitment on Monday night, and it wasn't there. So, but him being in there was a big thing. And I'm glad I read the decision from last time, and what your exchange with Board Member Chance, I really keyed in on where you were the last time and how it's different this time. So that's something that's really important. Can you talk about the ticket that you got in February? A little bit?
Yes, I can. I don't want to make any excuses for my actions. It was a day with a lot of idle time, and the individual was somebody I would have considered my friend. And we had been horse playing on and off throughout that day, and I know better. I don't horseplay. People that I come in contact with here and I meet, I tell them I don't play like that. But I had somewhat of a relationship with him, and I did something. I smacked him in a way that was viewed by people on the outside as an assault. And I knew that what I was doing was wrong. So I didn't go in and say, hey, no, that's not an assault. I was horse playing. I looked at it and I said, you know what, wrong is wrong. I accept the responsibility for it. And in the past, I got a lot of tickets in the past. And in the past, that would have spiraled me out of control. And it would have been one ticket after another. And right when it happened, I told myself it happened. And I'm not going to go that route. I'm going to suck it up. And I'm going to continue on working towards my goals. And that's what I did.
And that's really important. You have to be aware of where you are, you know?
Yes.
And, you know, there's rules out here on parole and probation, and in order to be successful, you have to abide by those, you know? So the other piece of this is, you know, the domestic, part of this. Can you talk to me a little bit about where you are with your understanding of protective orders and, you know, where you are with a domestic relationship, and when things don't go a certain way, what do you do?
So I anticipated this question, and I wrote something really short, and then I'd like to also put some of my own words out.
Yeah.
I feel horrible about the way I behaved in all of my relationships. I was raised in a certain way. It wasn't the right way. It was bad. You know, people hurt me, I hurt them. That's how my father acted. And that's been something that I've been working on adjusting for a long time, and I slipped back into poor behaviors. And it's a horrible philosophy, and it's a defect of mine. I've learned that I can't control people, that I just have to embrace them. And if my experience with a person leaves me feeling bad or hurt, well, then they're not a good fit for my life. I don't want to hurt anybody, no matter what they've done to me or how they made me feel. And, you know, had I have been sober through those situations, I think that I would have handled them much better. Maybe not perfect, because I'm growing and I'm learning. And there's no circumstance where if I don't like what a partner does or a person does, that I should try to forcefully change that. Because what happens is it creates turmoil in a relationship, and there's almost no turning back at that point. It gets more and more toxic, and honestly, I can say that each person that I had that type of issue with was a person that was good to me and that didn't deserve it. We may have had our disagreements, but I'm almost 100% sure that their disagreements started with the fact that I started using drugs again.
It's usually what happens, right?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
It's usually what happens, right?
Yes.
And what's your understanding of a protective order?
It's an order to protect that person, which I can't go near them, I can't contact them, I can't have any third persons contact them. Yeah, just an order put in place to protect a victim.
And if they want to get back in touch with you, what do you do?
Don't acknowledge it.
I mean, other than that, you're going to be taking a seat again, right?
Yes.
That overdose is the tough one.
Yeah, right. Even writing what I wrote was difficult because after last year's hearing with Ms. Chance, I went back and I made some phone calls and I said, you know, to my family and my boss and my friends, I said, wow, no tickets and all my programs and I didn't get approved and me, and et cetera, et cetera. And each one of them was like, well, you know, you didn't handle it well. And they kind of put me in my place after Ms. Chance did. And one thing that I came to grips with a little hint from a family member and a lot of work on my own was that I didn't realize that failing to take responsibility during that hearing actually hurt or can hurt my victims more. And I didn't want that.
That's the truth. So there are support letters in your file. And I noted that you do want to, what you said, continue on with NA, continue to address your addiction. And certainly, being, doing TV program in the community is important. And things like that. So I'm glad that you're in a different place today than you were during your first hearing. I want to see what other board members have questions for you. So thank you for answering mine.
Ms. Chance?
I think I don't have any questions for Mr. LaPena because I asked them all. I was not in favor of the rehear. The new information that I received today is the 90/90 meetings. That's
So, Mr. LaPena, you have a protective order against you involving the victim, and you have a child in common with that victim. What is your intent going forward?
I think that me and her, though we were friends for a very long time, I think that we're best at a distance because each time.
I'm talking about the protective order stands. I'm talking about the child.
Oh, I'm sorry. I misunderstood. To be honest, I don't know exactly how that works.
Okay, go to court. Get an attorney and go to court.
Okay.
If you have an interest in being part of that child's life. But
Okay.
this is the same child you threatened to stomp out of her body when she was 7 weeks pregnant, right?
I probably did say that. I don't exactly recall, but I believe I did.
Okay, you were quoted stating, "I'll stomp that kid out of your stomach, tie you up and light your body on fire. I'm gonna kick your teeth in so you know. When I get home, I'm gonna kick your teeth out of your face. I'll kill your whole family." Sound familiar?
Being honest, it doesn't. But
Okay.
I probably was so intoxicated that I believe I said it.
Yep, and you have to be responsible for your words. And, you were liberally threatening violence against a lot of people. In one instance, you looked at the victim's text messages, threatened to kill her if she lied to you, punched her in the face, threatened to throw the baby in the river, and then threatened to kill her if she went to the police. So, what was the victim supposed to do at that point? I mean, you're menacing and then combining that with the firearms is deeply, deeply concerning because, the risk to public safety is part of our, mandate. We have to negotiate that. And so what in the anger management class from 2024 could you have used to have avoided the assault ticket in 2026?
So being aware, de-escalation tactics or techniques, I should say. I think one of the things that I learned that really stuck with me was that anger is a secondary emotion. So usually the anger is because I'm hurt or whatever other feelings I may be experiencing.
Insecurity.
Insecurity.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a big portion of why I take mental health medication. And last year, I think I focused too much on mental health and not enough on addiction. But I learned about coexisting disorders. And I know that keeping a balance on each side of that spectrum is important.
What does a healthy relationship look like?
trust. I know the word, I'm working on it, I'm sorry. Not mediation, but give and take, you know, supporting one another. Things of that nature.
Respect,
Respect, most definitely.
healthy boundaries.
Yes.
You know, if you find yourself looking at your partner's cell phone, looking for evidence that they're not being faithful, you don't trust that person, so you shouldn't be with them.
Yes.
That makes sense?
Yes, it does. And I set a goal for myself this time that I didn't talk about in here, is that I don't plan on getting into any relationships for a substantial amount of time, because I'm going to need time to work on myself, reintegrate into society, build myself back up in my career, all aspects of my life. And if I enter into a relationship too early, I know that that's going to become my focus, and it's going to make it hard to work on myself and sobriety.
So who is Miss Butkus, your proposed sponsor?
She's a friend of mine and my family.
Okay. She's somebody you're romantically interested in?
No, she's married.
Okay. All right, that's it for the questions, sir. Give us just a few minutes. Mr. Polk?
There.
Thank you.
So Mr. LaPena is, back in front of us from a rehear from a year ago. He's done a lot of work. I see a very big change in his attitude. I really appreciated the exchange with Board Member Chance and the fact that he contemplated what was said to him in the last hearing and actually took action on that. He is showing a lot more insight. He does have a release plan that includes a recovery plan, a very well thought out recovery plan. There are support letters in the file from last time. You know, the disciplinary report that he received in February was not a good thing. And he explained it and took accountability for what he had done. I really think that Mr. LaPena having support of Parole and Community Services until his end of sentence would be a positive thing for him. Give him the chance to get set up. You know, with some decent support and guardrails in place. So support his parole.
Ms. Chance? Great. What are the conditions that you have?
Yep. Mental health evaluation and treatment is necessary. Community-based treatment for domestic violence. Victims AK and YG. And co-defendant JJ.
I also have no driving.
Okay.
So in the matter of Eric LaPena, inmate number 330805, there's motion to grant parole on or after today's date of July 28th, 2026, with the following conditions for your supervision. You're to have a mental health evaluation and engage in treatment. You're not to drive without your parole officer's permission. You're to engage in behavior management for domestic violence. You're to have no contact with your co-defendant, Jessica Joyce, and no contact with victims' initials AK and YG.
Second.
Is all right. All in favor?
Aye.
Congratulations, Mr. LaPena.
Thank you.
This will be the hearing for Eric LaPena 330805. All right, you're all set, sir. Good luck.
All right, thank you very much.
Good afternoon, can I have your name, please?
John Davis.
Can you call the officer in, please?
Yeah. They won't do.
Yes? You need me?
Yes, if you could just stay in for this first part, we're going to, start with the case and then we're going to hang up and I need for you to hang up on your end. And then we're going to call you and just answer the, separate call, please.
Okay.
All right, so just hang right there and then, once we go through our spill, we'll hang up, and then we'll call you with a random call.
Okay.
All right, and then towards the end of the hearing, we're going to need you to come back in and do like the same, just to give you a heads up.
You know what?
We're at the end, after we're done with that part, we're going to need you to come back in. And we're going to have to do it again.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Yep.
Good afternoon. My name is Parole Officer Williams. Today is July 28, 2026. This is a jurisprudence hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. Present this morning is Chairperson Ms. Turner, Board Member Mr. Polk, and Board Member Ms. Chance. Sir, can you please state your name and inmate number for the record?
John Davis, 444-735.
Thank you. This hearing is being conducted because the board has received information regarding past conduct which may require participate in a behavior management program for violent sexual behaviors.
So because of the history we're going to discuss involves confidential information, I move we go into executive session. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
The board will now go into executive session. We'll be back on the record shortly.
I don't even know what that meant.
Officer, I'm just gonna hang up the call and then the new one is gonna pop up on the tablet in a minute. If you can just press accept when you see that.
Okay, so end the call and then accept it.
Yeah, so don't press join, it's on the tablet. Wait for the pop-up that says accept.
Okay, so end this right now first.
Yep, I'll disconnect you.
Okay.
All right. There you go.
Is the volume working?
Yep, we're good. Thank you so much.
Well,
All right, we are now back on the record. Is it recording? Okay. In the matter of John Davis, inmate number 444739, I move that the board require an assessment for problem sexual behavior prior to the scheduling of a discretionary parole hearing. Is there a second?
Second.
Just to clarify, 444735.
735. My apologies, 444735. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So that's all we needed to do today, Mr. Davis. We thank you for the time and you'll be seen relatively soon.
Thank you.
This includes the hearing for John Davis, 444735.
What's that say? Seven.
Good afternoon. Can I have your name, please?
Jamadi Haley.
Good afternoon. My name is Officer Williams. Today is July 28, 2026. This is the jurisprudence hearing for the Connecticut Board of Department of Parole. Present this morning is Chairperson Ms. Turner, Board Member Mr. Polk, and Board Member Ms. Chance. Sir, please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Jamali Haley, 417448.
Thank you. This hearing is being conducted because the board has received information regarding past conduct which may require participation in the behavior management program for problem sexual behavior.
So, Mr. Haylett, the history we're going to discuss does involve confidential information, so I'm going to move that we go into executive session.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
So the board will now go into executive session and we'll be back on the record shortly.
All right, no problem.
Can you please get the correction officer, please?
Yes.
Hi, officer, we're just gonna do the same exact thing.
Okay.
I'll hang up and send you a brand new call in just a moment.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes. All right. Good.
We're all set. Thank you.
Cool.
Okay, we are now back on record in the matter of Jamali Haylett, inmate number 417448. I move that the board require an assessment of problem sexual behavior prior to the scheduling of a discretionary parole hearing. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. All right, we're done. That's all we needed.
Thank you. This concludes the hearing for Jamal Hamlin 41744. May I please have your name?
Julian Foreman.
Good afternoon. My name is Polk Williams. Today is Tuesday, July 28th, 2026, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. Following board members are present this afternoon and by stating their names on the record, certify they reviewed all statutory required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mike Polk.
Good afternoon, Joy Chance.
Also present is the board psychologist. Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Julian Foreman, inmate number 432974.
Thank you. This hearing is being conducted in consideration for a parole application for Julian Foreman 432974. He is serving a sentence of 10 years, execution suspended at 5 years, with 5 years of probation for criminal possession of a firearm and larceny third degree. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of December 26, 2026. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for this offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the following program: eviction services, domestic violence, and tier 2. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system scores, the offender's overall score for recidivism falls in the high range. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you think you should be granted parole. Say it again.
Yes. Good morning, members of the parole board. I would first like to say thank you for giving me this opportunity to explain my improvement and apologies to you, my family, and my community today. I first want to say I apologize to myself, my community, and my friends, and my family, especially my son, for the negative actions that I did to put me in this situation. During this time of me being incarcerated, I had time to sit and think about the crimes I convicted, and honestly, I learned a lot from them on how I could have harmed myself and others around me. I do take full responsibility for the actions I made. I know I am better than what I was doing, and I refuse to let myself go back to that mindset that caused me to sit in front of you all today. By helping myself out, I made sure I completed my programs, tier 2, domestic violence, and also doing extra programs such as aftercare and voices. Completing these programs, I received the information and knowledge that I was looking for to learn the cause and effects of the crimes I committed from a victim perspective. And again, I want to say I'm sorry to you, my family, and my community, and my son. And I do take full responsibility for my actions I created. By me maintaining a positive mindset, I have 2 jobs set up for me when I get released into the community. From Monday through Friday, I'll be working AM to PM. On the weekends, I will be taking time to spend with my son to build a strong relationship with him because I've been away from him for a long time. I am eager to continue my journey I started as being a new man with a positive mindset. And now I understand the responsibilities that comes with the opportunity of release, and I'm committed to any conditions I may have. I want to say thank you for taking this time to review my case and giving me a chance to express my readiness for society. And actually, the jobs that I do have lined up for me when I do go home, one of them is a motel car detailing business where I'll be working. I'll be a supervisor, helping, like, directing other people and seeing what they're doing, like making sure everything is right. But at the same time, I'll also be doing hands-on work with them. And then the other job that I'll be having for my second shift, I'll be packaging packages, working on unique creations, which I have a letter of employment, and I also have support letters of my family.
Can you say specifically the packaging job you would be employed by who?
The packaging job, the name of it is called Unique Creations. It's by Johnny Foreman. I actually have the paper right here. I will basically be packaging this like items that people make for like different parties and stuff. So I'll be packaging that, delivering them to houses and stuff. So.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for that information, Mr. Foreman, and we appreciate you writing out an opening statement. We're going to be asking questions, and we'll begin with Mr. Polk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Foreman.
Good afternoon.
So I appreciate you talking about the programs a little bit that you've taken. I want to get to that in a second here. One of the things that I wanted to ask you about, you didn't talk about the disciplinary reports. Can you address those? You didn't talk about the disciplinary reports. Can you talk about those for a minute?
So for the tickets that I do have, my fighting ticket, I can explain that. It was around the time where I first had got incarcerated. So I can sit here and say my mind wasn't in the right, like positive mindset. So around that time, I really didn't care about what was going on and what was happening. So I ended up getting into an argument over somebody, and then I ended up fighting for my other two tickets, my refusal and contraband ticket. My contraband ticket, I was actually got that ticket because I was trying to make some money to send home to my son, because I haven't been in his life basically since he was kind of born, and I wasn't there for his birthday. So I wanted to send some type of money home to him so he knows that I'm still here for him no matter what. My refusal ticket, I really didn't feel safe doing the urine in front of another male, but at the end of the day, I still felt like I needed a time and place to myself. So I felt like the box would basically be a good way to collect my thoughts going on.
So in other words, you were in possession of K2.
Yes, I was.
So can you talk a little bit more about that? I mean, I heard you say that I didn't have any money to send my son.
So the whole purpose of me basically having the K2 was, like I said, to basically get money off of it to send to my son, because I haven't been able to do nothing in his life ever since he was born. So that was my way of, ever since getting the first ticket, which was the refusal ticket. At that moment, I was basically, my head was like, I didn't care about nothing. So I ended up taking a whole another negative route, in which I should have never did. And I do take full responsibility of that. And I just was thinking of any way I could just do something to help my son out. But at this moment, while doing classes and thinking day by day, I do regret doing that, because at the end of the day, it's always a positive way for a person to make a situation better than what it is. And I could have did it in a whole different situation, in a positive mindset.
You see how that kind of jams us up a little bit, right?
Yes.
Because it's only like 4 months ago, right?
Yes.
What have you done? I mean, you got Tier 2 aftercare, domestic violence invoices that you completed. What have you done since that contraband ticket?
After that contraband ticket, when I got out the box, I actually been, it's a list where I get, like, basically every day I will get a positive thought in my head, and I write down basically ways that I could do to change myself. And then also I've been going into this program. It's not really a program, but it's like it's something called NA. I've been actually going to that just to get myself in a better position, which I know I am now. So I just wanted to basically just better myself in a different way.
So Narcotics Anonymous,
Yes.
are you talking about programs that people are coming in like last night? Or are you talking about in the dorm or where?
No, this is actually a program outside of a dorm where you have to sign up for, and you have to be put on a regular waiting list, which I was accepted to. So I've been going to that. I actually been going to that for going on 2 months now.
Okay. So in other words, like you went to the meeting last night?
Yes, so basically it's not every day, it's certain days that they have it. And actually they do have another one tonight that I'm actually going to. So it's certain days that I'm doing that.
What are your thoughts about recovery-based stuff when you come out?
My thoughts on recovery coming home. I have a positive mindset now. I could sit here and say back then with my other cases and how it was before I came to jail, I really didn't care about nothing. I was at a point in life where I felt like I just had myself. What really changed me was me having a son. So now me coming into doing this incarceration right now, it made me realize that it's much more to life than being in jail. And by me growing up and not having a father, I actually don't want that in my son's life because he needs a role model, and I don't want me being a role model to him being in jail because he'll think this is okay. So by me being a positive role model, I will be working consistently and I'll be with him every chance that I get to make sure that he's on the right path.
How about positive people in the community?
Yes.
What do you got out there?
I have a support system. Growing up, I always had positive people around me 24/7. It was my way of going on a different route to be around negative people. I take full responsibility of that. Every day, it was not a day that did not go by where I had somebody by my side saying, oh, let's do this, basically in a positive mindset. And I just thought I wanted to do my own thing. But now really realizing I can't do nothing while I'm in jail. It's so much, I just want to go home. I want to work 24/7. I want to be on top of my things. I just want to have fun and just live life with my family.
And what do you suppose your relationship's like with marijuana when you leave?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
What do you suppose your relationship is like with marijuana when you leave?
With marijuana? That's completely done. I was smoking marijuana before I came to jail. Or honestly, taking tier 2, it helped me realize being under the influence could put you in a different mindset. So I don't want that mindset. I don't want my son growing up thinking it's okay. Absolutely not, because I'm on a different type of lane right now. I'm positive. I want to build my own kind of community. Like I want to build my own business. I have a lot of plans ready for me when I go home. And I just want to leave something and I want to also be a motivational speaker to people, to the kids that's growing up, and basically tell them whatever they're going through, I've been through that, and it's a whole different way for them to go about it.
And let's talk just a little bit further on what's your relationship like with guns now?
My relationship with guns, what it used to be, I used to think guns was cool, being around the crowd that I was around, thinking it's fun. I'm thinking I'm invincible, I'm untouchable, nobody can do nothing to me. By now really realizing what guns is, I would never take that route. If I wanted to take that route in guns, all I could have did was got my gun license and carried it the legal way. And I do take full responsibility for
We have too many people come before us to talk about one of their kids getting killed.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
We have too many people that come before us to talk about their kids getting killed.
Yes. And honestly, you're right about that. Everybody's different. I know me, I can only speak for me. And I know, like I said, growing up without a father, it really made me go a different route. But actually having my mom in my corner the whole time and other people with positive mindsets, I'm starting to realize when I come incarcerated that I should have went the positive route. I should have never been trying to do what I want to do, being hard-headed, not trying to listen to other people.
Right. Well, I'm going to see if other board members have questions for me.
Ms. Chance?
So I'm going to ask you a question, Mr. Foreman. I want you to think about it. Can you give an example of a recent decision you made where you wish you hadn't, that you had stopped and thought about the consequences before doing it?
Yes, I can. I would say, like you said, a position where I stopped and I didn't go forward with it.
So a situation where you did something, you know you shouldn't have done it.
Oh yes, honestly, the situation is my case. I could relate that to my case because of me being in a stolen car and having a gun. I should have stopped. I should have listened to, felt my gut. I was on a positive path. I just started taking drugs, and then I was thinking everything was just going downhill. So I could have prevented that, and that's my fault. Everybody has their own mind on how you can control your mind. And by me actually learning stuff in here, and from, like I said, victim's perspective, I wish I never done what I did.
So I guess I was hoping that you would have said, when you decided that you were going to sell the K2 to make money to send home for your son, it wasn't a decision that you had thought about.
Of course.
So that's the one that I thought you were going to say. Now, the other one is you were on probation for a gun charge, and then you violated probation with another gun charge. And then you indicated that you had the gun because you were trying to be cool, when in fact you were using the gun to threaten your ex-girlfriend and her new boyfriend. So those are the types of poor decision-making that you did. And now you're incarcerated and you were selling K2.
Yes, and I do take full responsibility for that. And I know I should have never threatened my ex-girlfriend and her ex-boyfriend at the time. I was just feeling like I had to protect basically her in a way, but it's my fault. I can't let my thoughts get over me, my emotions get over me.
So my question again is, what happens the next time when you're in the community and you don't have the money and you want to get something for your son. What do you do then?
The next time I would never think about a negative choice. I would never think about selling drugs. I would never do that. I would always think about a positive mindset. If I do need any type of money to help my son out, I'll rather off ask somebody. But before I even ask somebody, I will make sure that I have enough money saved up so I won't have to go through that situation.
But let's say you don't. The whole idea is that, the jobs that you say you want to do, car detailing and the packaging and stuff, I don't know how much one gets paid for those jobs. So I'm asking that question because I want to see where your thoughts are in how you are going to make future decisions. I like the first thing that you said when you said, if my son needs something and I don't have the money, then you have your social support, which is your mother and your brother. And I was hoping that you would say, well, I would ask my family first. And then if they don't, I explain to my son that he needs to wait until I have the money. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
So it's those decision-making that you really need to work on.
Yes.
And even though you're saying you have a different mindset, your mindset all focuses on, the poor decisions that you've made, including those DRs. Because even if you knew you were selling it and you were not taking it, you really should have given the urine, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So that's all I'm saying, that I'm hoping that in the future that you're going to think about those things before you make those impulsive decisions.
Of course.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Madam Chair. I'm all set.
So, Mr. Foreman, as a result of being on the deadly weapon offender registry and your felony convictions, you're prohibited for the rest of your life from having firearms and ammunition.
Yes.
The car you were driving, how did you not know it was stolen?
I actually didn't know it was stolen.
Oh, okay. All right. Now you're coming clean. Okay. Because all along you've been saying you didn't know it was stolen. I'm like, but you were driving it. So, okay. What we do at these hearings is make a decision about whether it's appropriate for you to finish the sentence you have to serve, which is 5 years, out in the community on discretionary parole before you begin your 5 years of probation. And we make that decision in light of the interests of public safety. So there's a lot here that is very concerning besides your high risk to reoffend, being on the registry, being on probation, driving a stolen motor vehicle, assaulting your ex-girlfriend when she was 9 months pregnant. That's the child that you can't wait to get out and be a father to?
Yes.
Okay, you realize you endangered her life and the baby's life with your assault.
Yes, I did.
Okay. And this isn't your first gun offense, and you're so young. It's just scary as hell to think you have this level of a criminal record at age 25. So sitting in tier 2 and in aftercare, which you did in 2025, you heard the stories of people struggling to maintain recovery and live clean and sober. We know that there are drugs there in the facility. So you heard about what they were going through emotionally, physically, mentally, right?
Yes.
And you would choose to undercut their efforts at recovery to profit off of a little bit of K2 to send money home for your son? I mean, endangering all of those people there in the facility. Where are you getting the K2?
Honestly, I got it from a friend, and
There
I
in the
know
facility?
yes,
Okay, so you were part of a network of selling in the prison?
yes,
Okay. With no regard for the harm that you were causing the individuals there who were trying to white knuckle it into recovery.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
With no regard for the harm that you were causing to the individuals who were white knuckling their recovery.
Yes, around that time, I did not have regard.
Yeah, complete disrespect. And I mean, we're talking March. And that's when you got caught. So who knows how long you were doing it, but you did it after tier 2 in aftercare. That's the part that like says to me, where's the change? And you combine DV and firearms, guns you have no training in how to use. The risk is just very, very scary. So, have you gotten a job there in the facility?
I'm actually a janitor right now.
When did you start that?
I actually started last week.
That's great. Okay, that's the way to send money home to your son.
Yes.
In the meantime, draw him pictures and write him letters.
Yes.
Okay, all right, that's it for the question, sir. Mr. Paul?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, where we are is that Mr. Foreman rates out high for risk to the survey. He, his criminal needs, attitude and behavior was the highlight. I hear a different attitude right now. You know, what he did in October, or excuse me, in March was just dumb. You know, it's like, what do
But
you,
my concern is it wasn't a one and done.
Right.
It was just the one time he was caught for it.
right,
Because he
but
even
it's
said,
like, it was just a dumb thing to do, you know?
well, harmful.
Yep.
That isn't the word. I like harmful better.
Yeah. His end of sentence is in 2029, and the attitude I hear is one that he's working on change. You know, and I don't see him sitting here until 2029. I just that,
I agree.
you know, yeah, I just and he's done some work. It's like,
Did he do voices?
Yes.
Sorry.
yeah, did voices, TV, aftercare, tier 2.
Ah,
Just got it, you just said it just got his job as a janitor.
I would like to rehear him in March. That's a year from his last DR. It'll give him 2 years of discretionary parole in the community if we grant him. And he can improve his behavior, learn a work ethic by working the job that he just got, and practicing some recovery.
That's right.
Okay. So for now, it'll be poor institutional adjustment, offense on probation. Anything else? I'd like him to provide us some verification that he has these jobs waiting for him with a letter from the employers. You know, I would encourage you, Mr. Foreman, to write and ask for new thoughts. You know, some programming that you can continue to work on yourself while you're working a job. And okay, so in the matter of Dylan Foreman, inmate number 432974, there's a motion to deny parole at this time due to the offense is being committed while you're on probation and you're for institutional adjustment. I further move that we will rehear you in March of 2027, recommending that you get no additional disciplinary reports and engage in positive programming and employment.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. So we're going to give you another shot at this, Mr. Foreman. You'll get all this in writing. But,
Okay.
Come prepared. We appreciate that you wrote a statement, but if you have jobs, we want to see that in the form of a letter on letterhead, so that we're not just taking your word for it. But, we see the change in you. We want to see you continue on that path before we have robust confidence. Find other ways to send money home to your son in the meantime.
Thank you.
This includes a hearing for Billy Foreman 43274. Your name, please?
Jadis Thomas.
Sit tight, we'll be right with you in a couple minutes, all right? Good afternoon. My name is Brian Officer Williams. Today is Tuesday, July 28, 2026, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Partisan Control. Following board members are present this afternoon. I've seen their names on the record, certified they have reviewed all statutory required documents, available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mike Polk.
Good afternoon, Joy Chance.
Also present is the board psychologist. Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Jadis Thomas, MA number 435213.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration for a parole application. Jadis Thomas, 435213. He is serving a sentence of 10 years. Execution suspended after 4 years with 5 years of probation for criminal possession of a firearm. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of October 14, 2025. There is no victim in this case. The inmate was heard by the board on July 29, 2025. He was denied parole, and the new hearing date was set for July 2026. The board recommended that the inmate complete Tier 2 in anger management and any other positive programs and remain DR free. Since the last hearing, the defendant has completed the following programs: New Thoughts Voices Tier 2 in anger management, utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system scores. Defendant's overall score for recidivism falls in a very high range. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe in parole. Thanks again.
I could begin reading my letter now.
Yes.
All right. Good afternoon. My name is Jadis Thomas. I am currently incarcerated for a weapon offense. This crime nor the mistakes I have made during my time represent the man I am now. I know I have made decisions that have affected my life and the community, and my poor choices while incarcerated have set me back and hindered my personal growth. I take full accountability for my poor choices in my community and during my time in jail. I now understand the magnitude of my decision-making and how much it affects me, my community, even my family. During my incarceration, I have taken meaningful steps towards rehabilitation and improving my personal growth and becoming a better man. With the help of all of the programming I have completed and personal experiences, I have all the tools to begin living a healthier life in the community. With the help of these programs, I have learned valuable lessons about accountability, discipline, and empathy, which I plan on using every day upon release. These experiences have helped shape my new outlook on how I want to live my life. I now know what it means to live a healthy, law-abiding lifestyle, and I am ready and eager to become a contributing member to my community. I deeply regret my decisions in the past, and I am determined to live the rest of my life in a way that honors the trust of those who chose to give me a second chance. I am asking for that chance now, not to undo my past, but to prove that I have learned from it and can create a better future and a more positive future. Regardless of the parole board's decision, I know I need to continue my personal growth and continue to right my wrongs. Thank you for the time to speak on my behalf.
Nice job, Mr. Thomas. It's
Thank
good to see you again.
Yeah, good to see you too.
You smiled. That's great. Okay, well, job well done.
Thank you.
Yeah, sometimes we see programs, but 1 or 2 DRs, and, you come back with a perfect record. So that's exceptionally well done and very, very affirming from my chair, that you took the time, you made it meaningful. So, so you said a couple of times that your decisions affected your whole community. Tell me how they were affected.
I realize now, or the old me thinking that me coming to jail doesn't really do anything, it doesn't hurt nobody besides myself. I feel like now I understand that everything that I do affects the people around me and even those in my community. Getting caught with a weapon doesn't just hurt me, it hurts my family, hurts the people who are looking after me, looking up to me. Everybody's affected by the choices that I make, whether they're good or bad.
And in your case, it ends up being like a series of choices that you made and decisions along the way that just made the situation worse. It was like you were digging a hole for yourself. You were on probation for a weapon in a motor vehicle and no pistol permit and possession with intent to sell. And you were driving erratically. Police tried to intervene. You led them on a pursuit, and you were ultimately found with a gun in your waistband. So it was like at all those different points, had you stopped when they first tried to pull you over for the erratic driving, so it does just grow. But the other way that the community is harmed is the carrying of firearms illegally, because you were prohibited. And
Yes.
I have to assume it was a gun you didn't have any training on how to use, right?
Yes.
Yeah. And then that just puts everybody in danger, because if you did make the choice after the pursuit to discharge that weapon.
Who knows could have got hurt? Who could have got hurt?
Exactly. And, you know, and then you're in for a whole different sentence, growing old in prison.
Yes.
That's just a real waste on so many levels. So we have a letter from party people that they're going to hire you, but I hear you want to go back to Project Longevity.
Yeah, I feel like Project Longevity is like well, it says it in the word longevity, it just sets you up for further and further things. Like party people is something that I plan on doing upon release just because it's a job immediately. But Project Longevity sets me up for like future. I could start here and end up who knows where else. I just want to have a set plan for my future so I'm not resorting back to the old things.
Do you have any interest in furthering your education?
Yes,
do you have life goals?
Yes, when I was home, I was in Nets in Bridgeport getting my CDLs. I plan on doing that. Once I go home and figure out the situation with my license being suspended, I plan on resuming that immediately.
You know, just like the situation spiraled out of control at each turn, you know, be careful about where you focus your energy when you're first home, you know. Yes, and things take steps. So don't rush it because you want things faster than they can happen. Yes. I just want to add to my earlier comment about the effect on the community. I wrote down in my notes, and forgive me if I talked to you about this at the last hearing, but this crime that you committed, it was on Monday in December at 9:30 in the morning in New Haven. I mean, that just ratchets up the danger level, because lots of people are out, you know, on a Monday morning getting their week started. It's not like it was 2 a.m. on a Tuesday or something. So those are things you have to take into consideration. So I know you want to go back to New Haven, and I'm glad to hear that your mom is still in your corner and welcoming you home. Yes. And you do have the deadly weapon offender registry again. Yes. But be aware, you know, you've been designated a serious firearm offender now for this second gun conviction. And, you know, the eyes of New Haven will be on you, law enforcement. So, and rightfully so, because they have responsibility to public safety like we do. And so your parole officer is somebody who's there to help you be successful. They have access to programs and services. You know, if you really end up like party people is not a job that you can stay in for very long, or the commute's rough or something like that, your parole officer can connect you to employers that are willing to hire people coming out of incarceration. Okay. So work with that person. They're part of your support system, not just there to hold you accountable. Right. So, you know, this would be a good amount of time to build that relationship. So, all right. Well, again, congratulations. Job well done.
Thank you.
Ms. Chance?
Ms. Thomas, I wanted to ask you, because in reading your file, I was curious as to why you want to return to Project Longevity. Now, do they assist you with vocational training?
Yes, that's how I started my CDL classes. They told me I had to do like a basis program first and like get adjusted in with everything, and then they could set me up. And that's how I started getting into my CDL program. They helped me pay for it and everything. It was like actually very helpful.
Okay, and you think they will pick up and help you to continue to get your CDL?
Yes, ma'am. When I first came into jail, I was still in contact with one of the people who worked there. They were just waiting for me to get out there because they knew that this is like exactly what I wanted to do with my life. So
Right,
that's just,
so you give up guns
absolutely,
and all the other criminal activity.
absolutely.
And I really, I read this and I said, that's interesting. I thought it was interesting that you wanted to go back there, and then I read a little bit more, and I'm familiar with Project Longevity, so I wondered whether it was because they do provide, assistance with vocational training, and then they follow you even after you have completed the training.
Can I interrupt you? So Mr. Thomas, when you talked about the impact on the community, what do you think the people at Project Longevity went through when they found out all their work on gun violence reduction and you're part of their program and you picked up a gun? What do you think that felt like for them?
I knew they was highly disappointed in me. I knew that, like, even talking to my mom when I first came in and she telling me the conversations we having with them, I couldn't do nothing but be disappointed in myself. Because just like you said, I'm supposed to be this person going through their program, showing the community that their programs work. And I'm one of the problems in the community as well. I had to take that into account and realize within myself what I wanted to do. And if I wanted to go back there, I knew the type of person that I had to be.
Well, consider it a stumble, not a fall.
Thank you.
Thank you. That was my other question, is what are their thoughts about what you did? So thank you for asking that. And I like that you said, consider it a stumble, not a fall. It's the same thing as we say to offenders who are, working on their sobriety and maybe have one drink or, try some drugs. And then as long as it's what they do after, that you consider it a slip. So I like that. Mr. Thomas, you have certainly done well, and I appreciate the fact that, you've acknowledged all the harm that you've caused to your community. And it's obvious that the Project Longevity people believe in you, and hopefully you will go back and be a good example for them to use.
Yes, ma'am.
Good luck.
Mr. Polk? Okay, so that's it for questions, Mr. Thomas. Give us just a minute. As I said, I was on his rehear. He's done exceptionally well. He has a concerning history, there's no doubt about it. But he's connected with programs and comes to us with both a sponsor and a job lined up, which is what we always hope to see, but don't see often enough. So I'm very enthusiastically willing to grant Mr. Thomas early release to discretionary parole. This will amount to about a year of parole support before he begins 5 years of probation. My only condition would be no driving without the PO's permission.
Yep. Great.
Okay, so in the matter of Jadis, how do you say it?
Jadis, yes, you got it correct.
Okay, Jadis Thomas, inmate number 435213. There's a motion to grant parole on or after today's date of July 28th, 2026, with the condition that you not drive without PO's permission. Do I have a second? All in favor? Aye. Motion carries. Parole is granted. Good luck to you, sir. We wish you much success.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
This concludes the hearing for today's time. That's 43521. Good afternoon. Your name, please?
My name is Gabriel Rosario.
Could you repeat that?
Very sorry. Oh. Great.
Good afternoon, my name is Officer Williams. Today is Tuesday, July 28th, 2026, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. Following board members are present this afternoon, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutory required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mike Polk.
Good afternoon, Joy Chance.
Also present is the board psychologist. Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Gabriel Irizarry, 300224.
Thank you. This hearing is being conducted in consideration for a parole application for Gabriel Irizarry, 300224. He is serving a sentence of 4 years for violation of probation and larceny third degree. As of today, record reflecting parole eligibility date of April 14, 2026. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for this offender. It has been reviewed and shows he has completed the following programs. No programs has been completed. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system scores, the offender's overall score significantly falls in a very high range. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
I'm having time hearing you kind of too fast and I'm hearing problems.
We were interested in hearing from you about why you believe you deserve parole.
Okay. First of all, I'm just wanted to take full responsibility for my actions of what I did. And so when I came to jail, I introduced myself to the MAP program, which is a methadone program. And with time, with the 10 months spare time, I ended up weaning myself down from methadone. So I'm not in methadone anymore. And so I was the first time me doing something good for myself, because every time I come to jail, I had to be part of the methadone system or all the other stuff that I should be doing. This time I went, did the methadone. I'm not taking any medication, psychiatric medication. I'm taking only blood pressure medication. That's the part that, and learning about my disease of addiction. Good. I've been doing this addiction for over 30 years. And as far as I started doing Smart Recovery, that's the program they give in here, Smart Recovery. I had no DRs, no dirty urines, and trying to be a better version of myself, because I never gave myself a chance.
Okay. Well, thank you for that statement, and we're going to ask you some questions. We'll begin with my colleague, Ms. Chance.
So it's an Irizarry. How do you pronounce the other part of your name?
Sepulveda.
Sepulveda, Sepulveda. I pronounce Sepulveda.
Sepulveda.
Yes.
Are you related to all the other Irizarry?
Related to who?
The other is Irizarrys. There's a family. Okay. All right. So I guess my question for you is, you received a 4-year flat sentence.
Yes.
You have a pretty high drug score of 4. And your OAP says you have addiction services, voices, vocational referral, and job assignment. And you're rated very high to reoffend, sir. So, and you haven't done well on previous community releases. You've practically failed on all of them. So, how do you think you have changed this incarceration?
In this one, I know for sure I had to give myself, I gotta get self-help groups. I know how to go to meetings, because it works. I gotta go to meetings, I gotta get a sponsor. I also had to go to a health professional, because a lot of it, my underlying is drugs, but it's stuff deeper than drugs.
within myself that I had to address that with a professional. But I know I had to. My first is get my addiction in lane, because I can do all things if I'm able to do the right thing, not picking up drugs. That's my
Can you tell me what Smile Recovery is and what you do there in that group?
Well, actually, today was my first day starting there.
Do you remember anything about it?
Yes, Smart Recovery, I cannot say something that I don't know, because today I was supposed to be starting today at 1 o'clock. And
oh, okay.
And I'm here, but I'm here. I didn't even know it was today. It's supposed to be next month, something like that, the 25th of August.
So, you know, Mr. Secodita, the problem is that after reading your file and listening to you today, you know, I really don't find you suitable because of the simple fact that you haven't done well on previous community releases. And your last participation in programs in the community was 2008 and 2010. So my thinking is that you really need to stay in DOC and get in these programs and try to work on, come up with a really good relapse prevention plan on how you intend to stay sober when you go back in the community. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, I do. Well,
I hear you say today that you know you need to attend meetings, you need to get a sponsor, and you know you also need to address a deeper problem that you have.
yes.
So you can start doing those and really prepare yourself so that you don't go out and fail again.
That's exactly what I'm doing right now.
Right. So it's the consistent failure that I don't think sits well with you, does it?
Excuse me?
I think the consistent failures when you go out in the community doesn't sit well with you. Right?
Well, part of the thing was because I wasn't willing to go in to any program and stuff like that. So I was on the street. Now that I'm here, I had a lot of time to think to myself, if this really want to be the person for the rest of my life, or I really want to change it. And I think by me doing the thing that I have accomplished to this day, it just got me in the right road to recovery.
So I think you need to stay there, try to connect with a CCAR program, get in on addiction services, you know, and in terms of a job, you know, your last job was a temporary job for 4 months. I don't know what you were doing other than that. So I think you need to do some more work before you can be ready to go back in the community.
Well, I was working in here. I don't know if you consider that a job, but I was working in here in building 6. They put me in building 5 because I was no longer on methadone. And from building 5, they put me in building 9. I am now. So it was hard for me, but I applied for outside clearance. I'm on the list. The C card, I also put a transfer for Sapolsky because you don't need to be on the OAP to actually get a recovery coach program, which I'm something that I would like to have.
Right. So you need to do all of those things. So for me today, based on all the things that I've told you, you're rated very high. You have a high drug score. You have not done an addiction services program. You have so many previous failed community releases. And I just think that you need to do some more work on yourself. And I think you are where there's help there that you can seek out and really work on how you're going to stay sober when you go back in the community. Okay?
All right.
Mr. Polk? Okay. I commend you, sir, that your sobriety is your top priority. I think that's exactly what's needed. You are not end of sentence until January of 2028. So I think there's a window where we can see you take and complete important programs to support your recovery and release you to, if you do so and do it well, to a halfway house because you don't have a sponsor. And I think that's been part of your cycle of being homeless and using and committing crimes to support your habit. And so I think with some support in the community through a halfway house, we might be able to, basically do a reset for you. You're on, you're closing in on 50. It's time for something different.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. So we're going to talk. Give us a minute. Are you amenable to a review?
So, absolutely. I do hear him speak about the fact that he really knows what he needs to do in terms of not just the meetings and sponsor, but he has other problems that need addressing. And it's probably one of the reasons why every time he goes out, he relapses and comes back because there's something missing there. So I would be more than willing to give him a rehearing.
Okay. I'm looking at February.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So for today, inadequate program participation, poor performance on community release. Sound okay?
Excuse me. I'm low.
We'll give it, we're ready to make our motion.
And he was
So-
on probation too.
I know.
Yeah.
On the matter of Gabriel Arizari Sepulveda, inmate number 300224. There is a motion to deny parole at this time due to inadequate program participation and poor performance on community release. I further move that we're going to rehear you in February of 2027. We recommend that you not get any additional DRs and you complete positive programs, a job, anything you can do to prepare yourself to be successful upon release. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. So we'll see you back here in February, sir. Get busy.
Okay, thank you. Have a nice day.
Yep.
This concludes the hearing for Gabriel Arizari 300224. Good afternoon. Have your name, please.
Mark Sadler, good afternoon.
Other read here. This is you.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Good afternoon. My name is Parole Officer Williams. Today is July 28, 2026, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Partisan Paroles. I'm on board with our president this afternoon. My state of the name, record. Certified they reviewed all statutory required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner.
Good afternoon, Mike Paul.
good afternoon, Joy Chance.
Also present is the board psychologist. Please state your name and MA number for the record.
Mark Sadler, 379132.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration for a parole application of Mark Sadler, 379132. He is serving a sentence of 10 years. Execution suspended after 3 years with 3 years of probation for sales of narcotics. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of March 2nd, 2026. There is no victim input in this case. The inmate was heard by the board in January 27th of 2026. He was denied parole. The new hearing date is set for July of 2026. The board recommended that the inmate remain DR-free and complete the positive programs. Since the last hearing, the offender has completed the following programs: DV and voices. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation scores, the offender's overall score can consider him fall in the moderate range. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole.
Okay, I wrote a letter to the Board of Parole and Pardons. I am writing this letter to you as an official form of resignation to inform you, the members of this parole panel, as well as my community, that I, Mark Sadler, has officially resigned from the life I once lived, which was the use and sales of narcotics and other drugs and alcohol. I've given up the commission of any criminal activity of any and all sorts. Also, the use of any weapons or violent behavior against another person or member of society. I, Mark J. Sadler, also plan to make some form of reparation to my community at least one day a week at a local hospital, helping with children born addicted to drugs, and or at a local food pantry. I also plan on giving back to the community by always maintaining gainful employment and paying taxes. I've also always had plans of becoming a motivational speaker for the youth and have been working on materials for that. I have a job in place upon my release, so I won't be at odds for money. I also made plans to go back to Bozzuto's for a selecting job there. I can assure the members of this panel, if you were to release me, you would be releasing an asset back into community and not a liability. Thank you for your time. Sincerely.
Nicely done, Mr. Sadler. I like that, putting the old you in a box and burying it and a whole rebirth. Okay, so you know how this works? Mr. Polk's going to kick off the question.
Good afternoon, Mr. Sadler.
Good afternoon.
So is it appropriate to make a motion to accept his resignation?
Yes, I will accept your resignation.
Thank you.
So, good afternoon, Mr. Sadler. I'm glad that you got out there and did some programming. It was good to read the evaluations, voices with an excellent rating, and the domestic violence program with mostly excellent ratings, and I appreciate you taking that seriously. You also set yourself up for reentry into the community with employment. Certainly you need support with a halfway house, right?
Yes.
And can you talk to me a little bit about, do you plan to do some stuff with recovery in the community?
Yes, well, they have a program that's in my community. It's like maybe a block and a half away from me, and I plan to attend that, daily, like weekly, if I could. I want to see what their availabilities are. I'm gonna go there and sign up immediately.
Okay, and what is that called again?
That's called places. They changed the name. It was Wellmore. I think it's I don't remember the name, but I remember exactly where it's at.
Wellmore, is it Help Inc. now?
Yes, that's what it is.
Do you plan on doing any kind of meetings, any kind of recovery?
IOP, I'm going to sign up for IOP. And I'm also going to do the NA and AA outpatient program that they have available.
Okay. All right. I'm happy with what you accomplished, and I actually don't have any more questions.
Ms. Chance?
I don't have any questions.
Okay. So it's, and if I'm reading the room right, it's a grant?
Yes.
Okay, for conditions, I have domestic violence, halfway house, and no contact with co-defendant Ashley Grant. Anything else?
Yep.
No?
All right, Mr. Sadler. In the matter of Mark Sadler, I make a motion, inmate number 379132, to grant discretionary parole on or after today's date of July 28th, 2026, with the following conditions. Halfway house placement, behavior management for domestic violence, and no contact with your co-defendant, Ashley Grant.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries, parole is granted. We wish you much success, sir. Get out there and hug those babies.
All right, thank you. You have a great day, wonderful day.
Good luck, sir.
This is in here for Mark Sadler, 3799132. Good afternoon. May I please have your name?
Hussein Almonte, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Officer Williams. Today is Tuesday, July 28th, 2026. This is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. Following board members are present this afternoon and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutory required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner.
Good afternoon, Mike Polk.
Joy Chance.
Also present is the board psychologist. Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Hussein Almonte, sir, 328011.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration for a parole application for Hussein Almonte, 328011. He is serving a sentence of 10 years, execution suspended after 3 years with 3 years of probation for selling narcotics and criminal possession of a firearm. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of June 22nd, 2026. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for this offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the following programs: voices, utilizing a statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system towards offender's overall score for recidivism and falls in the high range. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Good afternoon. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, please. Go ahead.
So, I am a good candidate for parole because I regret having guns and selling drugs, which did not help my neighborhood or community become any better, but worse. In my incarceration, I took programs like Voices, NA, and 2 different AAs, where I learned I don't just affect the addict by selling him or her drug. It affects their loved ones, from kids, parents, siblings, friends, neighbors, and communities. I am realizing the effect drugs have on people, and I no longer want to feel the guilt of me being a part of that. I was selling for extra side money, but I no longer want that. I can find other legit things in life to do for money. I come from a good, religious, righteous family where I will choose to be a part of when I get out of jail. I have both of my parents where I'm blessed for. I have 3 brothers, 1 sister, 14 nieces and nephews, 2 of my own kids, which I miss very much. My plan for when I get out of jail is to stay close to God. I have a job waiting for me in a family-owned business called Almonte Food Mart, where I will be managing the establishment for my brothers. I will also be buying and selling cars online, save some money, and hopefully get back into trade school for either mechanics or electrician. Spend as much time with my kids and my family as I can in my spare time. I am a changed individual and I know what I have to do in society. No more excuses. Thank you for this opportunity.
Okay, well, thank you for taking the time to prepare a statement for us. We're going to ask questions of you in order to make our decision. So you were under investigation because you sold crack to an undercover or a confidential informant. So they got a warrant and they went to your house and you had a gun and ammunition and cocaine.
Yes.
All right. So you have done well this period of incarceration with no DRs. Are you still a detail worker?
Yes.
Okay, great. The flip side is that this is your third period of incarceration. You have the deadly weapon offender registry as part of this. Talk to me about the gun.
I had owned them, I was an ex-business owner and it was for protection. It was about 5 years, but I had owned a business.
So, where did you train and how to use that and handle that firearm?
I actually never used it.
Never trained with it either?
No, I never trained with it or never used it. I just left them in my father's house. I didn't think it was a big problem, but I guess it wasn't right.
No, it wasn't right. And I guess I want to point out that doesn't make a lot of sense to think you can protect yourself with a gun you don't have any training in how to use.
Yes.
All that does is put everybody else in danger.
You're absolutely right.
Right? Because, you got to get familiar with the pressure, to apply to the trigger and how sensitive it is. And you could easily misfire or discharge the weapon without intending to.
Absolutely.
So now as a convicted felon, you are no longer allowed to possess firearms or ammunition, and that's for the rest of your life. You're aware of that?
Yes, I understand.
So you wanted to protect yourself from what?
I was an ex-business. I had a business.
This was the selling cracks?
No. I had a legit business, grocery and deli.
Okay, but you had the gun at home. So how was that?
That was 5 years ago. I had owned the business. I no longer own.
Is this the same business that your brother now owns?
Yeah.
No, that's not. No. I had my own business. It was called Broad Street. It was called Broad Street Market. Okay.
And you went out of business?
Yeah, I went out of business. So the guns I had.
You brought the gun home. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Now it's starting to make a little bit more sense. So selling cars online, that sounds extremely sketchy. Do you have a business registered with the state?
No, I don't. I was actually doing it for when I bonded up from this case, I was doing it for approximately about a year and a half.
Okay, well, it doesn't mean it's any less sketchy. I mean, are you a mechanic?
No, I was looking forward to going to school for mechanics so I could.
Okay, so where are you buying the cars that you're selling online?
Online. I buy them online and fix them up or whatever and resell it online.
So you physically get custody of the car that you bought online and you fix it up?
Yeah, I would detail it if it needs a muffler fixed or alternator or anything. Some cars have issues and I would get them fixed.
So when you turn around and sell the car, you make a profit, right?
Yeah, yes.
Okay, and you're not reporting any of that money to the state, are you?
Yeah, I do a bill of sale and everything. That's what I'm looking forward to doing when I get out there, to get back into doing stuff like that for side money.
Doing what?
Selling cars, buying and selling cars would be like my second option for my job. That would be like my second income.
Okay, and you need to do that legitimately.
Yes.
You need to be reporting your earnings.
I would look into that.
Okay, look into it before you start doing it, sir.
Absolutely.
Okay, it's part of being a law-abiding citizen.
Yep.
But, if it works, it's a much better alternative to selling crack.
Yes, absolutely. I definitely don't want to no longer do that.
Okay, well, that's what we want to hear. that you're done with it. So
Absolutely.
you don't use crack cocaine, do you?
No, I
Do you
don't.
use powder cocaine?
No, I do marijuana.
Okay.
Smoke a
So
little pot.
you're peddling poison to your community and not so you can use it yourself, but so that you can profit off of people suffering with an addiction.
Yes, that's what I was doing. And I from doing AA and NA, I realized what I was doing to the community.
Okay. So you need a plan for giving back because you caused a lot of harm. You're not just harming the person that's buying the drugs from you, but you're harming their family who need the money for food and rent. And,
Absolutely.
you're lining your pockets off of people suffering, and that's bad karma.
You're right.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay. So, and when I say give back, I don't mean a discount on a car you're selling. I mean, like giving of your time, your efforts, your talent to some of the nonprofits around the state that help people build houses or with homelessness or, youth athletics, those kind of things. Real tangible giving back.
I definitely will look into stuff like I could get into when I get out. But I know like from the when I'm out there, I go to the masjid. It's called masjid, and we do a lot of stuff for like homeless people and stuff like that. So I'll try to get more involved with stuff like that.
Okay. So there's a couple of times now, Mr. Monteser, that you have said, you're going to look into things. You end up with a big to-do list and nothing gets done. So, in the time that you're transitioning before you go to your dad's house, try to put some of these pieces together for yourself. Like where would you study to become an electrician?
Lincoln Tech. I was gonna go. That's why I went back and got my high school diploma, was to get into Lincoln Tech.
Okay, how are you gonna pay for Lincoln Tech?
That's why my plan was to work, save up money, and once I save up money, get back into school.
Okay. Have you ever had a bank account?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So have you ever written out your plan and the steps that, what you're going to do the first week you're home, the first month? Where are you going to be at 6 months?
I actually do have plans, and hopefully in the long run, I go back into owning my own business with, help of my brothers. I'll be working with them, and, with me making whatever I make from what they pay me. Eventually, I know within 2 years, 3 years down the line, I'll probably be able to go into business with one of them, because they're very successful. My family, my brothers, and stuff. And I want to get more closer to
that you
them.
still have so much family in your life. Your brother taking you back to the grocery in New Britain, he's going to pay you, regular paycheck, taxes withheld, everything. It's not going to be this under the table crap, right?
Yes, he's going to be paying me. Yep.
All right, because you can't be on parole working under the table.
No, I've been paying taxes my whole life. It's just I did.
Okay.
When I sold drugs, it was for extra money, which I regret.
Well, done the car thing too, So just go legit is what I'm saying to you. As you try to rebuild your life coming out of this period of incarceration. Let's not set you up for a fourth period of incarceration. All right, Ms. Vance, any questions?
I just had one question for you. I noticed that in 2019, you were charged with legal operating a motor vehicle with an ignition device.
Without.
Or it didn't say without, which is why I'm asking him, were you driving someone else's car that had it? Or did you get a DUI and had to have one of those?
No, I had a DUI and I did the breathalyzer for about 6 months. I did the breathalyzer and then I accomplished that after 6 months. I did it for it.
So you were driving without the ignition device?
No, I had the ignition device. 2019 was when
The
you talking
draft
about when
sheet says illegal operation of a motor vehicle without the ignition device.
Right.
I have no clue what that.
4/5/2018.
I have, is that the my last bid I did?
Well, you got 30 days for that.
In jail, but then. I asked that because, you know, during the parole interview, you said you never had any problems with alcohol. And if you got a DUI, you must have had a problem with alcohol at some point or time.
Yeah. There was a time in my life where I think I went out with my cousin. We was going to the casino and I had got pulled over and we was doing a little drinking, and I don't really have a issue with drinking because it's against my religion anyways, but.
It must have been more than once for you to get that in your car.
No, that was my first time ever. First, because now, from what I understand is first time you get, it's automatically through the DMV, you have to put the breathalyzer in your car.
Okay, so you're still saying you don't have a problem with drugs or alcohol. You just previously smoked marijuana.
Yeah, I smoked a lot of weed throughout my life.
And did you ever do a treatment program at the Wheeler Clinic?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, that's all the questions I have. I have no further questions.
Mr. Polk? Okay, all right. So we're done with the questions. I have Mr. Almonteser granted with standard conditions. He is end of sentence in November of 2027. Wants to parole to his dad's in New Britain. He has a job plan in mind. He seems to appreciate the harm that his criminal choices were causing out in the community. So I'd like to give him that time on supervision to get his life in order. And you agree?
That's right.
Okay, standard. All right, so in the matter of Hussein Almonteser, inmate number 328011, there is a motion to grant parole on or after today's date of July 28th, 2026, with standard conditions for your supervision. Do I have a second? All in favor? Aye. Congratulations, Mr. Almonteser. Go out and do good things.
I will. Thank you very much.
This includes a hearing from Son Almonteser.
All set?
You're all set.
I think that's everybody.
We have one more. Brown is the last name?
He transferred out yesterday.
Oh. All right, we're all set. Thank you so much for your help.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, girls.
All right, in the matter of Delon Brown, inmate number 441998. I make a motion to continue his discretionary parole hearing because he has been moved from the Carl Robinson Correctional Facility. All in favor?
Aye.
You got lucky.
I know, I was so ready.
So